All right, Danny, thank you so much. Let's go now to Mike Rogers at the desk from the Pacific Palisades fire to the Eaton fire burning tonight.
Yeah.
Mike, you're talking about how these evacuations are going all the way out east to Monrovia. You have some video from Sierra Madre to show us right now.
Yeah, we do, and we'll show you that. I want to remark on something as we're looking at Rick Montanez's shot here. He is at Sunset and PCH, and what's crazy from an assignment desk perspective when we do these fires, we're constantly moving people to kind of chase the flames and chase the fire, and all day long since this fire has started, we've had somebody at Sunset and PCH, and we've been dealing with that same location for now going on, 12, even more hours than that. That has been same spot with this. I do want to take you out, though, to Sierra Madre, if we can, though, where our Lori Fernandez has been standing by with a live picture there. If we can get to that, let me know. We're working on it right now. So that is where that has been burning, and that's the Eaton fire that is started earlier today. Okay, so I believe that's the Eaton fire from Lori Fernandez's camera there, and you can see things are still continuing to burn. Structures are burning there as well. The evacuations, as I mentioned, are in Altadena, Sierra Madre, Pasadena. Arcadia even has mandatory evacuations, which just really shows you how far this fire has burned. And we've got the voluntary evacuations in the Monrovia area as well. All the way down to the 210 freeway is where those voluntary evacuations are. And you can see them kind of readjusting the camera here to get a little bit closer to the flames. And the house that we're looking at is just reduced to rubble, and that is the situation in so many communities tonight, in so many different places. The Eaton fire has burned 1,000 acres at least, and look, I mean, the front door is standing, but that's about it. You see the chimney there, you see the brick of that is still up, but so many neighbors and so many communities across Southern California tonight are dealing with this situation in so many different cities. And I want to point out one thing: if you're in the city of Arcadia, they have their own evacuation center as well. If you needed to go to an evacuation center in Pasadena, it's the Pasadena Convention Center is where they are doing their evacuations there. And you see fire crews on scene, but the unfortunate thing is there is just so many different homes that are burning and so many different situations that the fire department has to deal with. And as we've been talking about throughout the night, the fire department's priority is life safety. They will prioritize evacuating people and getting people out of those dangerous situations before they will prioritize trying to put some of these fires out. So that is the continuously dangerous situation that they are in. And unfortunately, we have seen home after home, but from a firefighter's perspective, this home is already reduced to rubble. Their time will be better spent somewhere else, trying to maybe save a person or protect a home from being a fire spreading to a different home. So it's just been a really difficult situation for so many people throughout the night. And for that, I'm going to hand it over to Kalina Estrinos, Christine Lazar, taking over the anchor desk. Good morning. It's not night anymore. Good morning, ladies.
I know. Mike Rogers, you've been doing such a great job, and everyone really has been. This has been terrifying to see from home. Christine, you actually were talking about this fire yesterday, the Pacific Palisades fire, not the Eaton fire. Yesterday at about 10:30, you were here with Amy Johnson.
Yeah, we
right
were
when
on
it
the
happened.
air.
Yeah.
And we knew right away, just seeing the winds and how it grew so fast. It went from like 20 acres to 200 acres in 15 minutes. And we knew that it was going to be bad. We knew that the terrain was really tough. And, and we saw the impact too of the fact that you have so many areas where there's one road in and one road out. So you had people leaving their cars. And if you're, just waking up with us this morning, or if you've been watching us all night long, the destruction is just, it's tough to put into words. And we know that when we're able to get overhead, when these winds die down and we're able to get KCAL overhead, we can only imagine how bad the devastation is going to be. I've been covering fires since 2007 when I came here. And for me, this is really reminiscent of the fires that we saw in 2007, where we had multiple fires burning. We had Malibu fires. We had fires in like Canyon Country, Santa Clarita. There are only so many resources. And at the end of the day, human life is what they're prioritizing. And sadly, we lose homes like this because there's just no way to stop a fire like this. It's a beast.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had mentioned, being overhead would have been helpful, but unfortunately the conditions are just not allowing that to happen. And we heard fire officials say yesterday, hey, they want to do that. They have a plan in place to get overhead, but unfortunately, if the conditions don't cooperate, they don't want to put their lives at risk either. And we have not been able to see any helicopters going up because they are all grounded. Again, if you're just joining us right now, this is the scene of the Dukes earlier in Malibu. Take a look at your screen, just gutted here by the Pacific Palisades fire.
And here's what we know at this hour. The fire is in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. It has grown to more than 2,900 acres, 0% containment, 30,000 people evacuated, more than 10,000 homes threatened. The number of structures damaged or destroyed at this hour, unknown, but it appears to be dozens. Evacuation center is at Westwood Recreation Center.
Now, further east, what you just saw when Mike Rogers was talking, we were talking earlier, we're talking about the Eaton fire in Altadena. So 1,000 acres burned there, also 0% containment. All Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools closed. Evacuation center is Pasadena Convention Center, but again, you're just looking at this, it's just unbelievable to see. It is such a massive fire as well, quickly moving because of the wind gusts and the dry vegetation that we've been dealing with. I mean, we haven't had significant rain since, I want to say 8 months ago around May. So we have 3 different fires that we're dealing with this morning.
Yeah, and we've got the Hurst fire in Silmar. That fire, 500 acres, 0% containment. Evacuation orders and warnings in place there. The evacuation center for that fire is the Ritchie Valens and Sepulveda Recreation Center. And we want to just say good morning to people joining us now. I'm Christine Lazar.
And I'm Kalina Estrinos. And just like you've been watching our coverage from overnight, or maybe if you're just joining us right now, we have multiple Southern California cities engulfed in flames. And even those who aren't seeing fire, they're not out of the woods just yet. We've seen this with people thinking that they're okay, and then the wind pattern changes and embers go flying in other spots become engulfed in flames. Right now, we know at least 75,000 Edison customers are without electricity this hour. I actually saw this on my way into work this morning. The streets were dark, the lights were out, roads were closed in several different areas. Thousands of LADWP customers are in the dark as well, and the powerful winds just feeding those flames are only getting worse.
And we want to get right to KCAL's Rick Montanez, who just got to the scene of the Palisades fire, and he has already seen destruction. Rick, we understand you're near a condo complex that has gone up in flames.
Yeah, and let's actually show it to you. We're having problems with our light right now, but check it out here. This looks to be One Coast luxury condominiums that was built in 2018. As far as we can tell, this is the complex that is burning right now. When we arrived here, within the hour, I'm also hearing loud booms as several homes around us burn. But when we arrived out here, we could see one structure. It looks like on the end of the building was burning. This is on PCH and Sunset. This property sits just above that, so you can see just the huge flames shooting off, that smoke. And then, of course, the big problem is those embers that are cast off as all of that smoke and heat rises, and that is what carries in the wind, causing these the fires to just spot all around us. And really, it's so tragic watching this, because we see this building burning. And when we arrived, I was talking to my photographer, Ernie Fuentes, about seeing this. And then there's another home on the other side of this, which is on another street. If Ernie, you could show that one. That home burned down to the frame. So this complex here is sandwiched between those two structures that are burning. And because of the proximity and the strong winds and the heat coming off of this, it really is, it will be surprising if this structure, this complex here, is still standing by sunrise this morning. I mean, we hope that these homes are saved, but really, as we've watched this fire move through the Pacific Palisades area, it is we would not be surprised, unfortunately, if that happens. And so we've seen just how much devastation is here just along PCH, and we're watching as those huge flames, the smoke, the embers. And I want to show you south on PCH, if we could go down, Ernie, to that other home that we saw. So as we were driving up, we could see the hillside on one side of us, and then on the other side was the ocean. And we could see on the hillside that there were a lot of hot spots and embers that were burning. And then now, after we pass this, again, this is within the hour, we see a home there. I'm not sure exactly what street this is, but you just see the immense flames burning through that home, that structure. That building was not on fire when we drove by here just after 2 o'clock this morning. and now it is just engulfed in flames, and we still are hearing, and it's difficult to even tell where it's coming from, but these booms, which is probably things exploding on these properties that are on fire right now. The winds are still howling out here. I mean, it is so intense. The smoke is so thick. And another thing, as we were driving down PCH to make our way here, there were a few times where we couldn't see it until the last moment, that there were downed power poles. I even saw a transformer in the street. So that is difficult for the first responders coming out here. They have to watch for that, but also for news crews and for people who just shouldn't be in this area anymore. So that is, again, reinforcing the importance of getting out of the area if you don't need to be here. But we are showing you here, there are fire crews making their way through here, but they are prioritizing where they're going because, as we've said, resources are limited. And unfortunately, we're watching as this complex here, which we believe is One Coast condominiums, that is burning right now. A building on the end burning, then we saw a patio or a balcony catch fire, and that is what we are watching as these winds continue howling and the flames keep burning.
You know, Rick, you mentioned the winds just now. Can you describe how strong they are? And in a lot of our pictures that we saw yesterday with our reporters, especially Jasmine Beal's photo or video, I mean, those embers were just flying by her with so much strength. What are the winds looking like where you are? Are you seeing the embers? Do you feel safe?
You know, we're across the street, so we're in a parking lot just on the ocean side of PCH. And we are feeling the winds. I mean, even when we opened the door to the news van, the door slammed shut on me because a wind gust came through. And so, you know, it's difficult for us getting in and out of the van because we just have to be careful with the winds forcing those doors closed. But we are also seeing embers, not that many. I know that video that you're referencing. And so fortunately for us, we feel, I mean, relatively safe here. Of course, we, you know, are on our toes. We're keeping an eye on what's going on around us. There's nothing behind us that will burn. The ocean is directly behind us, but still we have to watch for those embers coming down because if they do land on or near us, you know, that could be dangerous and injure us. But we have our protective gear on right now, and you know, goggles, masks, fireproof clothing that you know, we always make sure to have with us. So those are the things that we're, you know, being conscious of, but certainly the winds, I mean, they are coming in gusts and knocking us around. And so that is, you know, one of the big problems and one of the big concerns, Kalina and Christine. And so now we have our light working again, but you see the gear that we have on. This, if an ember comes on, hopefully will not, you know, catch fire to me or my clothing or to my photographer. So, you know, we're just trying to be careful that way. But of course, you've got to be aware when you're in these areas, this is the danger zone. This is where things are certainly have the potential to be life-threatening.
You can see the ash blowing in your video as well, Rick.
Yeah, and Rick, can you talk to us about the route you took to where you are and what you saw?
Yeah, so we came through Santa Monica, the 10 to PCH. And again, let's go back down, actually, Ernie, because you can see a whole caravan of emergency responders coming through here. It looks like they might be having an escort from law enforcement, and those may be some utility workers or even some trucks driving in the heavy equipment. So we came up PCH, and you know, we could see the flames from the 10 freeway as we were passing downtown even, and you could see the glow in the sky. And then as we got closer, got through Santa Monica, through the road closure, because of course they have the highway blocked off there so that people aren't driving through here. But once we started coming up PCH, I mean, you could see the flames, smell the smoke in the van, even with the windows closed and the, you know, air circulating to internal, not sucking in the air from the outside, but still smelling the smoke. These actually look to be water tenders that are coming through here, escorted by law enforcement and firefighters. So, you know, a lot of times what they, in these areas, access to water is a problem for some of these crews. So they'll bring in these water tenders to help, put water into with some of these fire trucks and give that to firefighters so they have better resources. All of that coming in here right now. But yeah, we came up PCH, and it's just devastating to see all of that along our route.
You know, I do want to go through some of those road closures as you hold that picture, if I can. Southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive, southbound PCH. But streets continue to be added because this fire continues to explode in this way. And, you know, we're talking about people's homes being destroyed. We're talking about people's livelihood. And I remember watching yesterday, seeming like people thought they were going to be okay for a second because the winds had such an erratic pattern, right? 1 second it's quiet and calm, the next second it's gusting, and unfortunately, you know, that was not the case. Rick, we saw yesterday people leaving their cars behind, blocking roadways, heavy-duty equipment having to come in to move those vehicles. I know you're in a different spot right now, but can you kind of describe what it's like for you to be out there? I mean, you've been reporting in this market for quite some time. You've been reporting on fires for a very long time. You know, what is it like for you to be there and see this condo complex and see all the activity out there? Once again, I mean, I feel like we were just dealing with this just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the difficult thing, Kalina, is because we have these back-to-back fires here, and we have not seen a lot of activity like this. I've been reporting the news here in LA for just about a decade here, and I've seen lots of different fires. I've been on these scenes in these neighborhoods watching people evacuate. And, you know, the thing is for us is we go into these communities when this is happening, and so we've seen it repeatedly. And then the people who are leaving, quite often it is their first time evacuating or dealing with a situation like this. So, you know, when you're put in that situation and you are experiencing the smoke and the winds and the embers and all of that for the first time, it's terrifying. And so it's understandable how there could be a problem getting out with people, you know, potentially panicking or, you know, just having a lot of worry and fear and confusion. And then you add to this community here, as we've talked about over and over, is the fact that there are not very many routes out of Pacific Palisades. You know, these streets get really bogged down with traffic, and then it just takes one or two cars or something to get in the way, and then there's that huge backup. And then, you know, the winds shift, the fire comes moving towards you, and all of a sudden, you know, people are panicking and trying to get out of there, and getting out on foot is really the best option for them. You know, and so we do not see that very often. And, you know, I've covered fires up in the mountains. I've covered fires in these coastal communities, in the city, in the foothills. And I think the biggest concern with a community like this is the access, especially for fire crews getting into the area and first responders. We're talking also paramedics, police officers, sheriff's deputies, whoever is working out here. And quite often it is multiple agencies. So it might be first responders that are not used to this community, but they are showing up because they need that manpower and they need that extra help. And so they're coming in trying to figure things out as well. And, you know, to your question, Kalina, also it's, I have not seen fire behavior like this. I mean, over my years of covering news and working in states like Colorado, Idaho, and in working in Fresno as well, I mean, I've seen large forest fires, and we just see the fire behavior become so much more erratic, so much more intense. I've even reported on, you know, government reports that have been, studies that have been done, talking about the intensity of fires globally even, that has just increased in the past decade. And I can tell you from what I see firsthand, I mean, it looks like these fires are, every time they just get more devastating. And we see, you know, the results of these flames just burning down people's homes, their properties. We were hearing our crews last night talking about this on the air, that it's hard to watch. And, you know, they always say, you know, you can replace property and you can replace your home, but you cannot replace lives. And while that's true, it's still devastating for people to see this happen, for communities to watch as their neighbors lose everything.
You know, the governor mentioned that yesterday in the press conference, saying, he's never been to a memorial for a building. So
Right.
make sure you get out and get out quickly
Right.
and safely. It's horrible to see. It's terrifying to see. It's so sad, and you feel for those people so much. Rick, please stay safe. We're going to check in with you again shortly. We do want to get over to our Luz Delia Caballero though now. Luz Delia, can you tell us what you're seeing, where you're at exactly, what the conditions are like?
Yeah, good morning. I mean, we are between Topanga and Tuna Canyon. We are on PCH going west. We stopped here because behind us we see a structure engulfed in flames. We want to show you that right now. You can see the power pole also on fire, and just even 30 minutes ago there was a pretty intact structure. I mean, obviously it was in flames, but there was a structure nonetheless. As we keep moving to our left, you can see a small fire on another structure. And just to give you an idea, again, half an hour ago, that structure was not on fire. So we are seeing how strong these winds are, how they are blowing embers absolutely everywhere. And we are starting to see a pattern in the trajectory of how that wind is blowing, at least for now. As Sparkle goes and punches in down further west onto PCH, you see yet another structure. Not even 10 minutes ago, we saw that roof collapsed, and it continues to burn. So the reality of the situation is this wind is relentless. We are in thick smoke. It is hard to breathe. It is hard to see past maybe 10-15 feet away from our car as we were driving down. We experienced similar things that what Rick experienced. We saw a transformer down, a power line down, power poles, and because it is so hard to see at times, we actually ended up driving over some power lines, and this is what first responders are facing. They are going through the thick of it, and these are very, very dangerous conditions. Of course, we are safe here, staying at a safe distance from these flames. But again, I am standing on PCH in Malibu. Let that sink in. Let that just sink in. This is paradise for so many people. This is a beach paradise. You have the ocean, you have beautiful homes, the view. Right now, a complete 360. You don't see any of that. And as Sparkle walks with me, we're going to show you just how sad this reality has turned for so many. And we have to also understand that many people have been just sitting, watching, waiting, hoping that this was not a reality for them. And for people on PCH, I mean, we are talking home after home after home. Once that ember jumps and sticks and fixates itself onto a home, onto a structure, onto anything, it becomes very, very dangerous because those winds fan these embers, and then they're fueling these flames. Now look at this. I mean, we are down to the foundation of some of these homes, and of course it isn't daylight yet, but hopefully you can hear that ocean. It is just behind this structure, and we've seen waves crashing up against these structures, and it is a devastating scene. We are so close to this tree on fire, and obviously what used to be homes, and it is just so saddening to see and to think that once the sun comes up and eventually once these roads reopen, it is going to be a very unfortunate reality for so many of our friends, family members, neighbors, for our community. And it's just another reminder that when officials say, hey, heed those warnings, get out, evacuate, we are in an evacuation zone, you got to do it because, we see the wind and 20 minutes ago, it was pretty calm. Right now, Mother Nature saying not so much. And you have sand and dust and debris and obviously embers. And this is the reality of it. I mean, you see what used to be homes no more. And again, this is going to be a harsh reality for so many people that are going to come back and see that there is just nothing left on this strip where they're home after home. And given that they are so close together, again, that just highlights the dangers and the reality of these conditions. When you have the perfect windstorm, which, you know, essentially is what we're experiencing here. We're walking, we're getting slapped in the face by sand, by debris, by wind. There's no telling where these embers are going to go, and unfortunately, there's no telling how destructive the effect of this fire will be. But at the end of the day, at least here on this strip, before we get moving to see the devastation in front of where we're at, just a little west of here, we've already seen downed power lines, power poles, and obviously so many structures burned behind us.
Yeah, and Luz Delia, you know, you mentioned, I'm standing here on PCH in front of Malibu, you know, such an iconic part of Southern California. This fire obviously making national, worldwide headlines. And a lot of people associate Malibu Palisades with a lot of wealth. And there is indeed wealth there. But you also have people who have owned these homes for generations. You have, you know, the big homes next to the little home that the little old lady has, you know, raised her kids in and has lived there for 50 years. So also kind of looking at this from, you know, the fallout that we're going to see. Many Californians underinsured because our insurance market is so expensive, you know, and that's the thing that we see out there as reporters. We see people return to these areas and just how devastating that will be.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, that's part of it, is that there are those little homes and there are those businesses that, you know, a lot of people here count on one another. And that's just how our community is. And right now, I mean, whenever there's a major natural disaster like this one, people obviously come together. But as you mentioned, yes, it's going to be a very, very hard pill to swallow, and a reality that, you know, many are not going to be able to really get to understand or process, maybe not even weeks or months or years from now, because it is a very traumatic experience. I mean, just imagine having to evacuate suddenly, and even if you're prepared, even if you have your paperwork and your pets and your family, you know, and yes, you have those memories, the structure that you've lived in for generations, or the home that you've built, the place that you call home, that you've made a home, is now, look, gone, absolutely destroyed, and that fire continues to burn. And this is just another reminder of how fragile things can be, and how important it is to, again, if you're told to evacuate, if you're told to, hey, you know what, get your stuff ready, get your family ready, have those conversations and be ready to go when fire officials say, hey, get out of here, it's important, you gotta go, because this wind is just, it's so unpredictable, the direction it's going. And I don't know if you can hear behind us, but stuff keeps popping. And again, you have a power pole that is on fire, and you have a home that's fully engulfed right there. Sparkle it's giving you a good look at that. And again, behind us, you have homes that are no longer homes. It's just a foundation. And yes, we're in Malibu and we're hearing waves crash, and it's really odd. It's extremely weird to be here and be reporting on a fire instead of a story about how gorgeous this place is or how sunny the day is in California. But this is our reality now, and it's important to understand and really process what's going on so that we can, again, help one another, help our community, and hopefully help people move forward from this. Once the sun comes up and people start coming here to this area, it is going to be absolutely devastating.
You know, Luz Delia, you said it best too. And you know, as journalists, we report on these things. We provide the public with information. We let them know about evacuation orders and zones and shelters to go to and what's going on. But at the end of the day, we're all human, right? And you're impacted by what you're seeing. The neighborhood, the community is impacted by what they're seeing. We have people with so many memories where you are. So many people who have possibly never been there but wanted to be there. Yeah. And it's just absolutely devastating to see that this is happening right now in such an area that, like Christine had mentioned, is so iconic. Luz Delia, we're going to let you go for a little bit. We're going to check in with you in just a bit. Please be safe, and tell your photographer to be safe as well, and we'll be checking in shortly.
And now we're going to take a look at the massive scale of the Palisades fire. The area that we're going to show you in red is the mandatory evacuation orders, and that includes all of Pacific Palisades, also parts of Brentwood, a large part of Topanga Canyon, and Malibu. And then the yellow areas are under evacuation warnings, and that includes parts of Malibu near PCH, Santa Monica, Calabasas, all the way up to the 101 freeway, and then parts of the Santa Monica Mountains near Malibu Creek State Park. So be ready to evacuate if you live in those areas. There are evacuation shelters at El Camino Real Charter High School, that is in Woodland Hills, and then also the Westwood Recreation Center in Westwood. And I think that's the important part. If you see your home under that yellow area, you know, now is the time to maybe leave preemptively if you have mobility issues, your young children or animals. And if not, you know, at least have everything ready to go at a moment's notice.
And we've talked about, you know, our firefighters, they're spread thin right now. I mean, Mike Rogers mentioned yesterday that LAFD called our assignment desk to ask us to put out a notice to the public, to anyone who works in the LA Fire Department, to call them and let them know about their availability because they are so spread thin. So do the fire department a favor by paying attention to those evacuation orders and zones, just like Christine mentioned, because that will definitely help them be able to tackle this a little bit faster, hopefully, and keep everyone safe, of course, as well. We do want to get to the Eaton fire right now. This is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. We have a live look right now at Hastings Ranch. You can see it on your screen. The fire has grown to 1,000 acres. Homes at the corner of Delway and Woodland are destroyed. And new mandatory evacuation orders are now in effect for Sierra Madre. And last night we were live as dozens of people were evacuated from the Pasadena Senior Center. We just had the holidays. Hastings Ranch is a location where people go to see Christmas lights. It is known for that in the community. I almost went. We ended up staying home instead. However, this is a location that has been part of the community for years. Several blocks were filled with the Christmas decorations, and now this exact same area looks to be
and look at this. This is a senior home that was evacuated, and this image, you know, just really gets you because it shows the most vulnerable, the people living in our community who can't just get in their car and leave, and you know, it just really touches you, and you can see the wind whipping around and the conditions that the firefighters are dealing with, but also these people, these you know, vulnerable people being evacuated. Now, we want to talk about the areas in red, which are under mandatory evacuation orders. That includes northern parts of Sierra Madre and Altadena. And then the yellow areas, again, those are the evacuation warnings. They include large parts of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Monrovia. I mean, a huge swath of the San Gabriel Valley there. So be ready to evacuate if you live in those areas. There are evacuation shelters at the Pasadena Convention Center, El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills, and the Westwood Recreation Center in Westwood. And if you have a vulnerable neighbor who can't just get out, you know, please offer to take them with you. Oftentimes when I've been on the ground in these areas and there's people who stay behind, sometimes they've stayed behind because they simply don't have the resources or the access to leave.
We also want to let you know that many schools are also being impacted and entire districts are closing campuses today. That includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District and all schools in the Glendale Unified School District. We have that information up on your screen. We also have it on our website as well. We do want to get to Silmar now. Silmar, flames erupted near Yarnell Street. This is north of the 210. We have video on your screen there. You can see firefighters trying to put that fire out as well. Just seems like we're just dealing with so many things this morning. Yeah, and it's tough to keep track of all the different fires burning. This is a look at the Hurst fire. That is the one burning in Silmar and nearing the upper edge of Granada Hills. And you can see the areas in red here that are under mandatory evacuation orders. And then the areas in yellow are currently under evacuation warnings. Those areas are roughly from the 5 freeway at Balboa down to Balboa to Leahy Street, across to Zelza, then north again. So if you live in that zone in Granada Hills and on the edge of Porter Ranch, CAL FIRE says be ready to evacuate. There are evacuation shelters at the Richie Valens Recreation Center in Pacoima, Northridge Park in Reseda, and actually Northridge Park is on Reseda. That's in Northridge, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panorama City. And
A lot of people are probably sleeping right now,
Yes.
Which can be, very
dangerous.
concerning and dangerous. I will say, driving to work this morning, I drove through this evacuation zone, and the alert did go off on my phone. So hopefully people are getting those alerts. People have signed up for the reverse 911 calls, because the last thing you want to happen is to be asleep, all of a sudden smell smoke, and then sometimes it can be too late to evacuate. So please, if you live in those yellow areas, consider leaving ahead of the evacuation order, just so those roads don't get congested like we saw in Malibu. And we're going to go over now, I believe it's Alex Biston that we have to talk about weather. And of course, that is what is driving all of this.
Of course.
I think a lot of people want to know, when are these winds going to start to die down?
When do they get a break?
Oh, I know. You know what, Kalina and Christine, that is really the big question. And I know we have been talking, since yesterday or the last few days about the prime window for the strongest wind gusts, and we are in that window right now. I'm going to break down kind of the areas feeling the strongest winds. I mean, it's really hyper-focused over areas like Camarillo, Ojai, Kissimmee Valley. I mean, right now, we're looking at those offshore wind gusts as strong as 59, 60 miles per hour. Now, our meteorologist, Danny Ruberti, we kind of had a little meeting when she came in as she, handed the baton to me. She said that earlier, winds were even stronger than this, but it's just shows you the impact. I mean, Santa Clarita, 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I have a feeling people that live in all these areas not getting much sleep tonight because the wind just howling. I mean, this is all the way down to the Malibu coastline, of course. Camarillo, 37-mile-an-hour winds. And then LA Basin, of course, an area that is typically kind of spared from the stronger winds, but that high wind warning for all of Southern California. And then let's sweep around into the Inland Empire up through the San Bernardino County mountains, even all the way out toward the coastline, areas like Santa Ana. Wind gusts right now as strong as about 45, 47, 50 miles per hour. Our current wind gusts, let's get again hyper-focused into Malibu and the Pacific Palisades, where that fire is burning right now. So winds at this moment about 52 miles per hour. And again, the wind, the primary focus, what is driving this erratic fire behavior. We have the red flag warning. We were talking about it days before it went into effect, warning you, letting everybody know that this was set to happen, but it's widespread now. Silmar, current conditions there, high 50s, winds out of the northeast, so those Santa Ana winds sustained about 28 miles per hour, gusting up to 51 miles per hour. So again, it's really those stronger gusts that pull through. And a lot of the times we talk about those embers. That's a really big issue because the wind is erratic. It can blow any embers to pretty random areas and then, of course, start a whole new fire. Let's go to Altadena. This is where the Eaton fire is burning. We've got winds 22 miles per hour, gusting up to 39. Of course, it is smoky. You can smell it when you take a step outside. And take a look at this. This is the fire weather outlook. And, we have now been put into the extreme category for many areas, Ventura County, Los Angeles County. This is for today. So this includes Calabasas, Santa Paula, up through Santa Clarita, and then all the way down into the San Gabriel Valley areas like Pasadena. So you see this red outline here. That's critical fire weather, but again, extreme is that highest level, and then surrounding that, we can see elevated fire weather conditions. So Inland Empire, you are under the critical fire weather. Again, we've got the red flag warning. It's still with us today. High fire danger, so we could even see new fires start up. Of course, that's not what we want, but the fire danger is extreme today. Hourly wind gusts, I just want to give you a quick look at this. And, if you've got your community here, you can kind of pick it out, or whichever area you live closest to. But really, we can see those peak winds throughout this morning into about early this afternoon. You can see winds about 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour as we head into the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour in Santa Clarita. I'm going to hyper focus here to show you kind of through this morning, and you can see this purple color. That's an indication of winds 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. So you can kind of see that up through our mountain communities, right along the foothills, right along the 210. So this is definitely of concern as we head through the next few hours. San Fernando Valley, if you live in Santa Clarita, winds as strong as about 40 miles per hour. I also want to talk about the Inland Empire too, because up through the San Bernardino County mountains, we could see winds, as we head into this afternoon, about 50 miles per hour, but the winds really filter all the way across the Inland Empire. So it's going to be a very windy day if you live in the IE, if you live in Orange County too. Let's go to tonight, where the winds will die down pretty significantly. We still have gusts up into our mountain community. So we've still got the wind with us as we head into Thursday. So you can see those winds kind of ramping back up as we head into Thursday afternoon. But right now, over the next few hours, is kind of the peak of this event. Once the winds die down, that's when we cross our fingers that, you know, the firefighters can kind of take somewhat control of what is happening. But when you've got the wind, it makes it a whole lot harder to do that. High wind warning, this is rare. We've been talking about the fact that this is in effect for all of Southern California. I don't know if, personally, I've been here 6 years. I don't know if I've ever seen this issued for pretty much all areas of Southern California, from the coastline all the way up through our mountain communities. So again, those gusts about 60 to 80 miles an hour. We've seen down trees. We've seen power lines. If you can stay off the roads today, best to do so. You really don't want to get, you know, tangled in any of that. Again, that red flag warning also in effect for all of Southern California, even the high desert, all the way out to the coastline. So, of course, low humidity, the winds making it really difficult for those firefighters to kind of get on top of this. Of course, you know, we'll continue to watch the conditions as we kind of get through the thick of the worst winds today, this morning. And of course, Colleen and Christine, I'm gonna stay here through the morning, keep you guys updated on what is happening. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. You are watching KCAL News at 3:30, where we're keeping an eye on severe winds and all these fire dangers. And this is in Pacific Palisades, where so many homes and buildings have been destroyed.
It's been so devastating. KCAL News reporter Tom Waite was on the front lines all night, and he tells us this devastation is unbelievable and unrelenting.
We are on PCH just north of Topanga, and you can look at this destruction here. It is pretty mind-boggling. When we first got here, these were fairly intact homes. You could make them out. They were just engulfed so quickly, and the flames just raged out of control, tearing through these structures, multiple homes. They're all very close together, and these buildings started collapsing fairly quickly. It was pretty stunning to watch. These flames so powerful, and the winds just driving these infernos, and not just here, but of course across the Palisades and obviously in surrounding communities as well. Just really, really heartbreaking stuff to see how quickly these homes went up, and just unstoppable flames and very large structures. These look like they sort of extended down several stories and then out toward the beach. Just gives you a sense of how these fires can rage out of control so quickly, and there's very little firefighters can do when an ember sort of travels from one space to another. There's no other fire really in this space, so you have to imagine that that's a very good possibility that that's potentially how these started. Firefighters so overextended tonight, they really didn't even have a chance to stop here. We saw them coming up and down PCH, but obviously there's so many other structures burning, you know, and lives could be at risk. So they have to prioritize where they can. And right now it looks like this particular spot, not one that they could save. And there's just really, it's hard to make out even what's left. And the concern, of course, is that this fire could keep moving south down PCH. There's still several other homes, structures down the road that are very close to this fire. But depending on, it's really going to just depend on the wind, how fast the wind could drive or not drive these flames. And certainly that's going to be the key here as we go forward. And of course, these winds can pick up so quickly and so ferociously. And also just the sort of irony of the ocean being, you know, just a few feet away from where these fires are burning, and really just doesn't even matter, right? You can't save these structures. So firefighters in such a bind in these early morning hours, and doing what they can, but really in so many cases, it's just a good thing people heeded evacuation warnings, got out of here, because these fires can be so destructive so quick. Let's go back to you.
And that was our Tom Waite reporting with what he saw overnight. One thing to note is in the Pacific Palisades area, a lot of those homes are right next to each other. So it's so easy for it to spread so quickly, which is what we've seen, unfortunately. I want to tell you what we know so far on the Pacific Palisades fire. This is, of course, in Pacific Palisades in Malibu. It is now more than 2,900 acres. It is at 0% containment. 30,000 people have been evacuated. More than 10,000 homes threatened. The exact number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown, but we have seen so many videos showing the destruction throughout the area. So we definitely know that there are a lot of structures that have been damaged. Evacuation center at Westwood Recreation Center is where you would go.
And that is not the only fire. Further east, the Eaton fire in Altadena, that is 1,000 acres that have burned, 0% containment. All Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. The evacuation center for that fire is the Pasadena Convention Center.
And we want to get out to the Hurst fire in Silmar. 500 acres have burned here, also at 0% containment. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place, and the evacuation center is Richie Valens and Sepulveda Recreation Center.
And we want to get back to KCAL's Rick Montanez, who just got to the scene of the Palisades fire about an hour ago and is already seeing so much destruction. Rick, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, we are on PCH and Sunset, and just above us here, if you're familiar with this area, there's this pretty large condo complex, and you see that building on fire there. We believe this is One Coast Condominiums luxury complex. And we've watched that building just burn. What's incredible, we were just talking about, is the fact that this hasn't collapsed at this point, because it has just been burning for well over an hour. We've seen how a lot of homes have caught fire and burned down to the frame. And even Luz Delia was talking about it just a few minutes ago, how within a half an hour, you see the home just burn down to the ground. What may be the difference here is we're looking at a relatively new build in this complex. I was looking online, and it was built in 2018. So, you know, that may be the difference between a lot of buildings that may just be damaged versus those that are destroyed. But we also can show you just down the way. It's on another street, we believe, but there's another home that is burning, and you see it's just down to the frame. That is how it looked when we arrived out here just after 2 o'clock this morning, right around maybe 2:30. And so we've seen it just, you know, the frame is on fire and embers are being cast off. The wind is still very strong. So where we are looking at this is from a parking lot on the beach side of PCH, looking toward Pacific Palisades. And actually, Ernie, let's come back to this first building that we were showing, because look at those flames shooting out of that building. It is incredible. I mean, we've watched as the flames pick up really big and then kind of calm down and then pick up again. And, you know, when we see these huge flames and you see all that dark smoke, we also know, and you may be able to see in some of this video, those embers that are coming off of this. The terrifying thing is those embers, that is what we are worried about, which may catch other buildings on fire. And there's so much black smoke coming off of this, it's difficult to even see the rest of the complex from the front. What we were watching is one of the balconies actually caught fire. That actually went out, which is pretty astonishing to see, but we're seeing large embers also floating through the air now. So that can very easily catch something else on fire. There is more we want to show you just to the south of where we are here along PCH. So again, we are looking at this from PCH and Sunset. And then looking to the south here, as we see, there is some darkness, but I'm not sure exactly what street this is, but there are homes that are here on this hillside, this cliff that overlooks the ocean, that we have watched burn as well, and that glow has kind of diminished a little bit just in the last few moments. But I mean, every so often it picks up and we can see the outline of a structure, whether it's a home or a business or something. It's difficult to tell at this point, because when we were coming up here, I mean, the lights are out, power lines are down. I even saw a transformer and a power pole in the road, and we, you know, barely missed it. It was difficult for us to even see it as we were making our way through here. So that is also the danger in these communities right now with this fire burning. I've got to tell you, I covered the Thomas fire in 2017, I believe it was, and I worked a night shift into the morning shift covering it, because the fire was just moving so quickly overnight. And, you know, we see similar things like this. And I remember at the time thinking I was so stunned by watching an entire apartment complex burn to the ground in these, right around this time of day, of night, I should say. And that was so stunning to see. And here we are again watching as more homes, you know, it used to be kind of, oh, at night the fire will die down and things will calm, conditions will improve. But here we are today, from yesterday into today, and watching as things are just so devastating, so much destruction, so much still happening, even in these overnight hours when typically what used to be conditions would calm down in the evening and at night. But now these fire crews are still dealing with all of this, and of course limited resources because they're spread so thin.
The reality is too, Rick, you know, you mentioned the shock of you being there, seeing this condo complex on fire. A lot of people may have evacuated and they might be watching right now, seeing that condo complex, knowing that they live there, or seeing another building that might be their home totally destroyed. So that's something that we're obviously cognizant of as well, making sure that we're informing the public, but also letting you know that, you know, we're just as devastated as you are seeing this unfold in front of our eyes. Rick, thank you. We're going to check in with you again shortly. Really appreciate your reporting. Stay safe, and again, we'll be with you in just a little bit. We do want to get over to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu, at the desk right now. You've been monitoring the situation on the ground, and before we had talked about how helicopters were actually not allowed to fly. They were grounded because of the conditions. I'm assuming that's still the case. Do you have any update on if that could change soon?
No, Kalina, that is still the case. When I got here to the newsroom this morning after going through a very smoky-filled San Fernando Valley, the first thing I did is check the radar, and it is completely clear. There is currently no firefighting aircraft in the air because of the darkness and wind. They hope that they will be able to make a difference when the sun comes up and the winds perhaps are a little bit less severe. We may see some firefighting aircraft back in the air. And also, the White House has modified the temporary flight restrictions surrounding President Biden, his time here in LA, meaning that we may actually be able to see KCAL in the air if the winds allow to get a look at some of these fires. But the first thing I want to show you is a tactical look at all three of these major fires burning here in Southern California. Let's start with the Palisades fire. Of course, the most destructive one started yesterday at about 10:30. Look at the fire footprint. We have been looking at this one all morning, and you can see here it started right up here in the mountains north of Pacific Palisades. And yesterday, the fire perimeter was about here. And now you can see the fire perimeter has grown all the way through here towards Topanga Beach and into the Mandeville Canyon area. And as I zoom in, you're going to see what my colleague Mike Rogers had been talking about, and the damage that was being done to these neighborhoods here in Pacific Palisades and here as well. Now, Rick Montanez, he was just doing his live report. All of that damage we saw was right there at Sunset and PCH. And if I zoom in even further, you can see these orange areas, how they have spotted all through the area. And unfortunately, some of these orange areas have destroyed neighborhoods. You can see here the fire mapping shows that there are large portions of the west side of Pacific Palisades that look like they may have destroyed homes. Also, some damage to the north as well. And of course, look at how this area of the fire moved down through this canyon. And it's unclear how much damage was done in that area as well. But that's just one of the fires that is burning here, about 3,000 acres. There's also a fire called the Hurst fire that we were just talking about. This one started at 10:30 last night in the Silmar area. Now, we don't have a fire perimeter on this one yet. You don't see that bright orange footprint here, because the way that we're going to be able to get a footprint on that fire is there's an aircraft with a call sign called Intel 12. And what it does is it flies at about 15,000 feet, and it will circle this entire area over and over and over and get a very good look at the perimeter of the fire and transmit that data back to CAL FIRE. And they will be able to plot on this map where that fire footprint is. But Intel 12 is based out of Sacramento, and they are not down here right now. They flew down yesterday for the Palisades fire, but they are not here yet. Hopefully they will be here. But there is a mandatory evacuation zone around this fire in this area. We don't know where the fire footprint is, but we can guess it's here and here. And then these yellow areas that you see, those are evacuation warnings. Especially, these are people that need to prepare to leave at a moment's notice if this fire continues to grow. There is a third fire, the Eaton fire, this one burning north and east of Pasadena and Altadena. This one started last night at about 6:30. Same issue. We don't see the fire footprint here yet because Intel 12 has not flown down here to get a look at this one, but you can guess very likely that the footprint of the fire is in this area based on the evacuation zones here and the warnings here and all along here. This community has certainly seen fires that have been destructive before, including the Bobcat fire. And as I zoom out, you can see this very large fire footprint was from a couple of years ago. So this area of the San Gabriel Valley also under a threat today into the morning and afternoon. Now, I want to show you again what I was talking about. This is the radar for Southern California. It's empty. There are virtually no icons of any aircraft flying. There is a large body jet that is passing over our area at about 22,000 feet, but you can see there are planes on the ground at LAX and in Ontario, but there is not a single aircraft, general aviation, or law enforcement or firefighting at all flying right now in Southern California due to these incredibly high winds. The final thing that I want to show you is we do have a live look at some of these fires. Here, what you're looking at here are the camera perspectives for the Alert California system. This is a publicly accessible camera system partially funded by the state of California and UC San Diego, where we can see some time lapses of some of these fires. This here is a look at one of them. This shows partially the Palisades fire. Not a good angle. They recently moved it. I'm going to show another one here. I think this one is better. Yeah, this is the one I was looking at before. You can see these bright orange flames still burning on the east side of the Palisades fire. Here, this is a time lapse of just the last 15 minutes, and you can see how close it is still to homes as it burns towards the Santa Monica area. I think there's another good one here from Saddle Peak. This is the western end of the Palisades fire, so you can see two flanks of this fire still burning very actively this morning. We also have a few that we can see. This is the Hurst fire. This is the one that is in the Silmar area. This is a night vision camera, very bright orange glow there in the background. Not too much detail on this one, but I believe the second camera on Oat Mountain shows us also a bright orange glow there in the background. It's unclear how intensely this fire is burning right now. And then I believe there is one good one here in Arcadia that we can see, the Eaton fire. It's burning up over the crest of a mountain there. These are the best views that we have right now until the sun comes up to get a better look at how intense these fires are burning. But I continue to track their progress, and I'm going to keep watching them and let you know as soon as this aerial firefight begins again this morning. That's it from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Mark really gives the scope of just how taxed our resources are right now with all these different fires burning in different parts of Southern California and then not being able to have, the air support because of the winds and the darkness. Yeah. Well, we want to send things over now to KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero, who's on PCH. You are west of Tuna Canyon in Malibu still?
Well, we just moved west, maybe a mile or two, and it is significantly worse in this area. Smoke is a lot thicker, a lot darker. You see so many embers. We see engines just shooting down this way, and it's because of this. More structures on fire. We are talking big buildings, and a lot of them burned to the ground. We're also seeing, again, that wind starting to pick up on and off. The flame colors really telling the story of how much this is burning. We see orange flames, we see blue flames, which are very, very hot, and obviously we also see firefighters on the defensive. As Sparkle zooms in here, you are going to see boots on the ground. They are doing the best they can to prevent the fire from spreading to the nearby structure. We have hoses and shooting water on top of the building from the roof, and then also on the ground on the side of that building, because obviously the building to the left is completely burned to the ground. Only just about the foundation is what's left, and we've been seeing them working on this building for quite some time now, trying to prevent, again, those embers from catching the nearby building on fire. And this is something that we have seen on PCH. We know that these homes, these structures are very, very close to each other. The proximity is tight when we're talking about these homes, and we also want to show you just how close they are. I'm going to pull this up on my map here just to show you. So we are actually right here where we see this blue dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These homes still intact. These not so much. And Sparkle is going to show you from this screen to real life. None of them are here from those 4 on that we've counted. And those firefighters are, again, working around the clock, doing the best they can to continue to save these structures. Unfortunately, there's no telling where Mother Nature is going to go in terms of the wind speeds, the wind direction. And that has been a great challenge for them. And we are seeing this in real time. I mean, when we just got here, wind was blowing east. Now it's going west. And this is the end result. We see embers going absolutely everywhere. Road, structures to brush on the hillside, and just behind us, an orange glow, indicative that another building up on that hill is on fire. So really dangerous conditions out here. Again, yes, we obviously see the flames, and the smoke is a lot thicker in this area. As we were driving, I mean, before, when we talked to you a little over a half an hour ago, we saw one power line down in a transformer. We counted over 3, 4, 5, 6 power lines down. And when we got here as well, this pole caught on fire, and the lamp post that was holding that light fell over. And what we've seen from experience just in our short time here, a little over an hour ago that we got here, we have seen that when power poles start burning and those lights come down, eventually that power pole comes down as well. And first it's the pole on fire, then you see those power cables starting to come down, starting to melt, and then eventually that whole pole comes down. And that's also a dangerous situation, because not only are firefighters who are fighting this fire on the ground in danger, but also it impedes big fire trucks and water tankers from going back and forth. I mean, they can't use that stretch of the road. Again, another added challenge that firefighters are facing now as power poles start coming down, when those flames, those embers start attaching themselves to nearby structures and just burn anything in their path.
Yeah, and Luz Delia, it's such a surreal sight to see, because you have these homes that are literally on the water. Yeah. They are beachfront properties, and they border PCH, and you think, well, if a fire came through, you have all this defensible space with PCH, and they're next to the water, and you're watching them go up in flames, destroyed. You know, can you talk about what it is like out there to see this? And also, are you seeing any civilians on the ground? I know we see firefighters and emergency personnel, but has anybody stayed behind, or is it a ghost town there? Has everybody left?
No, it is a ghost town from what we've seen, and rightfully so. I mean, it is outright scary out here. If you think about it, as you mentioned before, you expect ocean, you expect blue skies, you expect sunny conditions during the day. At night, just peace, tranquility, and you only expect to hear waves crashing. Right now you hear sirens, you hear heavy engines, you hear water because of those hoses, and you hear crackling sounds of obviously power poles, as we just showed you live, on fire, things blowing up in what used to be homes, roofs collapsing. And so all of these sounds are so out of place in such a beautiful area where, again, it's tranquil. I mean, you might hear cars passing by, sure, but not at this hour. And just to hear those engines and those sirens and see such a different view. I mean, an orange glow. This is from a fire. It's not a sunrise. It's a fire, and it's extremely devastating, and we can't stress this enough, that it is going to be very, very difficult for many folks to come back to their homes, back to their businesses, and see absolutely nothing once these roads open up. And just watching this unfold live and seeing this, I mean, folks aren't here to witness it. They're home, hopefully in a safe place. Hopefully they've heeded those warnings. But if they turn their TV on, a lot of them may be watching their home burning, or just noticing that their home is on fire for the first time, it is going to be, and it is absolutely devastating for so many people. So, I mean, we'll continue to keep you posted on what we see on PCH as we continue moving west.
Luz Delia, thanks so much, and please stay safe out there, and thank you for keeping us informed.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. If you're just joining us, you are watching KCAL News Mornings at 4 a.m. And right now we want to get you informed on some of the closures having to do with the 3 fires we are watching. We have it mapped out in our next traffic map there for you. Again, the 3 fires we are watching for you this morning. The Eaton fire being one of them, the fire in Pacific Palisades. We also have the other fire as well, the Hurst fire. So that on your map, those are the locations. So the 3 icons that you're looking at, that's where everything is located. I want to start with this one, the Hurst fire closures. So we have the east and westbound directions of the 210 closed. This is between the 5 and Roxford. Whenever you see a black patch on our next traffic maps, that's an indicator that something is shut down. That is the case here. You can see it in both directions leading to that 5 freeway. Again, both directions of the 210 between the 5 and Roxford closed. We also have the 5 northbound from Brand to San Fernando Mission Road. That is closed off as well. And a reminder, there are surface streets that are impacted because of the evacuation orders in place, and evacuations just happening in that area as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this for you. Also, there's a lot of smoke being reported in the area too. So you could be seeing that if you're starting to wake up and looking outside and seeing the impact of this fire in your neighborhood. That is what's happening when it comes to the Hurst fire closures there. And we're going to keep on monitoring, because usually when fires continue to spread, additional closures go into effect. Right now, those are the main closures we have for that area, especially for those freeways. This is in regards to the Pacific Palisades fire, the closures happening there. So if you take a look at your screen, there's several roadways that are just pitch black. That's because it's shut down. So we have PCH between the 10 and Las Flores. We have Topanga Canyon, which we knew was going to be closed as a precaution in general. And it is closed between PCH and Mulholland. And we also have Malibu Canyon at Payuma closed off as well. So it's a significant area that's blocked off. And these roadways are already difficult to kind of get in and out of too. We have one-way areas. We have areas with just one way in, one way out, which we've been seeing impacting a lot of people trying to get out of the area as well. I do want to take you out to one of our cameras where you can see the fire burning there. Robert, which camera is this? We don't have a label. This is the West LA camera. This is our next traffic camera. Usually we have it pointed to the freeway. That's why I wasn't able to tell. But when you have it lifted, you can see that it is the 405 freeway looking out to the fire that we have burning right now in the Pacific Palisades area. That's the orange glow. Our 210 camera, which we were using yesterday, showed the fire that was burning near Altadena. That one is down now. We're thinking it's because of the winds and the gusts that we've been dealing with in that area as well. So we'll keep you updated on all of that. The Eaton fire, we do have some surface streets closed off too, which we do want to turn to now with that Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena. We have a live look right now at Hastings Ranch.
And you can see firefighters there, but obviously this home, a total loss. And there's only so much they can do. If you're just waking up with us, we have multiple fires burning throughout the Southland. We also have no air support, nothing in the air right now dropping any water on these fires. And that is due to the fact that it is simply not safe with the darkness and also with these high winds. So, you know, it's just an unbelievable, almost apocalyptic sight that we are waking up to. We have for this fire, the Eaton fire, 1,000 acres burned, 0% containment, meaning there is no sort of control on this fire, no line drawn around the fire, which is what they call the containment line. More than 52,000 residents have been evacuated. Those evacuation orders and warnings are in place for more than 46,000 people. Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, we are now learning, has been destroyed. Just some terrible news we're learning. And all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools will be closed. The evacuation center is Pasadena Convention Center. And Kalina, you mentioned all the road closures. As people are waking up, you know, because people still have to go into work, especially in areas not impacted. If you don't have any reason to be on the roads, if you don't have to get on the road, you know, save that shopping trip for another time. A lot of the schools are closed. So, you know, give the space to those people who have to get to work, including first responders, because we are going to see massive headaches on the roads this morning, and just we need to do what we can for firefighters and residents who are trying to evacuate, because we do have new orders coming in and new warnings also.
But also not only that, I mean, both of us driving into work, we had lights that were out, streets were dark,
yes.
The wind gusts were blowing. I mean, I saw branches all over the place, trees are down. You know, it's just really dangerous out there regardless to be on the roadway. But yes, you're absolutely right. Allow the roads to be available for our first responders and people who need to get out of the area into safety.
And you mentioned the power being out. You know, we are here in Studio City. When I got off the 170, that part of Valley Village is completely in the dark, so much so that I actually went through Colfax Avenue, which is a major road, you know, a light. I couldn't even see that there was a street light there. So it can also be very dangerous as you're waking up if you head into work early, because you're going to hit these patchy spots of power outages and may not realize it and go through a road. We don't want to see any accidents, because again, there's first responders responding to this. Now we want to talk about some of those areas that are under mandatory evacuation orders. Those are the areas in red, and they include northern parts of Sierra Madre and Altadena. And within the last hour, the evacuation orders have expanded to parts of Pasadena, north of Woodbury to the 210, and east of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL. The yellow areas are under evacuation warnings, meaning you don't need to go now, but be prepared to go at a moment's notice. That includes large parts of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Monrovia, and now parts of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and people living north of the 210 and east of Angeles Crest to JPL. Be ready to evacuate if you live in those areas. There are evacuation shelters at the Pasadena Convention Center, El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills, the Westwood Recreation Center in Westwood. And if you have mobility issues, if you have young children, if you have seniors, if you have a lot of pets, you know, it might be time to just go to a friend or relative's house or even a hotel, just so you can get out of that area. Because as we saw in Palisades yesterday, we were on the air when everybody tried to leave at once, and you had people abandoning their cars. Bulldozers had to come in and move those out of the way. Obviously, property not important in a time like this, but you know, if you can get out of it ahead of time, you are much more likely to not experience something like that.
And seeing the video of people leaving their cars behind, some saying that they left their keys inside in case law enforcement had to, you know, maneuver and move them, but they just had sheer panic trying to get out. And if you are, like Christine's been mentioning all morning, if you're in an evacuation warning zone, get out. Do yourself a favor, get out early, grab what you can, and just get out. Make sure you're safe, and make sure that the fire department can just come on in and do their job as quickly as possible, because these winds are just out of control, and these fires are burning out of control with embers just going all over the place. We do want to tell you the schools are also being impacted, and entire school districts are closing campuses today. So that includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District and all schools in the Glendale Unified School District. There's also another home that we watched go up in flames. This one was on Rivera Drive and Pear Orchard. This is in the Hastings Ranch area of Pasadena. You can see the video on your screen. This is really close to the base of the foothills. And again, this is someone's home. This is someone's neighborhood. This could be a home where people grew up, raised their kids, their grandkids, have so many memories. And this is not the way, you know, you want to start a new year by any means. This is just devastating to see. We just had so many celebrations over the holidays, and now, you know, people are dealing with this. I'm just hoping that everyone is listening to the evacuation orders and warnings. Our fire department they've been doing everything they can. They really are heroes. They are so brave. I know it's their job, but they are so brave for going in there and doing their best to get everyone out, to try to get these fires under control, dealing with the erratic patterns, the embers just going all over the place, and just trying to get everyone out, because at the end of the day, lives are just so much more important than the buildings. But this is still just devastating to see, because someone could be watching their home up in flames right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, we are now going to hear from Nicole Comstock, who was on our air all evening into the overnight hours, and she has more on what she was seeing.
We're on Del Rey and Woodland here in Pasadena, where we have seen a handful of homes, including these 2 condo buildings here, completely destroyed by flames. And we do have some firefighters on the ground over here from Pasadena Fire trying their best to contain the flames to these 2 buildings, because they're trying to prevent embers from continually blowing to the south here and catching these other buildings on fire. This is really just a heartbreaking example of how powerful winds like this can shoot embers a mile away from the original wildfire. Eaton Canyon is a mile up the road from us here, but these flames are just creating spot fires all over the place. Take a look on the other side of the road here. This house was fully engulfed in flames when we got here a couple of hours ago. This one also on Del Rey. There are at least 2 other properties behind it that also caught fire. And then, not sure how much of it you can see down the street, because it's real smoky down there now, but there's another 2 homes on fire over in this direction. So just an incredible amount of damage in this catastrophic wind event tonight. I want to take you to some video from just up the road in Pasadena from earlier this evening, when 2 different senior centers had to be evacuated because they were so close to where this fire started in Altadena. It was really right behind their 2 senior centers there. At least 100 people, if not more, from those buildings were just wheeled right across the street in their hospital beds, some of them in pajamas, some of them with blankets across them. And then they had to sit in a parking lot over there for at least an hour, a 7-Eleven parking lot on Altadena and Washington, until finally they got all of their resources pulled together. They were able to load these people up onto Pasadena transit buses. Some people left on Pasadena SWAT vehicles, and then they were taken over to the Pasadena Convention Center, where they have set up a mass evacuation shelter tonight. So this fire is still expanding in size about a mile up the road from us here in Eaton Canyon, which is a 190-acre nature preserve. But these winds are really picking up overnight. I just spoke with firefighters a couple of minutes ago, and they told me what they're concerned about is that these embers will continue to blow down the road and continue catching homes like dominoes. So they have mutual aid out here from LA County and other areas helping them out so they can do what they can to protect some of these homes. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And again, that was our Nicole Comstock reporting on what she saw overnight in the Hastings Ranch area where the Eaton fire is burning. We do want to take you out to Silmar now. You can see flames erupted near Yarnell Street. This is north of the 210.
And so this is a look at the Hurst fire burning in Silmar and nearing the upper edge of Granada Hills. You can see the areas in red here under mandatory evacuation orders. Now the areas in yellow are currently under evacuation warnings. Those areas are roughly from the 5 freeway at Balboa, down to Balboa to Leahy Street, across to Zelza, then north again. So if you live in this zone in Granada Hills and on the edge of Porter Ranch, CAL FIRE says to be ready to evacuate. There are evacuation shelters at the Richie Valens Recreation Center in Pacoima. There's Northridge Park that is on Reseda, and then the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panorama City. And we're also learning that the evacuation warnings, I believe, not orders yet, has expanded into Newhall as well. And now let's go to the Hurst fire in Silmar. That is 500 acres at this hour, 0% contained. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place. And for there, the evacuation center is at the Richie Valens and Sepulveda Recreation Center. Now further east, the Eaton fire in Altadena, 1,000 acres have burned. Again, these are older numbers, a little bit older. I'm sure this is all going to be revised come morning when the sun comes up. 0% containment, though. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place. We are learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center has been destroyed. So devastating. And all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed, so parents have to, if they have to go into work, they need to figure out childcare. Hopefully employers will be very understanding with families as we undergo this crisis. The evacuation center is the Pasadena Convention Center.
Now we want to get to the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. This one has grown to more than 2,900 acres. Those are the latest numbers we have. Again, 0% contained. 30,000 people have been evacuated and more than 10,000 homes have been threatened. The number of structures that have been damaged or destroyed right now, it's unknown, but based on the videos that we've been seeing throughout the overnight hours, we can tell it is going to be significant. Evacuation center is set up at Westwood Recreation Center as well. Again, this is just devastating. I do want to remind everyone that because we had a warning of how dangerous this would be, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, they approved pre-positioning different departments in different areas because they knew something like this could potentially happen, and they just wanted to make sure they were prepared. And you can see just how devastating this is. And a reminder, because of how dire the situation was, LAFD called our assignment desk to let us know to put out a notice to anyone within the LAFD department who is available to work and to assist in these fires, to contact them, to get out there and to help. So that's what we're dealing with this morning. It has been devastating. It has been terrifying to see. And we do want to get out to our Rick Montanez once again live at the scene of the fire burning in the Pacific Palisades. Rick, you were showing us the condo complex engulfed in flames. We can still see ash flying all over the place. What's the latest update from where you are?
Yeah, we're on PCH and Sunset, Kalina, and this, I mean, really, we've just watched as what appears to be part of a three-story building in this complex that is just engulfed in flames. And I mean, it has been encircled by the fire, and then it kind of dies out and then builds up again. It was so big just a few moments ago. I mean, it lit up this entire parking lot where we are. So we are standing on the ocean side of PCH, looking inland at this apartment complex here. And so we believe this is One Coast condominiums, and it's a luxury apartment complex listed online as having 53, I believe, units. You might be able to hear the wind. I mean, it is howling out here. And there have been a couple of times where we've, in the last few minutes, really have stumbled backwards or almost been knocked over because these wind gusts are still coming in so strong. They'll die out for a bit. The wind, there is steady wind, but then these strong gusts come in, and man, it is powerful still. So what we are seeing is this building just burning. What I can tell is it looks like it is part of this condo complex here, a large building that is one of several buildings in the complex that appears to be burning. So it's devastating to watch as what appears to be multiple homes burning right now, just fully engulfed. We're surprised the building is still standing because of how the flames have been shooting out of these windows here for the better part of almost 2 hours now. And, you know, we're hoping that the rest of the complex does not catch fire, but certainly smoke is engulfing everything as well. So that's making it very difficult. It's easy to understand that, excuse me, very smoky out here, so I apologize for that, but you know, it's easy to understand how there may not be containment in this fire yet because of these strong winds and the embers blowing all over the place. And actually, are we seeing, Ernie, is that a water hose on there? Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from my photographer. You can see in this video here, it looks like fire crews are actually on the ground now. This is the first we're seeing in the 2 hours or so that we've watched this. They're hopefully probably trying to douse some of this so that these embers don't catch the rest of the place on fire. But you know, that is the thing. Their resources are limited. They are stretched thin, but about half an hour ago we saw some water tenders come in. That may be part of it, where they have come into these neighborhoods and can bring water. You know, we've seen in the past where neighborhoods that when there's a big fire like this, they end up with low water pressure even from the hydrants. So oftentimes they will bring in extra resources, which could include all of these water tenders. I saw probably 6 or 7 of them coming in with some fire trucks and some police escorts. So that may be what is allowing these firefighters to get up there onto this hillside here and start working on this fire. But you see the flames really just shooting out of this building. It is so intense right now. And then, of course, all the embers coming off of that. So even blowing into the parking lot here. But wow, is it incredible to see and just so devastating to watch here. But, you know, we've got to point out that the area is just so smoky. There's ember and ash and smoke all over the area. Difficult to breathe, difficult to see even, especially at night. And that is the terrifying thing, is what will we find in the morning? The fire's still burning. And so we're keeping an eye on things, and it's just so tragic, you guys.
This is just horrible to see, and it really is just unbelievable. Rick, thank you. We'll be checking in with you again shortly. We want to get over to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu, at the desk. You've been watching the situation again on the ground because of these 3 active brush fires. What have you learned again? Anything new?
Well, there's still no aerial attack right now. The winds are just too high, and I was just watching Rick Montanez's live shot. We've been tracking where our reporters are down there. Both Luz Delia and Rick are on either ends of the Palisades fire, and based on what they're seeing, we can ascertain that the fire footprint has certainly grown a lot larger than the last update, which was just after midnight. As a matter of fact, I believe that the fire footprint may have extended much further to the west than is currently detailed on the CAL FIRE map. Now let's go out to that map right now to talk about where this fire is. This is the current status of the Palisades fire. Now, the last time that it was updated was, as I said, just about midnight. So these fire footprint lines are not entirely accurate right now. We do know that Rick Montanez was down right here in this area where we were seeing that apartment building burning. I'm going to get a better look at that in just a second. But our Luz Delia Caballero, she's reporting over here where we see active flames. Now, the last time that the fire line was updated was right about here. We can now surmise that there is fire activity in this area, which means we may have seen a great expansion to the west of the current active flames. We don't really have a good look on what's going on the east side of the fire here, but I also want to focus on several important buildings that are under serious threat or may have already burned. That's Pali High here, the Getty Villa here, and a very popular restaurant called the Rosenthal Vineyards that's in this area. Now, to get a better look at that and what we're talking about for this particular fire, CAL FIRE has now created a 3D map of what the fire looks like and where it has burned. We've been seeing my colleague Mike Rogers use this all night, and it's a really accurate representation, or we hope it's accurate, regarding the buildings that are currently in Pacific Palisades and what it has not burned. Now, the white icons that you see all over the map here, these are all buildings, and you can see on the west side here, a lot of these buildings are currently in the fire footprint, including down over here. This was about where Rick Montanez was live. If I can put up my right here, he's reporting in this area, and very likely one of the apartment buildings he was looking at was somewhere right in this area here. Now, one of the troubling things that we have been wondering and trying to get information from the fire department is this building right here. This entire complex, this is Pali High, and you can see that it is wholly within the fire footprint. It looks like the fire burned south through this canyon where Pali High is located. We are trying to get information from LA City Fire on how much, if any, of Pali High was damaged. We're going to get that as soon as we can. Also, the fire footprint seems to indicate the Getty Villa here, this complex right here, may have actually damaged the back building, but Getty Villa says that building looks like it's going to be just fine. They're not worried about that damage there. And then, of course, over here, the Rosenthal Vineyards, this is a very popular wine bar. You can see that it is in the fire footprint. Apparently, it was able to escape any damage, so that's good news there. But you can see just how expansive this fire is on this 3D map and how much mountainous terrain has burned and continues to burn. But this isn't the only fire that we're dealing with here in Southern California, as you and Christine have been talking about. There's also the Hurst fire, which is up in the Silmar area. We don't have a footprint on that yet. The red zones are the evacuation areas. The yellow zones, that's an evacuation warning area. It continues to burn here. It's been on fire since about 10:30 last night. We believe the fire footprint exists somewhere up here and in here, as would be indicated by those mandatory evacuation zones. And then, of course, the third fire we're dealing with here is the Eaton fire in the Hastings Ranch area. Very, very expansive evacuation zone, mandatory evacuation zone all along the foothills from Altadena, Sierra Madre, almost all the way into Monrovia. And of course, the yellow areas are evacuation warnings into the Flint Ridge Prep area. You can see there also down here into Pasadena and lower Sierra Madre. So these communities are certainly under threat from this fire. And of course, the most troubling thing right now, this is a look at our radar. And there's nothing there. There's some wide-body jets that are landing at LAX, but there is absolutely no aerial assets whatsoever in the air right now anywhere in Southern California because these high winds and darkness make it just too dangerous to fly. Hopefully when the sun comes up and the wind dies down a little bit, we're going to see that aerial attack. We know there are at least 6 to 8 water-dropping helicopters standing by in the San Fernando Valley, in Van Nuys Airport, and at Burbank Airport, and also there are jets with Phosgene dropping jets coming out of Fox Field and also other parts of Southern California that could come and assist firefighters in their ground attack. But right now, none of them are in the air. Kalina, Christine.
Mark, thank you. And we are at the mercy of these Santa Ana winds. These are wind-driven fires. So we want to bring in meteorologist Alex Biston, who is tracking the winds. And Alex, I'm getting texts from so many friends and family who are so worried about their own property and asking me, when will we get some relief?
Christine and Kalina, I know that is the big question. And I know lots of people across Southern California probably not sleeping, because of the wind howling. Of course, we can smell the smoke from many areas. Air quality is going to be very poor today, but really, the big story and the big thing that we're hitting home are these very damaging and very dangerous winds. I want to show you, I want to hyper focus right now over Orange County because we talked about a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, across some parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire early this morning. Take a look at some of these wind gusts, 58 miles per hour. So this is up through some parts of the Orange County Mountains, Santa Ana. So we've got, again, those stronger winds, Inland Empire this morning. And typically the pattern with these winds, it's like a horseshoe pattern. So we've got the Inland Empire, and then it swings all the way around into Santa Clarita and then all the way out toward the Malibu coastline. So we've got winds as strong, gusting 49 miles per hour right now in Santa Clarita, 57-mile-an-hour winds in Simi Valley. This is unreal. I mean, we forecasted this, and it is playing out as such. I want to hyper focus this morning over the Pacific Palisades, where a lot of our crew is this morning. Of course, our crew is kind of all over, but a lot of our crew is here, and we are feeling wind gusts. This is right now, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Malibu, right at the coastline. Pacific Palisades, also very strong wind gusts. And this is what, again, is driving those fires and helping it to spread rapidly. We talk about this when the red flag warning, the fire weather watch goes into effect. That is when we know that the relative humidity is going to be low enough, the air is going to be dry enough, and the winds will be fast enough to create erratic fire behavior. And again, unfortunately, that is what we are seeing now. I also want to go to Silmar, where winds are gusting up to 51 miles per hour. And we talked about the potential for those strongest winds being, in the overnight hours through early this morning. And that is exactly what we are seeing right now. Altadena, winds out of the northeast about 20 sustained, but gusting up to 36. So again, winds very strong up through the San Gabriel Valley too. Here's the fire weather outlook. So today, a lot of areas are coming now into that extreme category. So you see the hot pink color here. This is the highest category of extreme fire danger. This includes Santa Clarita, Piruso, up through the Ventura County Mountains, the Ojai Valley, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks in this, Calabasas, and all the way into the San Gabriel Valley. And a lot of times, when we talk about Santa Ana winds, the San Gabriel Valley is not necessarily included in that. Sometimes they are. And in this case, we see the San Gabriel Valley, unfortunately, being impacted by these very strong winds. Now, we also have the red here. This is the critical fire weather, and that includes some parts of the Inland Empire and Orange County. And of course, you can see the elevated fire conditions. But, this spans across much of Southern California. And really, that's kind of the takeaway that I want you to, that hits home for so many, is that this is impacting such a large swath of people. This is important. This is the hour by hour futurecast for the wind. So I'm going to step out of the frame here. I want to really show you. You see those purples on the screen? That's an indication of wind gusts about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we'll feel those strongest winds again as we head through this morning up through our mountain community. Santa Clarita, 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So again, it's going to continue to be blustery if you live in the valley. If you live in Santa Clarita, if you live in the Inland Empire, today it's going to be a windy day. Windy-ish this morning. And then here's 8:20 tonight. So really just the winds hyper-focused over our mountain communities. The good news is, if there's some good news, is that we'll finally start to see those winds relax somewhat after this morning, but then kind of another burst as we head into Thursday afternoon. So the high wind warning still with us. As we head kind of into Friday, looking a lot forward, you know, we see those just breezy areas of breezes, but really for the most part, winds are going to die down. Again, that high wind warning, that's with us until 6 o'clock tonight. Ladies, it's pretty rare that we see most all of Southern California under that high wind warning. One more thing I want to mention is that, you know, we've been driving around and seeing a lot of down trees, down power lines. It's really just one of those days. If you can stay home, best to do so. You really just don't want to be on the roads when we've got conditions like this.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long day. Thank you, Alex. And if you're just waking up with us, you are watching KCAL News at 4:30, and we want to go east now to the Eaton fire burning near Altadena, Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre.
It has grown quickly since breaking out yesterday evening. I want to get to our reporter, KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino, joining us live right now in Sierra Madre with a look at the damage. Amanda, yesterday you were in Pacific Palisades. Today you are covering this fire, the Eaton fire. What does it look like for you where you're at?
All I can really say is it's heartbreaking. These are all these people's lives and homes and memories and stories, all in these buildings where it's just structure after structure. I mean, gosh, you can just tell by this, but I'm going to stand by the car. You can just see the situation here. Take a look at the fire that we're looking at. 2 homes burning right in front of us here. People had to quickly evacuate last night, and we heard all those stories with our reporters. Fire crews on scene here just trying to do what they can. Just these winds, yeah, you could tell I almost fell over right there. They have gotten so strong and so gusty just in the last half hour since my photographer and I have been here. My photographer is shooting Mike McGregor right now. He's been here for the last couple of hours, and just what he has seen is just absolutely devastating here. So we are on Hastings Ranch Road. We are just a few blocks south of the golf course and pretty close to the Hastings Canyon. So that's kind of our location right now, and just you can see this devastation of what's happening here. And this is not the only set of homes that are under flames right now. It's just house after house, and if they're not covered in flames, they're burned down to the ground, which is just devastating. But then you have the several homes that are still standing as well, and people are just waiting for those answers when the sun comes up this morning. So when my photographer Mike was talking to the firefighters just a bit ago, they have some challenges out here. So one of the challenges, I'm going to move back across the street so I can make sure we see what's coming. Give me 1 second. Okay, so one of the challenges is the fact with water pressure, because there's so many firefighters out here taking water from fire hydrants. People's sprinklers are on. People left their water running. The water pressure isn't strong enough to fight these fires. So firefighters are challenged right now to have to fill up their fire trucks instead of using the fire hydrants. So they have to wait for their turn to fill up the fire trucks. Then they can use that pressure from their specific fire truck to be able to fight the fire on the home. So it's kind of slowing things down. Obviously with the wind, it's making things very, very tricky as well. Wow, these gusts coming through. It's very, very intense situation here. And the gusts are just getting worse. This is a really tough fight for these firefighters. I can see actually a lot of flames just came up to my left. We're moving. What's going on? 1 second.
Huh?
Flames down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're seeing a new fire just south of us, and some trucks are going down that way. This is a very moving situation, challenging situation here, and a lot of families impacted. We're going to try to get some more answers and drive around and see what's going on. Do I still have you guys?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
we
still
hear you,
here. We're
Amanda.
listening to you. We're
Okay,
seeing
just making sure.
The damage. We're seeing
Okay.
the trees down. We see the flames, and what you just explained to us with
Yeah,
the
and let me
fire
tell you guys
down-
about-
Oh yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, talking about trees down in the wind, even just our drive-in. So my photographer and I, Victor, in the Santa Clarita Valley to Pasadena, so we're on the 210. I mean, the winds are unbelievable. If you could stay off the roads, I know, Kalina, you're talking all traffic this morning. Really, really tough drive, even in the areas that are not the fire areas right now because of the winds being so intense, and that really slowed us down just to get here. And we can see those fires creeping up on the side of the 210 as well. So this wind just really, really, really picking up right now at this time in the morning.
Well, you know, even saying that too, though, sorry, when you talk about the high winds, it's extremely dangerous for anyone traveling in a high-profile vehicle. And I have seen in my years of reporting semi-trucks catching on fire with these conditions, and then the hillside goes up in flames, and there you go, you have acres just caught on fire so quickly. Amanda, the embers seem to be kind of going out of control where you're at. We want to make sure you're safe. Christine,
Yes.
did you have a question for her?
Yeah, I mean, Amanda, you were on the air with us when the Palisades fire broke out. How do the winds that you're seeing now compare to what you saw yesterday?
Christine, I thought they were bad yesterday. They're terrible now. They are so strong. I keep standing behind our car just to try to make sure that I can stay up. And it's also making things very difficult to see because there's so much smoke. There's embers blowing everywhere. We have full masks on, an eye mask on, and I can barely see right now. It's a really tough situation. So yesterday, at least, we thought the wind was bad yesterday. At least when I was there, we left Pacific Palisades around 4 p.m. It's pretty tricky this morning, especially now that it's dark as well. So I can't imagine the firefight that they had to do overnight with how strong the wind got then. But it's bad. And right now we have, 52,000 evacuation orders here in the Pasadena area, 20,000 structures under evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, 46,000 residents, and 18,000 structures under evacuation warnings. That's just a lot of people that are being displaced right now. And I'm sure watching this and seeing these images, it has to be so frightening and so scary with all of these homes here. And I think my photographer, Mike McGregor, is getting up in the, yeah, I see him. Okay, so he's right next to that fire. And these are just people's homes. This has been burning since we got here about 30 minutes ago. Let's see. Yeah, we can see him over there.
Yeah.
And it's starting to really, really pick up. There's just trucks everywhere. We're going to drive around this neighborhood and try to get a better idea of what it looks like. But with the wind, it's just so tricky to see, with just everything blowing. You have smoke, embers, trees everywhere. I'm trying to keep an eye on trees as well as where we're standing because you just don't know what will happen at this point. Oh, also on our way here, we saw what I thought was lightning, but transformers blowing as well, which was just so intense to see on the way over. So just a very devastating and heartbreaking situation here in Sierra Madre, guys.
And Amanda, you can see, I mean, right in front of you, you have those homes on fire. To the right of you, you have homes still standing. But just a couple of minutes or so ago, you were mentioning, you got out of the way, you said, what's going on here? And then you had mentioned, unless I heard you incorrectly, that fire crews were moving somewhere else as well because another fire had sparked just down the way. Do you see that from where you are?
So, yeah, we'll walk down a little bit. We're going to go this way, Mike.
Just be careful.
So we have some fire trucks moving. Yeah. So we have some fire trucks moving. The wind's picking up again. So these are some trucks just trying to figure out their hose and water pressure situation over here. And then straight ahead to the fire truck in front of us, it's to the right was where that fire just came up. I'm not seeing as many flames, just a little bit. I don't know how far we can get away from the truck right now. But yeah, so we'll keep walking down. So we're on Hastings Ranch and Valley Lights. And these are some new flames right here, actually, that we're walking over to. So you're able to see this home right here on the corner. This is another one, actually, that we were not able to see. And it's these embers flying around all over the place. Mike, if you can hear me, there's also some flames to your left as well. We're seeing, this is on Valley Lights. You're going to just walk over this, all around this neighborhood, and this is just what you're going to see. This is, it's such a stark contrast. Okay, yeah, just look right here. This house is completely gone on the corner of Valley Lights and Hastings Ranch Road.
Well, and it shows you just how sporadic these fires can be.
From the Rose Parade to this.
Yeah, and you see that when you're covering these fires, you'll have a couple homes standing, no problem at all, and then the embers move, and it's so sporadic. It seems so erratic, and that's why it's so tough for these firefighters. And
guys, we're walking down a little bit of a ways.
Okay.
And this is another new fire over here.
I mean, Amanda, as you're walking, we see the embers flying right by you. We see the wind gusts just blowing your hair, blowing you, and those embers just all over the place. This is an extremely dangerous situation for anyone who might still be home. We're hoping everyone evacuated from that area and heeded to all those warnings and orders. But this is what we were afraid of, right? Those embers go flying, catches a home on fire, goes in an opposite direction, does the same thing, and then you just have these acres just continue to grow and grow and grow. With these firefighters, like you said, they're having issues with the water, right? This is just a dire situation for not only them trying to get in that firefight, but also people who live in this area.
Wow.
Another home.
Yeah, and look at this. Here's another home. And we all have friends and family. If you don't live here, you have friends and family here. You know people. I know on my way in, I was checking the addresses of my loved ones that live in this area just to see, is this their home? What's going on? And I think what's really heartbreaking about this situation is it's just impacting so many people all at once and all so fast. So just such a sad, sad day for Southern California and the next couple of days as well. All right, here you go. This is another home on fire right here. I'm trying to figure out what corner we're on. We see some more trucks coming over. The wind is blowing pretty heavy.
It's difficult to hear you with those wind gusts.
Is it cutting out?
Just a little bit.
It's so windy.
Yeah, it's just windy and it blows through your
stand on the side of it.
microphone. Maybe we can see that car totally destroyed.
I'm going to stand on the side of this one.
Yeah, be safe. And I mean, literally what we're watching is we're watching the mountains, the valleys.
And Valley View.
Yeah, I mean, we have the corner of
Valley Lights.
Oh, okay.
And it's a whole house. I'm standing behind another news truck right now to try to block the wind. So we're on the corner of Valley Lights and Valley View for this home right here that my photographer Mike McGregor is shooting. Huge property, now just completely gone. There's a lot of trucks moving around in this area, just trying to do what they can. And it's sad. I mean, I'm looking and I'm seeing Christmas lights still up and Christmas decorations on one side. You have these ornaments hanging from a tree and a house still standing, and then the other house looks like what you're looking at.
This was heartbreaking.
And what a beautiful home.
It brings you to tears.
Yeah, and you were, your photographer was just showing one of the videos. It looked like for a second you could make out some type of fireplace or some type of living room. And I immediately just thought of the memories that were made over the holidays just recently, over the new year just recently, in that home, people gathering around the fireplace, gathering around the living room, telling stories, celebrating life, and then possibly having to wake up today and look at this. It's just absolutely devastating. Amanda, you're from Southern California. You're from the Valley. What is it like for you to not only be reporting on this, but you know people who live in this area. You've grown up in Southern California, and you're no stranger to these fires.
I'm walking past one of my friend's house right now. This whole block is on fire. One of my friends lived right here, so definitely been to this house a few times.
Have you been in communication with that friend? How is that friend doing?
Not yet. Evacuated. Hoping they're sleeping right now, but getting some rest because it's going to be a really tough couple of weeks and months after this for so many people. After this entire block is gone, you guys.
But they were able to get out of that home.
Okay, ow. Yeah, we got them. There's too many embers here.
Okay, Amanda, you go back to the truck.
Yes, get out of that area as soon as you can.
Yeah,
and be safe.
We're good, you guys. We're okay. We're okay. We're good. Just a wind gust. Give me.
And that's.
1 second. Okay. Watch for that.
And
this entire block of, let's see, we are on Valley Lights Drive off of Valley View Avenue. It's completely gone. There are a few houses still standing, but most of the homes on this street are gone.
And you haven't seen anyone come out, right? So it's pretty much a ghost town there aside from the fire department.
Yes, if you do not, you have no reason to be here right now. There's nothing for you to be doing.
Right.
here. This is not safe. I mean, we're staying close to firefighters and fire crews and doing what we can to be safe. But there is no reason for anyone to be here. You should have. I hope no one's here. Yeah, you can't be here right now. It's not safe. It's impossible to see. And then also, if you are here and you are trying to stick it out, and I know a lot of people trying to do that, and try to help even. I mean, I was at some homes in Pacific Palisades yesterday where Sweet Sue, whose house we were at, she wanted to help. And in my live shot, I had to tell her, let the firefighters do their job.
Well, you did the right thing by doing that. You just can
get in their way. And the thing is, you want to stay out of the firefighters' way at this point. They're trying to move in. They're trying to do the best job possible to keep people safe. We're seeing a lot of downed trees. I can't only imagine how that is not helping this situation either. You can hear that house just popping and exploding.
And Amanda, you need to be careful too with those wind gusts and those trees that are on fire, because they could easily just topple over. And we want to make sure, you know, you're not next to any of that if that were to happen. So please be careful.
Yeah, you can feel the heat from this house right now, and you're just watching it just fall to the ground. And these are just people's homes and lives, and I can't imagine having to explain this to kids either, of what's happening to their rooms and their memories. So yeah, I'm going to toss it back to you guys. I want us to get out of this area for now.
Yeah.
So we will try to get some more information, get a better idea of what's going on. But there's a look at what's going on here in Sierra Madre. It's just the only word I can use is devastating.
Yeah. Amanda, thank you. Please be safe. It's just horrible. We've just been seeing these images coming out of the 3 different fires that we've been watching all morning, and it's absolutely devastating to see. We want to send it over to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu, in with us again. We just saw Amanda reporting from that fire there. What can you tell us about that exact location she was at?
Well, it's troubling because of how deep into the neighborhood that it is. The Eaton fire, of course, burning in the hills north of Altadena and Sierra Madre, but where Amanda Starantino is several blocks into the community. And if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you just how far. Now, this is the Eaton fire. It has been burning since yesterday at 6:30, and I'm going to zoom in. We had initially believed that the fire activity was in the hills up along here, because that would indicate why we have evacuation zones here. But I just checked with the GPS and talked to Amanda. You know, we could hear where she was, and I want to zoom in right here and show you that she said that she was near. It was near Hastings Ranch Road, and it was I want to say it was Valley Lights Drive. Well, that's here. This is around the intersection of where she was, and you can see as I zoom out here just how deep into the neighborhood it is. I mean, we are looking at it's basically this area here. So fire activity going all the way down through into this neighborhood of Hastings Ranch. It's very concerning, the possibility of these homes here and all along here are under immediate fire threat. Now, it's very likely that the fire probably went down through this brushy area here. This is eventually ends up down here in the Eaton Canyon Golf Course. But just because of the winds, you can I get an idea of how far the embers are blowing if homes that are essentially down in this area are currently at risk. So this is an extremely damaging fire. This right here was basically the area that you can see here. This is Valley Lights right there, and then this is Valley View Lane. So these homes certainly in danger. Evacuation orders in effect for this entire area, this entire red zone, as the Eaton fire has certainly grown beyond 1,000 acres and continues to damage homes here. Just one of the 3 very damaging fires that firefighters all across Southern California are working with. One bit of good news I just heard on the LA County and LA City fire scanners, that a fire crew from Santa Clara, California has just arrived to assist. That's 345 miles away. They have made the trip overnight to assist the LA City Fire and LA County fire teams in the firefight here. We also have information that fire teams from Arizona are on their way in to assist in this firefight. Kalina, Christine?
Yeah, and Mark, you know, that's what we're seeing when we look at these maps. You literally have the mountain areas, the San Gabriel valleys, you have the San Fernando Valley, you have the west side, you have the ocean. fires burning in all of those areas. So that's why we're bringing in aid from all over the state and other states, because we just don't have enough men and women on the ground here on our own to handle this. Thanks so much, Mark. We want to bring in some more breaking news this morning. This is new video of the Pasadena Jewish temple, now gutted by the Palisades fire. It's grown. Actually, would that be, if it's in Pasadena, it's not the Palisades fire, correct?
That would be the
Eden fire. It's grown to more than 2,900 acres. Well, that is the Palisades fire.
Yes.
It's 0% contained. All these fires, 0% containment. At this point, they're just trying to put out the fire as they can, but no one has been able to work on containment lines because so many structures right now are going up. We want to send things over to KCAL's Luz Delia Caballero, who is on PCH west of Tuna Canyon in Malibu with the Palisades fire, and you've been out there now for a couple of hours. Has anything changed in terms of the wind and what you're seeing on the ground?
No, really, that wind picks up and then it dies down, picks up, dies down, changes directions. Embers continue flying absolutely everywhere. The only thing that changes is where we're at on PCH and what we see. Initially, we saw multiple homes engulfed in flames, lots of properties where homes used to stand just down to their foundations. Now, as we move west, we just passed a stretch where there was power pole after power pole after power pole impeding fire trucks from going through that area going eastbound. And now we are on a stretch where on one side we see what used to be a home, a chimney where memories were made, and just flames in the middle of not even a foundation, but just rubble. I mean, everything kind of turned to dust, and you see kind of spots and pockets of where flames are. And I also want to note that we have cars, or shells of the cars. I mean, these were very, very warm at one point. Now they're somewhat chilly. I also want to note here in Malibu, we're in the mid to high 50s, but Sparkle and I, we're feeling pretty warm because we feel heat from absolutely everywhere. Heat from behind us and also across the street. Oh yeah, we are feeling that too. When we got here a little less than 1 hour ago, we saw a little pocket of flames coming out of that roof. Now it seems like that structure is engulfed in flames from inside, and that fire is able to kind of melt that metal roof that we see there, the power pole now leaning. You also see that at the bottom of the power pole, that's caught on fire as well. So very, very dangerous conditions, and this is something that we've seen on the stretch of PCH. Obviously power out, but we see power poles toppled over completely on PCH, also leaning like this one, and embers are flying from these power poles, from homes, from neighboring structures, and from rubble. And again, it's all contingent on the wind, the direction the wind is going, and of course, the speed at which it is hitting whichever direction it is going in. But as Sparkle is showing you, there's debris on the ground, glass from these cars, and you can see this power cable from the power pole just completely down, and it is a very, very devastating image to see. I mean, that used to be on top of the power pole and it just fell over because of the intensity of the heat, just melted away. You also see, I mean, look at this. This is something that we're not supposed to see. These are jarring images where we see properties that no longer have homes and families who are going to have to wake up a day or two or three from now and come back to this area and not see anything that they remember. I mean, this is going to be a place that used to look like home. It certainly will not feel like home. And I can almost guarantee you, given the amount of fire trucks that we've seen go down PCH, that more of these homes are catching fire. And I can almost guarantee you that not too far from now, once firefighters make their way out of other structures that they're protecting and boots get on the ground to this site, there is going to be a defensive strategy here, because there are several buildings to the right of the one on fire. And we saw that when we were down PCH before coming to this location. We saw that firefighters and several engines were taking a defensive strategy, really soaking the building to the right of the one on fire. Already we see no buildings here leading up to the one on fire, and that is something that we saw just down the stretch of the road. So at this time, it seems like firefighters are facing many challenges, obviously wind, down power lines, but also, hey, they don't have enough boots on the ground at this time, and obviously also visibility, because these conditions are just very harsh. It's very hard to see at times, especially when structures obviously erupt in flames and that smoke becomes heavy, it's thicker, it's a lot darker, and so that's also a challenge that firefighters are facing. So my heart and prayers go out to them and all the families affected. It will certainly be another long day and long days ahead for the firefight here at the Palisades fire. Obviously more than 29,000 acres burned, tens of thousands of people evacuated, and just conditions that people are going to remember for a very, very long time for all the wrong reasons. And I mean, when we're talking about Malibu to Santa Monica, with people having to run for their lives when fire officials say, hey, you need to get out of your vehicle, you need to leave it here, you need to trust us, you have to go. I mean, I've never heard of conditions like this where fires are bouncing from one area to another, where virtually no containment on this one, and people have experienced, hey, you know, you left your cars and bulldozers came and cleared them out because engines had to go through and continue to try to get some form of containment on this fire. So in terms of what we're seeing here, it's a ghost town. Obviously, depending on where the fire is moving, where the embers are moving, visibility is reduced and engines continue moving one way or the other, but it's sirens up and down is what we're hearing. Instead of crashing of waves at times, it's roofs collapsing that we're hearing and power poles that are falling on the road right before our eyes, guys. So very dangerous conditions out here, but we'll continue to monitor this. We'll continue to stay safe at a safe distance and continue to talk to fire officials so we get a better understanding of where this fire is moving and their strategy, and ultimately if they feel like they are going to be able to get any sort of handle on this fire, given all of the challenges that we have continued to mention and what our crews have seen throughout the last 24 almost hours. Guys?
Yeah, and Luz Delia, we often see when the sun comes up, people will want to come back to these areas to see if their home is still standing, to see if their neighbor's home is still there. But you're showing us the glass on the road, the down power lines, you know, fire engines coming in and out. Yeah. I mean, it truly is, you know, a place that you don't want to go anywhere near when the sun comes up, because we are in no way nearing being out of danger.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and now that you're mentioning that, fire officials have also told people, hey, this is not this is not brush that's burning. We're not talking about trees or natural brush. We are talking about homes. I mean, you have chemical compounds burning within these homes, and this is just basically what they're calling a toxic soup. So this is not something that you want to be out here sightseeing. This is not the time to come out and sightsee. This is very toxic to breathe in. The air quality is going to be absolutely terrible for folks who have pre-existing health conditions, children. You know, you don't want to be out here unless you absolutely have to. And sightseeing, this isn't an activity you want to take part in. Stay in your home. Wait until fire officials give the all clear. They are really working hard to stop this fire, to put out the flames, to get any sort of containment. And quite frankly, onlookers will just get in the way, and ultimately it is very dangerous for folks to be breathing these things in.
Luz Delia, thank you so much for your reporting. Please be safe out there. We do want to get out to our Mark Liu right now. He's been tracking your location, also tracking, you know, what's been happening with the other two fires we've been watching this morning. But let's talk specifically about where Luz Delia is. What can you tell us about that specific area?
Well, using GPS trackers and information about what Luz Delia is reporting on, this is a dramatic distance from the last reported fire line of the Palisades fire. Now, the last footprint of the line of the Palisades fire was updated about 4 hours ago. So the distance that this fire has traveled, at least in terms of how far the embers have gone, is more than 3 miles. And I'm going to illustrate that here on my map. If you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you. So this was the footprint of the Palisades fire, last updated at about 10:45. And I want to just focus here on the western flank, because this was what Luz Delia was focusing on. But based on GPS information, Luz Delia is actually down here in this area. So we are seeing embers flying from the western end of the Palisades fire as far as 3 miles, because her tracker shows that she is in this area of Pacific Palisades. So it's unclear where the fire line is along this path, but it is quite far. And there is homes that are being burned in this area down here. Now, as you can see, it's all shaded red because it's a mandatory evacuation area. But it illustrates just how far embers can fly with these intense winds, and just how far this fire has moved from this area of where it was 4 hours ago. And I also want to zoom out and look even further over here. This gray spot that you see in the center of your screen, this is the footprint of the Franklin fire from a month ago. And you can see how damaging it was back then. And now, at the bottom part of Malibu, this area in yellow, these residents are now being told they may have to evacuate for the second time in 30 days because there is a fire approaching from the east. And clearly, it is a lot closer than the fire footprint seems to indicate, as homes are burning in this area. So certainly the people here in Malibu need to be concerned about evacuating again for a second fire, also wind-driven, although the winds are even more intense than they were 1 month ago in early December when the Franklin fire ripped through this area. And you can see even out here to the northeast of the Franklin fire, this large yellow area also under an evacuation warning. And the area of Montanito, this area was under an evacuation order in the Franklin fire. So these people in this community are certainly being told to get out because of an encroaching fire from the east. It's got to be exasperating for these residents that live in this area to have to go through this all over again. Kalina, Christine?
Mark, thank you. And you are watching KCAL News Mornings at 5. We are tracking 3 fires raging across Southern California as damaging winds continue to whip through the region. First is the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades, and it has since spread to the Malibu area. This started around 10:30 a.m. yesterday morning. It's now burned over 2,900 acres with no containment. 30,000 people are evacuated, more than 10,000 homes threatened. And we've seen several homes and buildings just torched by those flames, but right now the number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown. Evacuation shelters are available at the Westwood Recreation Center and the El Camino Real Charter High School that is in Woodland Hills.
Now, that second fire broke out in Altadena. This one is being dubbed the Eaton Fire. This started before 6:30 last night. It's since spread to Pasadena and has now grown to 1,000 acres. And our reporters are on the ground. They've also seen several homes and structures burned in these flames. And we're also learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, it's been destroyed. Residents in the area, they're being told to evacuate immediately. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today.
And now a third big fire in Silmar, where the Hurst fire broke out at 10:30 last night. Right now, it's at about 500 acres, also 0% containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place, and evacuation shelters are available at the Richie Valens and Sepulveda Recreation Center, as well as Northridge Park, that is on Reseda. And this morning, we're seeing the impact of these destructive winds. At least 55,000 Edison customers there without electricity at this hour, with another 38,000 others that could lose their power at any moment. Also, thousands of LA DWP customers, they don't do those power safety shutoffs, but they are still in the dark. Their power has been knocked out, and the powerful winds feeding these flames are only getting worse. Good morning. I'm Christine Lazar.
And I'm Kalina Estrinos, and we continue to keep a very close eye on all of those fires with live team coverage. Again, our reporters are on the ground. Our Mark Liu is at the desk tracking all the new information that we're getting into our newsroom. And our meteorologist, Alex Bisson, is monitoring your next weather forecast. But we do want to start with our Amanda Starantino in Pasadena for the Eaton fire. Amanda, we were talking to you, I want to say about 5-10 minutes or so ago. The winds have been so strong. The embers have been flying everywhere. And when we took you moments ago, you mentioned that the embers flew in a different direction and started a different fire down the street. Where are you at right now? What are you saying?
We're back on Hastings Ranch Drive, Kalina. The wind has dramatically changed from when I was just talking to you. So that just shows this evolving situation here that these firefighters are dealing with. The wind's finally giving us a little reprieve. I'm sure they're going to come right back, but I hope they're taking advantage of it in this moment. We can finally see a little bit more clearly here. This is the house, the two homes that I was originally showing you on Hastings Ranch Drive. They are still burning, but you know, firefighters had to move on. They're not here, and I think what's so devastating about this situation is that there's just so much going on and not enough firefighters. I did hear Mark talking about that there are crews coming in from so far, which is just wonderful news at this point, because that's really going to help this fight, because there's just not enough hands on deck here for how much is happening. It's just nonstop. And then in my last live shot, you saw those embers. You saw how much they were moving. And that's what's causing all these separate homes to just go up in flames here, right here on Hastings Ranch Drive. I'm pretty close to Hastings Canyon, and we're just a little bit, let's see, south of the golf course. These are two homes right next to each other that are just going to be gone in probably an hour, mostly gone at this point. More than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders here, another more than 50,000 under warnings. There's no reason to be in this neighborhood or in these areas right now. Okay, the wind's starting to pick up again, so it's going to get a little gusty, and the smoke's going to start coming through one more time. It is not easy to be in these areas. You've heard so many reporters say, you know, your eyes are burning, and we have all our gear on. It's hard to breathe, and there's no reason why anyone should be in this area. It's just not safe. It's not healthy. And you're also going to get in firefighters' way. What I was talking about with you guys was one of the biggest challenges in this area is the fact that firefighters aren't having enough water pressure to fight these flames here, because there's so many firefighters working and pulling from these fire hydrants here. Victor, I want to move down a little bit this way, because we have some video of a house from earlier that firefighters were working on. So as we walk down, the firefighters are trying to pull from the fire hydrants, obviously, to be able to fight these flames. That's what they do. But because there's so many, there's not enough water pressure here. We're approaching a fire truck right here. Let's make sure they're not moving. Okay, so they are having to individually fill up their trucks with water and wait for their turn to be able to do so, to then go to a house to go fight the fire, not with a fire hydrant, but through their truck, so that they can actually get water pressure. They're also dealing with the fact that people left their sprinklers on, which is the smart thing to do to try to help the firefight, but it's actually not, because that is taking away from the water pressure that firefighters are going to be able to use to fight those flames as well. Another issue that firefighters said that they have is a lot of water pipes are also bursting, and that's causing them to lose their pressure to be able to do what they need to do. We have another truck coming up this way. But it's pretty bad here. Over 1,000 acres burned. One of our other photographers just moved to another area nearby to check it out that is not doing well, but it's just house after house, and it's just unbelievable, because you see what you just saw with those two homes going down in flames, and then the next couple are still standing. I want you guys to take a look at some video we have of a home where some firefighters were trying to put it out this morning, and there's some damage there. So if you guys could play some of that. I think I'm trying to find that house for you guys right now to see how it's doing. But these firefighters just working around the clock right now to just save these homes and save these people's memories. I believe we're on the corner. I'll have to find it with a flashlight at this point. It's so hard to see anything. I'm guessing there's no power here, because there is literally no lights on. The only lights we have right now are from fire trucks. There are a few street lamps, just a couple, and just the flames, and that's what's giving us light right now. Kalina? Can you guys hear me?
They showed that
I think I
video.
lost you guys. I can't hear anything right now.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. You're taking a look at that video?
Yeah,
we
were looking
did.
at that video. We also, right in front of you, see that firefighter going toward the side of that home right there, looking like he's going through the gate. Not sure if he's going to go see and just make sure everyone is out or it's doing some type of defensive work. But it's just, again, terrifying to see, and just horrible conditions in this area. And, you know, Amanda, you're having trouble breathing because of the smoke in the area. We've been seeing the embers. You mentioned that the wind gusts weren't as strong as they were 10 minutes ago when we first saw you, but now you're walking in a different direction as well.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find that house. So it's actually down this way a little bit. Again, it's hard to see. I'm trying to look at house addresses for the houses that are still standing. So we're trying to find that house that we had for that video. If you look right ahead of me to the left, there's another property on fire. I'm on the corner of Hastings Ranch and Valley Lights right here. Where are you? There we go. This house is on fire. We were able to show that last time. If you look to your left right here, Victor, when we come down the street, you see some more trucks on the street. It's apocalyptic here. I know I had some girlfriends that were just trying to pull their memories and what they could from here last night, and from their homes that are all on this street, and just trying to do what they can. And so many people are displaced and out of these neighborhoods right now. It's just a terrifying situation. It's scary. It's sad. There's so many emotions going on here for so many families. And I mean, when the sun comes up, we're really going to see some real devastation here.
And that is really when a lot of these moments are going to sink in for a lot of people who've been watching our coverage overnight with all of the different fires that we've been tracking into this morning, just seeing their property in the daylight completely destroyed. And we just feel for everyone who's been impacted by these fires.
And Amanda, we're going to take a look now at some new video that we have coming into our newsroom. And this is video of the Jewish temple. I believe we're going to be able to show that. Yeah, here we go. So this is the Jewish temple in Pasadena that was gutted by fire. As you can see, it is a total loss. And this is the Eaton fire. Remember, we have 3 major fires going right now. You have the Palisades and Malibu area. You have the Silmar fire, which is the Hurst fire. And then you have the fire burning near Pasadena, and that is the Eaton fire. And this is the Jewish temple destroyed by fire. And such a reminder that we're not only talking about the loss of homes, we're talking about the loss of places of worship, places where people gather, staples in the community, businesses. We saw Duke's in Malibu. As people are waking up to this, it's going to be so shocking to see these landmarks in our neighborhoods. You know, the landscape forever changed by this fire. Whenever you have devastating fires like this, it will forever change a community. And that's what we're seeing. And, you know, such a tough time for the people who frequent this temple, people who've had, you know, memories, weddings there, baptism, not baptism, bat mitzvahs, bar mitzvahs. It's really tough to see this. And you can see firefighters in that video, but right now we have no air support. It is too windy, it is too dark. You see a ladder truck there trying to fight fire from above, but that temple destroyed. I'm sure firefighters did everything they could to try to save it, but with their resources so strapped, Amanda also saying that they're having problems with their water pressure and getting the water onto these burning buildings. You know, it is Mother Nature, and all of the circumstances are just not on their side.
And even though, you know, we don't have the air support we're hoping for right now, the department does have a plan in place. So as soon as they get an opportunity to go in the air, they will, and they will firefight from the air and continue their firefight from the ground. We want to get over to Alex Biston right now, our meteorologist Alex Biston. She's in with us this morning. She's navigating the winds, the fire danger in every single one of our live shots with our reporters. Alex, we have been seeing just devastating conditions with the wind gusts, but I feel like where Amanda was at, it seemed more gusty. We saw more embers flying all over the place. Can you kind of walk us through what everyone's kind of dealing with this morning?
Yes, and that's a really interesting concern. I know that you kind of pointed that out in her live shot. I was noticing that too. You know, the winds ebb and flow, right? I mean, we'll have sustained winds and then we will have a big burst or a big gust of wind. And that is, you know, what we have been watching. So we see in a lot of our reporter live shots, at times it can look a little bit calmer and then other times it can get quite blustery. So really it changes by the second, and that is what is I've been looking at a lot of our live cameras this morning. This is Mount Wilson Observatory. This is a live look right now of the Eaton fire. Again, we're still waiting for sunrise, but flames looking dramatic. Of course, a lot of areas under smoke, under ash this morning, and winds just have not let up. I've got two areas of focus here. I'm going to step off camera and show you the strongest winds we're feeling right now, specifically across portions of Ventura, Los Angeles County. This area is under the extreme fire weather conditions today. So Simi Valley, winds gusting as strong as 54 miles per hour. I'm sure many areas and many people that live in these areas didn't sleep overnight just because of how strong the winds have been. 45-mile-an-hour winds in Camarillo, 26 in Burbank, so San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley. Winds have let up somewhat across some parts of Orange County from Santa Ana and then to some parts of the IE Chino. 32-mile-an-hour winds, 42 as we head to Riverside. So strongest winds this morning. We'll see a little bit of a drop off as we head into this afternoon, but we still have the fire weather with us for much of this week. Silmar, we've got winds out of the northeast about 27, but gusting up to 50. So again, there it is. At points, it can feel a little bit better out there if the wind calms down. Then you get a large gust and embers start to, you know, move, and that's when more issues come up. Again, we were looking live over our Mount Wilson camera, Altadena. We're looking at gusts about 38 miles per hour. This is important. This changed from yesterday. So the fire weather outlook is now upgraded to the most extreme level. So areas in the hot pink color, this includes the Santa Clarita Valley. So heads up today if you live in these areas. Piru, Ojai Valley, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, Calabasas, all included in this, and an area that is typically spared from the winds, yes, is the San Gabriel Valley. But this area also under that extreme for the fire weather outlook today. Other areas under critical fire weather conditions, a lot of the Inland Empire and some parts of Orange County too. This is super important. I'm going to step off screen here so you can really see the future cast as we head through the next few hours. So let's move through the morning. You can see by around 9:30, 9:45, it's still blustery up through the I-5 corridor into Santa Clarita. San Fernando winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Here it is. We're continuing with those stronger winds. Really through this afternoon, Inland Empire, and take a look up through the San Bernardinos. You can see those wind gusts as strong as 50 to 60 miles per hour. Now, a drop off in the winds by tonight. So really just hyper focused on our local mountains as we head into tonight. Now, by tomorrow afternoon, kind of another surge of those winds. So that's why we've got the fire danger with us through much of this week. And then as we head into around Friday afternoon, we will see the winds die down for a lot of areas. I also want to show you this. This is a high wind warning. I've been working in Los Angeles in this market for about 6 years. I don't remember a time when we've seen a high wind warning for all of Southern California. I think the only area excluded is up through the Ventura coastline, areas like Camarillo. But take a look at this. I mean, it's all across Southern California, coasts, valleys, deserts, mountains, down trees, power lines. That's definitely possible. If you can stay home today, probably best to do so. Stay off the roads. You want to be out of these conditions. Red flag warning again, the high fire danger that is with us through the end of the week. We'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you so much. We do want to get out to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu. He is at the desk, and you're giving us an overall view because we are dealing with these 3 very active brush fires in 3 different areas. So what can you tell us?
Well, I'll tell you, Kalina, this is going to be one of the most intense firefights in Southern California in recent memory. Each one of these fires is significant enough to tax the resources of an entire fire department, and we have 3 of them burning in Southern California at the same time. Resources from Northern California and Arizona are coming in to assist our already very hardworking firefighters. But I want to talk about each one of these fires tactically in order. Let's start with the biggest one, the Palisades fire. If you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you an idea of where this is burning and how deeply it is burning into communities. Now, right here, you see the footprint of the Palisades fire. It started yesterday at about 10:30, and the two major flanks here are burning to the east here, through the Mandeville Canyon, possibly into the Santa Monica area, and then on the west here, burning towards Tuna Canyon. And we know that fire embers have gone at least 3 miles to the west, because our reporter Luz Delia Caballero was seeing some homes that were burning all the way over to the west there. But the important things that I want to note here on the Palisades fire, of course, 0% containment. These orange areas are the fire footprint, and there are some significant things that we have seen here, including homes being damaged in this area. And certainly in this area, there is great concern that Palisades High School is in the fire footprint. We are trying to get some more information about how badly damaged, if it was at all. A little bit of good news you can see down here. This is the Getty Villa. It looks like the fire footprint may have damaged the back building there, but the Getty Villa says that their back building is going to be okay. Luz Delia Caballero, she was doing her live reports from this area here, which is actually, it's further, it's actually all the way over here that she had been doing her live reports. That means that embers are at least moving this far across PCH and damaging homes in this area near Las Flores Canyon. So a very damaging fire here. And I want to actually show you our LAX cam. It's RM8. Now, what you're looking at there is very faint embers that I believe may be down by Will Rogers State Beach. So it's difficult to tell from the perspective, but what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen is runway 24. So that's LAX. So this fire is in visible view of the LAX flight path, which means it has progressed quite far from its origination point in the Palisades area. So certainly firefighters are concerned about its eastbound progression into the Brentwood and Will Rogers State Beach area and the area towards LAX. This is, of course, great concern for them. And this is not the only fire that's burning. Let's come back out to my screen and let's talk about the next fire. This is the Hurst fire that is burning up in the Silmar area. This one started at about 10:30 last night. We don't have a good idea of the fire footprint yet because the aerial assault has not taken place this morning yet. We believe it's burning in this area based on the evacuation zones. But certainly in the San Fernando Valley, the smell of smoke was very strong, even in the northern part of the San Fernando Valley. So we know that this fire is burning pretty intensely. We do have a look at it with our Hollywood Hills camera. This is, if I can see, RM3. This actually right here is some of that Silmar fire that we see up there. It's certainly glowing in the hillsides. I don't have too much information about structures damaged up there, but certainly LA City Fire is working and fire attack in this area as well. Then finally, our third fire that we're working, we know getting more and more destructive. Let's come out to my screen and talk about the Eaton fire. That's where Amanda Starantino was. This one started at about 6:30 last night. If we can come out to my map, I can show you on the map where that is. This one, we know that there are homes that are burning in the Hastings Ranch area. We can see here that it started in the hills above the Altadena area, somewhere in this area. But we know that the fire has certainly damaged homes here. That's because Amanda Starantino was reporting live from this area. Normally, we would expect homes to be burning if they were going to burn right around here. But Amanda was in this community here, and we saw homes around, I think it was called Valley View Lane, or it was down here. Valley View Avenue and Valley Lights Drive in this area. So we know that homes in this community have been damaged, very likely the fire coming down through this vegetative area. And embers can fly so far in these high winds, and that's certainly a problem for these communities as there is no aerial assault. The last thing I want to show you here, this is the radar. There's nothing on it. You don't see any icons except for a few jets that are flying over at about 3,000 feet right now. We hope that the aerial assault will begin sometime after sunup where it's a little safer to fly, but right now This is purely a ground fight, and it is going very intensely for all 3 of these fires. That's it here from the desk. Back to you.
Yeah, and we can only imagine that the acreage for all of these will expand as soon as the sun comes up and they can reevaluate. We're going to go now to our reporter, Rick Montanez. He is live along PCH and Sunset, and you've just seen so much devastation, and we see more fire behind you there. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so Christine, we want to show you this property here because this is just off of Pacific Palisades Beach, and that is brush that is burning. It does not appear that the buildings are on fire yet. Those are the Edgewater Towers. That is a complex right here just off of Sunset and PCH. So it is overlooking PCH and the ocean. You may even be able to hear the waves crashing right where we are. We're standing right on the rocks next to the water. I can even feel some of the water splashing as we watch these embers just cast out into the ocean, out onto PCH. But you know, these flames are burning so close to these homes. And I've got to tell you, even if these buildings do not catch fire, all of these units are going to have smoke damage inside because this smoke is just so thick and the winds are so strong, and there are so many embers. You could probably see them in this video as they're just going all over the place. My photographer here, Ernie Fuentes, I want to see if you can take us over to where we were showing earlier. So you can't see the building anymore, but you could see the glow. So we were talking about this other condo complex here on the other side of the street. Again, this is looking inland. This collapsed this morning as we watched the building continue to burn for hours. And it's a 3-story building, and there are a lot of units in that one. And we just saw it come down. I mean, it was devastating to watch. The good news out of that is we have not seen much expansion in that complex, just that one building, which looks fairly large. There are a number of units in there, so certainly people lost their homes, which is just tragic to see and report on. The other thing I want to point out is just down the street from there. So on Sunset, we wanted to show you, but we aren't getting signal up there, but I was up there. There is also a school, Westside Waldorf School, which is a preschool and up to middle school. That is on fire right now as well. Next to it, there is a shopping center, which has a Subway and a couple of restaurants, cleaners, dry cleaners. That is all burning right now. And there are a few more apartment complexes, but look at this one again. You see just how large those flames are as the brush burns right next to Edgewater Towers, which is here on the corner of PCH and Sunset. Just awful to watch, and to know that, you know, as we've been saying, there are countless people who are impacted by this all across our region here in Southern California, dealing with these fires. The sun not even close to being up yet, so the devastation is just going to be horrific when we do get to see first daybreak here, but the wind still howling, blowing embers. And last, I want to leave you with this, because we are in a beach parking lot here where we got access. You know, a lot of these parking lots, they have the one way in, one way out. Well, the exit has those spike strips to keep people from going in the wrong way. Gentleman here, my photographer Ernie Fuentes, had to stop him because we think he actually did drive over those spikes on his 2 front tires. Someone who lives in the area, but possibly confused or just didn't know exactly where he was going. So it's a critical reminder of just how important it is to listen to those evacuation orders and to get out of the area, because that could be life-threatening if you're stuck in a place like this that you're unfamiliar with. And you know, it sounds awful to be like, just get out, but really this is all in an effort to try to save your life, because look at all of these flames. And we have this next round of fire trucks coming in here. This could also be, you know, either they're repositioning or it's a fresh set of crews coming in to help relieve all the other firefighters who have been on this for hours. You know, I have family friends who are in LAFD who are out here working. And you know, it's just, I mean, you got to imagine what their families are going through right now too, knowing that they are here working.
I know, and Rick, that's a great reminder, because in a panic, you're not paying attention to the direction of the spike strips at all. You're not paying attention to when, yeah, and it's really dark. But I do feel like we started talking to you about 3 o'clock this morning. I feel like that fire has spread rather quickly. It looked much smaller earlier, unless it's just where you were. Okay, because the orange glow in the sky is pretty significant, and the flames are just out of control right now. It is, again, just devastating to see. And we've mentioned this before, and Rick, you mentioned this just now too. So many people are familiar with that area. Not only do they live there, but they travel there, they go hiking there, they go to the beach there, they visit friends and family. Exactly. It's just so devastating to see such an iconic spot. And just the impact it's going to have and the trickle-down effect in the future, because it's not just going to be the homes, it's going to be, you know, picking up the pieces after that too, and the businesses and everything else.
Right. And if I can show you one more thing before we go, because you were mentioning the glow and watching the fire grow. When we showed you down PCH, that was much further down. We're talking probably at least a mile down. And so now we are standing just across the street from where this is burning. So yes, the fire has spread all the way over here. I mean, the difficult thing to see is when we talk about the fire spreading, but which direction is it going? Because we're looking at fire from almost all directions except for where the ocean is just off to our side. But everywhere around from north to south, we are seeing flames burning all around us.
And the smoke is blanketing the street. We were able to see the fire department moving in on that street, Rick, and it's so thick you can't see that anymore. You can't make it out. It just looks like a dark hole.
Well, and it's a good reminder too, because we've been reporting all morning on the evacuation warnings, not yet orders. But as you mentioned, you saw a gentleman drive over, you know, the spike strip they have on that parking lot, because people often are frantically trying to get out. So we want to tell everybody this morning as you're waking up, if you're under an evacuation watch, it is not a bad idea, especially if you have elderly family members, you know, young children, pets, people who and animals who can be hard to move, that it's a good time to just get your belongings and go stay with a friend. Because Rick, as you've seen just in the, say, 3 hours you've been there, such erratic fire behavior because of those winds.
Right, and you know, what was good when we arrived out here, and likely that had to do with the time of day, we did not see a lot of people who were out and about. But you know, I've covered these fires for more than a decade, and a lot of times we do see people who are out here. And look, check this out. You're talking about the smoke. Now we can hardly see that fire. You can see the flames are big, but it's, you know, there's a screen over it essentially with all of this smoke that is coming off of this right now. You know, but that is the thing, is listening to those warnings, staying out of the area if you can, because this is just so devastating. I mean, even if these fire crews were right here on these buildings, it's almost impossible, it seems, that they'd be able to save some of these buildings. So you can imagine, these are the trained crews that have the equipment and the capability to put out large fires, and they just can't keep up with this because of conditions. So what is a homeowner to do? You know, they don't have the training or the skills or equipment to do this. So it really is just a reminder of the best thing to do is to get out and be safe and let these fire crews work, because they are trained for this. You know, and same with us. I mean, you know, it's incredible to see and powerful to see, but we are trained to be out here to bring you these images as well.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing us so much information and also staying safe. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 5:30. We are tracking 3 fires raging across Southern California as damaging winds continue to whip through our region. First is the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades. It has since spread to the Malibu area, and this started around 10:30 yesterday morning. It's now burned over 2,900 acres with no containment. At least 30,000 people are evacuated, and more than 10,000 homes are threatened. We've seen several homes and buildings torched by the flames, but as of right now, the number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown. Evacuation shelters are available at the Westwood Recreation Center, also El Camino Real High School, that is in Woodland Hills.
Now, the second fire broke out not too long ago. Again, we have 3 different fires that are burning, but we do want to get out to our Luz Delia Caballero right now, joining us in Malibu for the Palisades fire. Luz Delia, I'm hearing it's getting a little bit out of control where you are. What's happening?
Oh my gosh, this wind is crazy. We've nearly fallen several times. We are on a stretch of PCH where buildings on both sides are currently on fire, and firefighters can't move fast enough to get the engines on this stretch of PCH. Behind me, you'll see a building that looks like it's one that houses several businesses. Obviously, you can see those flames. Impressive images here. We can definitely feel the heat, and we are maybe 20 feet away from this building. I can also tell you, obviously, fire needs 3 elements to reach full combustion: heat, oxygen, and fuel. This building definitely has all 3, and you can see that those flames are running rampant inside, again, trying to find that oxygen. We've also noticed that when these wind gusts get out of control, those flames tuck in, and then when the wind gusts kind of calm down a little bit, they kind of tuck back inside. So here we just want to show you the intensity of these flames. I mean, part of this trash can melted. There's a nearby dumpster here, toppled over, and this is some heavy stuff here. You can't move this, but that wind gust toppled this over. And then over there you can also see brush has caught on fire, and we will show you real time, or try our best to do so, to show you these embers that are moving very, very quickly. When we tell you, we've learned from our repeated fire coverage that these embers can travel 4 miles. We are witnessing this firsthand. As Sparkle shows you right now, you can see those embers flying absolutely everywhere. And as Sparkle comes over here and shows you on this road, you can see those embers just sliding past that road onto those fire engines, and they are actually blocking our view, but they are tackling a massive fire behind us where it seems like one or several buildings have caught fire, and that's behind that engine there. We can kind of see some of those flames back there, but things are getting very, very intense in this area. We are here on PCH. It seems like fire crews may move us just because of how fast these flames are moving, how quickly these embers are moving, and of course they might just shut this stretch down so that they can get a better handle of these flames and try to put some of these out before, again, those embers start spreading. But this is a fire that has taken this community by storm, and it's causing several challenges for firefighters at this time. We were just given an okay from a firefighter to be here, so we are safe, but we're talking more than 2,900 acres burned and tens of thousands of people evacuated. Firefighters are doing the best they can to get a good handle on this fire, but as you can see, I mean, this wind is very, very intense, certainly posing a challenge for firefighters and their effort to tackle these flames. And just look at that. I mean, these images don't lie, and they are really painting a picture and telling a story of all of the devastation left behind due to this windstorm that has just gotten out of control. And this is just one of many areas where there is grave devastation. And again, we're in Malibu. We're talking about a beach community where things should not look like this. The only orange glow we should be seeing is from a sunrise or a sunset. And obviously, as you can see, that is not the case here.
Luz Delia, you know, your photographer pans over to that one business or home, and it has some type of writing, and Christina and I keep on trying to see what it's saying. Can you make out what it's saying? Because we want to look up what that potentially could be, if it is a business, if it's, it says something like...
Yeah, it says Harricana Salon, but down here, Sparkle's our photographer, Sparkle Day, Malibu Healing Center, Acupuncture, Herbs, Nutrition. So it seems to me like this was a building that housed several businesses.
Okay.
And so not just one, but several. And this sign was once out front. I would, you know, grab those other signs to see what other businesses are here, but obviously that's on fire. We're trying to stay as safe as possible, but it seems like this is a building that had maybe many suites, and obviously it is gone. I mean, whatever is going to be left of this, once firefighters come here and potentially try to douse this with water as much as they can to stop these flames ultimately, so that embers don't travel extremely far and catch on brush or other buildings. I mean, but this is a total loss. Even looking inside, we are looking in real time how this building is just burning down, and that roof is collapsing as we speak. And we hear it, we certainly see it.
And it's just a reminder, too, that
it's just a very, very devastating scene here.
Yeah, and it's a reminder, too, that we're not just talking about homes obviously devastating for homes to be lost, but the economic impact on these communities, especially a place like Malibu and the Pacific Palisades, that really rely on the tourists, local tourists, people from out of town who come into those areas, who go to these places. People work here even when they don't necessarily live in that area, and it's just so devastating to see. And Luz Delia, you know, we've been talking about the fact that we see how much has been lost on our air, but once the sun comes up, it's just gonna look, you know, devastating.
And something else with what you just pointed out, though, that business, I mean, those neighborhoods in Malibu and Pacific Palisades and just all across Southern California, we're known for having those little small businesses in neighborhoods, in areas where we live. They're right down the street, they're right around the corner, where they're familiar with us, they know our name, they know our order, they know what we're going there for. And so that is just so significant for that specific community, and it's so unfortunate.
And they're telling me that that salon, it sounds like they just opened up, according to their website, which is just, you know, adding insult to injury. And I imagine that people who go there or people who work there might be watching our news right now. And you know, we hate to be on air and to show people this, but I've known from going to these evacuation centers, from going out into the communities, people are often glued to the television, hoping to see if their home or their business is still standing or if it's burned. And you know, that's why we stay on the air, and we've been on air all night long, and you've been out there braving the elements. And I want to remind people too that we as reporters, we're trained, you know, they give us training on how to be out there. So I don't want anybody to think that, you know, we're throwing her out there with no idea what she's doing.
And all of our reporters have been doing a great job, including you, Luz Delia, on staying safe, communicating with us with how you're feeling, where you're going, if it's safe, if it's unsafe. So we really appreciate your reporting very, very much. It's just devastating out there. Stay safe. We do have other fires, of course, that we've been tracking all morning, and you can just continue to hear the wind gusts where Luz Delia is. But again, we're tracking 3 fires. They are raging across Southern California. We were just talking about the fire in the Pacific Palisades area. The second fire, though, this one broke out in Altadena. It is being dubbed the Eaton Fire. If you're familiar with the Altadena area, there's a lot of hillside, there's a lot of brush, a lot of people go hiking there, a lot of people, of course, live there. This started just before 6:30 last night. It has since spread to Pasadena and has now grown to more than 2,000 acres. Our reporters on the ground have seen several homes and several structures burned in those flames. And we're also learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. Residents in the area are being told to evacuate immediately. So far, from a lot of the images we've seen, it's kind of a ghost town, which is great news. That's an indicator that a lot of people did leave. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. So we do want to get back out to our Amanda Staratino joining us in Pasadena. You know, you were mentioning before you saw a home with Christmas decorations that were up. I mentioned earlier that Hastings Ranch is known for its holidays. People go there to see. We see the flames right behind you. We hear the wind still. We see the embers. What is it like for you now?
It is so sad, Kalina. It's heartbreaking to see all of this. You can see this home burning behind us here. I'm on Denair, right between Rexford and Valley View. And it's just house after house, and then the next house will be completely fine. I mean, you can see those flames burning right there of this home. We've been watching it for the last hour. I just met someone who was walking down the street. What's your name?
Kathy.
Kathy, is your home okay?
Yeah, my home is fine so far.
What are you thinking right now, seeing all this in your neighborhood?
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and
Mark,
I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. And I think there's a strong sense of community and family in Upper Hastings Ranch, and I think we all support each other. And
why did you stay and not leave?
Well, actually, I did leave, but then I came back.
Okay. You wanted to see what's going on?
There's no way I can just sit around and do nothing. I mean, I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out. And then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out.
So just trying to save what you can.
Absolutely. I just can't sit around and do nothing.
Some of your neighbors' homes burned down. What's going on in your head with that?
My heart goes out to them. and I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild, and I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
Well, Kathy, I'm glad you are safe. We're going to move down a little bit, down a ways. We'll walk this way. You can just see it's just home after home. I want to be careful about some cabling right here, Victor. What is this? A Christmas decor? I mean, Christmas lights are still up here, Kalina and Christine. I'm going to hold this up for you, Victor. We're seeing a lot of fire trucks out here. We're about 1,000 acres burned. If you look to our right, because we are right next to the ridge and the mountains right here, you can see where the majority of that fire is burning. That's where we're seeing that acreage. But these embers, they come off and they hit these homes that are right up against these hillsides, and they just go down. And, you know, when the sun comes up this morning, it's going to be really tough. More than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders in this area. Another about 40 to 50,000 are under evacuation warnings. I want to move down this way. We're walking towards Rexford now. It's desolate here. It's very quiet. There's not a lot of people here. People were asked to evacuate, but a lot of tough conversations are being had, you guys. I told you I had family and friends in this area, and I personally just had to make a really, really tough phone call to a really, really dear friend. And it was probably the worst thing I've had to do in a really long time. And I just, my heart just goes out to these families that are watching this morning on whatever channel and are going to see this later and had to leave their homes in one piece and are coming back to it looking like this. The home you're looking at right now, I mean, I have my own memories here, and I don't know how to put it into words of just how hard it is to look at this. We actually had to walk away for a bit because it just, it's hard. I see this driveway and I just see us laughing and giggling and telling stories to our friend's mom about the adventurous weekend we had. And I know the memories that my family and friends had in this home too. And I know that's what a lot of people are thinking when they see all these homes across Southern California this morning that look a lot like this. So I'm praying for these families, and God bless Southern California right now, because this is just absolutely devastating. Kalina, Christine.
Amanda, we appreciate you sharing your story. And we know earlier when you had walked by, you had mentioned that you had a friend that lived there. And now you just mentioned you had to make that really difficult phone call. And what you just described is something that, like you mentioned, so many people are going to be waking up to see their homes destroyed and just reminiscing on those memories. Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do want to tell you guys, these firefighters out here, they are moving. They are trying so hard right now. We're constantly seeing them going, but it's just, there's so much happening at once here. It's just home after home that I don't know how they can protect all of them. We're seeing some more crews come in right now, which is great, because I haven't seen a few on this stretch for a bit. But I was telling you earlier, the big issue for those just joining us is the water pressure, just because there's only so many fire hydrants and there's only so much water that they're all trying to pull from the same water sources, and there's just not enough. And so these firefighters are having to wait to fill up their own trucks, and then they're actually fighting these fires with their trucks instead of using the fire hydrants. People are using their water sprinklers. We have a lot of water breaks in this area, and it's just causing a lot of problems. But what I will say, which is some good news right now, the wind has been gone for, I would say, Victor, would you say the last half hour? I think maybe 45 minutes. It's been really, really calm. So I'm hoping that helps with some of these embers that are flying onto some other homes right now, because that should really help. Because when we first got here, man, it was really bad. It was really, really rough. I don't know how they were even fighting the fire, because the water was just blowing all over the place. It's going to make a big difference when we can have the aircraft back up and dropping water for our hillsides. If you look, can you look over there? You can see some of those the fire burning there. Also, our drive over here from the Santa Clarita Valley into Pasadena, we were on the 210. It is so windy out there. I beg everyone on the roads to just take it easy or stay off the roads, especially when the wind comes up. In our truck, it was very, very dangerous, a very tough drive, especially a lot of big rigs out too that have pulled over, which is really good to see. So if people are going to head out in this wind, just be very, very, very cautious, because this is serious. It's not just a regular windstorm. This is very intense.
Not at all. And we always mention that with high-profile vehicles, just to be careful, because they could topple over, start their own fire. Amanda, I do want to mention we were monitoring the Eaton fire at 1,000 acres. Your lower third has been updated. We have an update now from CAL FIRE where it's now 2,000, a little more than 2,000 acres. So it has grown significantly, and that is the latest information that we have. It's still 0% contained, but it has grown to 2,227 acres.
And Amanda, as you see all those new fire trucks coming in and moving into place in that area, are you seeing engines that are coming from outside the Southern California area? Are you seeing more resources coming in? I've been trying to read the sides of the fire trucks.
To be honest, Christine, I can't. It's hard to see right now.
Yeah.
So I will take a look at it. We're seeing a lot of, city and county, but I will take a look around and see what other crews have come out here to help us, which we appreciate so very much. I know that call went out last night to any firefighters to come help, which just shows the seriousness of this matter here and just how much help we need because of how bad it's gotten. But yeah, I'll take a look around. I mean, all I can say is there's a lot of crews out here doing what they can in a very tough spot. I mean, every direction I look right now, I see flames, smoke, and trucks, and that's about it. And that's all you can see. There we go. There's another truck. But definitely, it's a tricky firefight here. And it's just so many families are impacted to start off 2025. It's a really rough start to the year here.
It's overwhelming. And we have video on the screen, Amanda. You're in a box, but on the right-hand side, that's when our photographer, Mike McGregor, was driving through the neighborhood. And it's live, actually. Mike McGregor is driving right now through the neighborhood, and you just see home after home engulfed in flames. You see the thick smoke just blanketing the entire area, the embers going all over the place, the wind gusts here and there, but it's just devastating. I mean, entire communities,
sides of the street,
absolutely destroyed.
And have you seen, Amanda, since you've been there, new homes catching fire, or are the homes we're seeing that have burned behind you, were they already up in flames when you arrived?
We've been seeing some come up since we've been here. When I was live with you guys last time, there was one on the corner that just started. I mean, when we had those wind gusts earlier, that's what really caused that problem, because you saw those embers just flying through and they'd hit you. You felt it would sting you. And that's just what's hitting these homes and just destroying these properties all through this neighborhood and throughout the area. So yeah, we did see some. I haven't seen some new ones, I would say, in the last 45 minutes, just in this area right here in this couple block radius. But we'll continue to walk around, drive around, and see what else we can find. But it's hard to see out here. You can't be out here without a mask, without goggles, and even so, it's tricky to breathe, it's tricky to see. So I really hope that people, if you should not be in this neighborhood right now. Try to relocate, wait for the sun to come up when it's a little safer to see, because there's a lot of properties burning here without firefighters next to it. So you just don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know what's going on. So very dangerous, very devastating, and I'll try to get more information for you guys next time we talk.
Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do right now want to go out to our Luzelia Caballero, joining us now from Malibu for the Palisades fire, and you have a public information officer with you.
We do. We first want to show you kind of the conditions that we're seeing right now. These winds are relentless. They continue to blow in every which direction, as will naturally the embers. To my left, Sparkle will show you a building that was engulfed in flames not even 15 minutes ago. We're told by a firefighter this is a total loss. We'll hear from him in just a little bit. Across the way, not even 15 minutes ago, this building was not on fire. Right now, it is engulfed, what looks like on the inside, and things are starting to pop inside. So Obviously, very dangerous conditions out here. We want to bring in David Ortiz with LA Fire. Thank you so much for being here and stopping and checking on us to make sure we were okay. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a lot better than a lot of these firefighters. These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
And what can you tell us about some of the challenges that firefighters are facing on the ground?
Well, one of the challenges has been hydrants. Certain hydrants have not had water, so they have to go off their tank. So that's been one of the challenges. Also fatigue. You know, you don't make very good decisions when you're exhausted. So these firefighters have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday, and they're continuing to work. But they're doing a lot of heroic work. There was a woman that did not evacuate down the road from here. That's refuge inside a county engine, and we called in for an ambulance to come out and pick her up.
Is she okay?
She's doing okay.
Did she have any burns?
No burns. Her home was saved by the firefighters, and that's where they found her.
And talk to me about the multi-agency effort right now.
Well, it's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating, and they're bringing their crews down here. In Sacramento crews all over the region have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
Given that there are not enough engines, I would assume that strategy is very, very important. You were kind of talking to me about that strategy. Why is it so important to look at a building, assess it, and say, hey, this might be a total loss, let's move on? Can you talk to me about that thought process, and which buildings do you choose to douse and save? Right,
so what we try to do is have a space, a defensible space around a home, and anchor, or basically take a position around that structure and keep the fire from getting into the attics, because typically that's where you get the fire getting into these buildings, is up and through the attic. So once it's entered a building, usually if we have a structure fire, that usually takes 4, 5, 6 companies to be able to put that out. There's just not enough personnel to be able to mount that type of firefight. So it's a defensive fight. We're taking a bump and run, and we're trying to skip and find locations where we can safely engage the fire. We have adequate water supply, and the homes we are able to save that home. Once the fire gets into the attic, it's really not an efficient use of resources. So we're going to try to find a better opportunity to save a building that hasn't been touched yet.
And the explosiveness that these Santa Ana winds have caused, can you talk to me about the last time you saw something like this? I mean, this is something that was not only explosive, but it has been widely devastating. When is the last time you saw something like this? Was it back in 2011?
Yeah, 2011 was the last time we had this type of perfect storm, if you will. We have brush fires every year where it's around the year kind of thing, but having this type of gale force winds pushing the fire makes it almost impossible for us to defend a home. So the main priority right now for us is actually rescuing and protecting lives. Saving homes is number 2. So we're trying to do our best job to deal with the circumstances, but right now these winds, as you can feel right now, they're just unrelenting, and they're blowing in every type of direction you can imagine. So even having a strategy of where to put resources ahead of the fire is difficult. Once you get an amber a mile, 2 miles ahead where there was no fire, you have a new start, and then it's fire crews heading down that way, trying to get ahead of the fire and save the homes that haven't been burned yet.
And there's no telling how far those embers can travel, right? It's all dependent on that wind speed. It could travel 1 mile, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's Mother Nature's in charge here, and we're just reacting to it.
Well, David, we really appreciate you being here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a hug because I want you to pass this along to your colleagues. Thank you for everything that you do. You are heroes, and we really appreciate you putting your life at risk to save our community, and you give us hope and you give us, strength. So thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping us informed.
Thank you so much. So obviously you just heard from David Ortiz. Just to summarize some of the challenges: wind, it seems like they don't have enough water in some fire hydrants because of a wide array of reasons, but obviously that is posing some challenges in this firefight: the wind, the embers, and it goes on and on. Certainly in the canyons and on the hillsides, topography does play a role as well. And they were also talking to us about their strategy. So they don't want to put out buildings that are going to put themselves out, if you will, when they're already deemed a total loss. They want to go and start dousing and protecting buildings that have a chance at surviving this fire. But obviously you can see and likely hear this powerful wind. These gusts just keep coming, and they're like pounding.
They're pushing you,
Just depending on how you're standing and where. Sparkle Day is also a hero here, just keeping the camera steady because these winds will just move you around and batter you. But we are, again, being as safe as possible. As you all mentioned before, we do have the training, and we can identify when we feel we are at risk. And you know, Sparkle and I have each other's back, and we continue to watch because, as David just let us know, this building, once it starts burning internally, it will definitely likely start falling either forward, back, or to its side. So we are at a safe distance here in the middle of the road from that burning building and this one that is, you know, that fire is just chipping away at it.
That could be really scary when it comes to, you know, once that building does start to collapse and burn even more. There's additional embers, and the wind gusts are just blowing you almost down. You're having trouble standing. Luz Delia, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do want to get over to our Mark Lou over at the assignment desk right now. You've been tracking all three fires for us this morning. What's the latest?
And all three fires are essentially behaving the same. You saw the winds that were buffeting Luz Delia. This is what firefighters all over Southern California are facing. An uphill battle. They are certainly on their back foot as their resources are stretched thin. We know that there is at least some fire crews that have arrived from Santa Clara, California, more than 345 miles away. They drove all night to get here. They are now assisting LA City firefighters with their fight. We know there are also firefighters from Arizona that are on their way in here to assist LA County and LA City Fire in all of these three fires as the fight is very intense. Now, let me give you a tactical look at what we are seeing. First, let's start with the most damaging and destructive fire we believe so far, and that's the Palisades fire. Come out to my screen, and I'm going to show you the CAL FIRE map here that shows the fire footprint as of about midnight. Now, we know certainly it has grown since its ignition point yesterday at about 10 in the morning from here. We know that there have been homes that have been damaged in this area, and certainly in this area. We are seeing fire activity that is proceeding down into this area closer to LAX. We are concerned very much about a fire footprint that indicates that Pali High School may have passed through the fire zone here. We don't know how much damage there is to that fire. We also understand the Getty Villa down here barely escaped fire damage in the back part of their building. And then I want to remark that Luz Delia Caballero, where she was, where that intense damage was, her live location was in this area. Look how far from the last reported fire line she was. That's about 3 to 4 miles. Now, we don't know if the homes and buildings that were burning in this area are from embers that have flown all the way down, or if the fire line is actually around here. We won't know that until the sun comes up and we have some intel from LA County Fire and LA City Fire and the teams from CAL FIRE. You can see how close this fire is growing to the Franklin fire. That's that gray area you see in the center of your screen. That was a month ago where we had homes damaged and people evacuated. So once again, the people of Malibu are in danger and need to evacuate. So it's very troubling for them. The next fire that I want to talk about here, the Hurst fire. This is the one we have the least amount of intel on. We're not sure exactly how big it is, but it has been burning since about 10:30 last night. We know it's somewhere in this area, and there are evacuation warnings here proceeding into the Mission Hills area and up into the Newhall area as well. We don't have too much info on that, but we do believe that it is still actively burning this morning. And then, of course, where Amanda Starantino has been live, the Eaton fire. This one looks like it's going to be more and more damaging. This one started at about 6:30 last night, somewhere in the area north of Altadena. We believe the fire line is somewhere around here. Again, we don't have a fire footprint because that aircraft called Intel 12, that's the name of the the call sign of that aircraft, has not flown yet this morning to get a good look at the fire and transmit that information to CAL FIRE to get a perimeter. But Amanda Starantino has been reporting all morning in this community here near Denair Street and Valley View Avenue. And normally we would expect to see homes burning in this area up here, but we know that there are homes burning down in this community in this area. So embers have certainly flown from the fire line around here all the way down, causing damage to homes. It was very emotional and dramatic to see so many homes destroyed right in this area. And we know that the firefight is continuing. We also don't know how far to the west the fire is burning, but I want to remark that they just updated the evacuation warnings and orders to go all the way into the La Cañada Flint Ridge area and into Montrose, which is a good 10 miles away. This includes mandatory evacuations for probably more than 10,000 people in this area, including La Cañada Flint Ridge here, and even parts of Montrose are being told to pack up and get ready to go at a moment's notice. So all three of these fires burning very intensely, and unfortunately, taking a look at the radar, the only thing I see flying right now are wide-body jets landing at LAX and taking off. Still no aerial attack right now due to darkness and wind, but we do have at least 8 water-dropping helicopters on standby and several fixed-wing retardant-dropping jets ready to fly as soon as it's safe. That's it here from the desk. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, we need those up in the air. Mark, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6. There are 3 fires burning across Southern California this morning. They are being fed by damaging winds. Palisades. The Pacific Palisades. It started at 10:30 yesterday morning, that fire. It's now spread to the Malibu area. It's burned through at least 2,900 acres, and more than 30,000 people have had to be evacuated so far. 10,000 homes threatened, and as you see in this video, so many have been destroyed, so many structures damaged, so many places that we love just gone at this point. Pepperdine University closed today. No immediate threat, we're told, to campus there. There are evacuation shelters now at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
And let's get to the second fire. This is the Eaton fire, and it started at around 6:30 last night and then spread into Pasadena. It has burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. The Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all of Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today.
You think of that Jewish center was built in 1921. I mean, history is burning to the ground right now. That third fire, the Hurst fire, burning in Silmar, it broke out at 10:30 last night. It burned through 500 acres with no containment so far, just ripping through the hillsides there. Evacuation orders are in place, as well as warnings. Please pay attention to those. This happened so quickly. Evacuation shelters are at Richie Valens Recreation Center, Sepulveda Recreation Center, Northridge Park. There's so much going on this morning. We first want to get to Kalina for another fire we're just learning about in Irwindale. Kalina.
Hi, good morning. So if you take a look at this Caltrans camera right now, we've been watching it throughout the morning. This is a look from the 210 freeway right at the Vernon exit. You can see the traffic backup, and then on the hillside, you can see the hill just glowing. That is the fire we are watching. We've been utilizing different tools trying to figure out how much it's burning, where exactly it's at, but you can see the glow here. And initially, it was much smaller when we first saw this. It continues to grow, and you can obviously see the impact too. We have impacts to the roads because of this, but we did want to let you know where this was at exactly. So let me just go quickly to the map. 210 West at Irwindale Avenue. We're calling this the Olive Fire for now. We've been in touch with our assignment desk, again, making calls, trying to see what's going on. The right lane is closed at the moment, but you can see based on this Caltrans camera, you can see so much slowdown because of this. So I wouldn't be surprised. And unfortunately, a lot of the cameras on the 210 freeway are not working. They're unavailable, and I'm guessing that's because of the winds that we've been dealing with throughout the morning. But because there's so much congestion, I have a feeling they're closing down additional lanes, and also people are kind of looking over to see what is going on there. You can kind of make out some of that smoke, but you can definitely make out those flames. So again, this is what it looks like in the map this morning. This is another fire we are tracking. We're working on getting more information, but this is exactly what we've been afraid of throughout the whole, last couple of days when we've been talking about this fire danger. Let's get over to our meteorologist, Alex Bisson. You've been watching the wind gusts and all of our reporters' live shots. Those gusts have been so strong.
And the winds are just not letting up and really hyper-focused over parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, and then swinging around to the Inland Empire, which Kalina was just kind of focusing on too. So I want to show you some of the wind gusts close to the Palisades fire. That's where our Luz Delia Caballero is there this morning. And you could see her just being blown around in that live shot. So we're talking wind gusts as strong as 50 miles per hour. Even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour from areas like Santa Clarita up to the mountains, up to the I-5 corridor. Hey, if you have plans to travel north through the 5 today, I would say don't do it, because look at how strong these wind gusts are going. It's that offshore wind where, again, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go to some parts of the Inland Empire where we are seeing those stronger winds too. Chino filtering all the way down into Orange County this morning. So those spots of wind strongest through this morning. Winds will die down as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. So that is kind of the takeaway. You're watching the forecast. You're wondering what's going to happen. Well, we still have elevated to critical and even extreme fire danger for some parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, but pretty much almost all of Southern California is under some sort of wildfire risk. Breezy to windy conditions, that's likely to return Friday, also into next week. But I know we're just really focused on, what is happening now and imminently what is impacting a lot of you. Of course, the issue and the problem is we've got the dry wind. We don't have any rain. We've seen less than 1/10 of an inch of rain so far this season. So it is the driest start to winter since 1964. Let's look at, again, Malibu, where the Pacific Palisades fire is burning this morning. We've got winds very strong, between 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour. That is the story this morning, and I updated this graphic. I want to show you, and it shows you the scope and the magnitude of what we're talking about. Arrowhead Springs up in the mountains, almost 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that was earlier. Simi Valley at 75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and of course other areas, Altadena, Van Nuys, Rialto. We're continuing to watch the winds, and of course we'll continue to look at the fire weather conditions as we move forward into the next few days. Back to you.
Alex, thank you for that. You look at those numbers and then you see that we're still 3 hours away from things potentially calming down just a bit. This is going to be a very long morning for people, and flames are continuing to burn out of control in the Pacific Palisades.
Rick Montanez has a look at some of the devastating damage, including a school that's on fire.
We're on Sunset just above PCH, and you see the Westside Waldorf School now burning. We've been on both sides of this property, and you can see building after building and flames just tearing through the property. It appears this school is a private school that serves elementary, or I should say preschool through middle school, but just devastating to see. And then the neighboring shopping center where there's a Subway, another restaurant, and then a Cleaners and a few others, those appear to now be on fire as well. Crews are out here doing what they can, but these winds are blowing so hard, the flames really just are pushing through, and we want to come across the street here. So up Sunset here from PCH, that is Fire Station 23. That has not caught fire yet, but we want to show you up on the hillside there. You see those flames burning up above? That is a condo complex. We believe that is One Coast condominium complex that has burned, and we were out here looking at it from PCH when we saw the building actually collapse from that fire, and it was so incredible to see. I mean, it's been burning for hours, and then you come down here to the parking lot and you see these cars that are completely burned out. No doubt embers had burned through here, had flown through here, caught these things on fire, because there are even a couple of cars not on fire in this lot, or that did not burn but have melted from the extreme heat. And then again across the street there, that is Westside Waldorf School that is now burning. Fire crews trying to save it. There's another complex across up the street, an apartment complex, several homes up in this neighborhood. There's a large building back behind this school, so a lot of property that they're trying to protect, but really things are just burning out of control at this point. Utter devastation here in Pacific Palisades.
Rick, Rick, thank you for that. It is so hard to watch, just so much devastation. You talk about schools, you talk about cars, you talk about historical buildings. We now have Amanda in Pasadena where, Amanda, I know you have been going just nonstop. You were at Pacific Palisades yesterday. You are now in Pasadena, covering just really this wide swath of what people are dealing with. What are you seeing there? I see flames just over your shoulder.
That's all it is. It's just flames everywhere. It's house after house just burning in this neighborhood in Sierra Madre, and it's just devastation. You're seeing trees down, you're seeing just ash and rubble, and you're just hearing things burn, and this is literally a horror movie here, and these are people's real lives that we're seeing just in their memories and lives just burning to the ground. And thankfully people are out of here. We don't have any word on anyone hurt, thankfully. But it's just so sad. And I wanted to show you guys this. We drove past this, and it's been so sad. And then you see something like this. This is beautiful angel for the holidays still out here, just overlooking everything and untouched, under a tree where the leaves are burned. It's just a little piece of light, I guess, in all of this. It's just so heartbreaking. So we're on Valley Lights. I'm right next to North Michelinda. The ridge is right behind us, I believe. Gosh, it's so hard to see now. Okay, it's back this way. You can see some embers going up into the air right there. Do we have our photographer, Mike McGregor's shot back, guys? Because I wanted to take a look at that if it's back up. If not,
Amanda, as we wait for that, because I know you have been just going nonstop. I know you got stuck last night trying to get home. I know that this has just been something that has been so hard for you and the crews covering, and you must be exhausted. I think about the fire crews that have just been going relentless nonstop in these winds. Can you just describe for us what you're feeling this morning, what you're seeing this morning, just what's going through your mind as you've now been from one scene to another?
I mean, this is just so hard, and I think what's so just difficult about this particular storm, this windstorm that we're dealing with, is this is really impacting everyone across Southern California. So everyone you're seeing that are fighting these fires, everyone reporting on these fires, all your emergency response, probably everyone helping and aiding these people that are losing their homes, everyone is impacted by this in some way. So this is just such a heavy moment here for everyone in Southern California. And as you look around, you're just seeing how much is just lost. It's still dark out this morning, so we don't even have a full scope of just how intense it is here. And just everyone's involved in this situation here. We've been down a few of these streets in the Sierra Madre neighborhood, and it's just house after house. I don't even have a number. We were thinking maybe 30 that we've seen down. I would say more than that, maybe at this point. We're seeing crews from all over the place. So Christine Lazar was asking me about that in my last hit. So we took a look. We saw Riverside. We saw Contra Costa. We're seeing the governor's emergency response here as well. Pasadena, of course. Just so many hands on deck here, just trying to do what they can. You see some firefighters over there. We're constantly seeing trucks moving. There's one coming up here. This is on North Michelinda. A lot of law enforcement out here as well. But remember, all these people, their families are impacted too. So they all have their own stories of what they're dealing with and how their hearts are feeling while we do this. In my last hit, I mean, I showed you the homes that I have been to and I have memories of, and it's just that's everyone right now, and that's what makes this so sad and so tragic in a way. So we have this truck here. Let's see where they're from. All right, we have Riverside County right there. We appreciate all these guys coming out to help. I know where our acreage is over 2,000. Let's walk down a little bit, Victor. Let's see what else we can see. You can see just the destruction on the sidewalks here, just everything completely torn up and burned down. We're really close to the golf course. You can look up this way. I mean, everywhere you look, it's just fire, and it doesn't end. And it's just waiting for this reprieve of when it will. And let's take a listen to a woman I talked to. Yeah, I talked to a resident that came back. She left last night. She lives on Rexford, which is just about 2-3 blocks away. She left when the evacuation orders came into place, but she came back early this morning just to check on everything. Her house is okay, but she saw there was some her bushes caught on fire a little bit, so she's using her hose there. She was trying to help with her neighbors' homes, but it wasn't enough that her neighbors' homes are gone. But take a listen to what she had to say to us earlier.
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out, and then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out. My heart goes out to them, and I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild, and I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
I think the most precious thing that we could lose is lives, and right now we have no word on that. So I hope that's a good thing at this point. Things are things. They can be replaced. I know memories are hard, but you can hold those in your heart at this point. You can just see how much is lost right here. Both sides of me, you guys. You look this way, you can look out into the valley. You see the lights behind it, behind this house that's now completely gone with just their chimney still standing. Their car that was left here completely burned. And you can still see some flames in the back of this house. My right and left, this is just devastating, Jamie.
I can only imagine. And Rudabeh, you and I were talking earlier, just after you cover some of these things, you do have to compartmentalize while you're on the scene. And as Amanda's taking this in real time, I can only imagine after being up for several hours, it's so hard to watch. And I just feel for the fire crews out there right now.
Absolutely. And Amanda mentioned this. You mentioned this, Amanda, that this is for all of Southern California right now. These winds are affecting so many communities. It's not an isolated incident here. It's not an isolated threat. And so it is a good reminder to get things in order in case you do get an evacuation order, because these fires have been popping up now around Southern California, and we've seen the devastation that they can bring so quickly. So, Amanda, thank you.
And just an update now, Rudabeh, too. Yeah, and before I go really quick, for us, at least still in this area, like I said last time, the winds are still calm here right now. We don't even have much of a breeze. So I'm hoping that's helping these firefighters right now while we don't while we don't have airdrops. So that's been pretty good. I think it's been about an hour without that severe wind that we had when we first got here, where we could barely stand and just embers flying all over the place. It's been much more calm for the last hour. So hopefully that's been helping with some of these firefights and not forcing those embers to move around and cause other houses to go down. So a little bit of good news this morning to share. Maybe that's what that angel was doing over there. I don't know. But
let's hope.
It is quite a sight. Amanda, thank you so much. We want to talk about some of the school closures right now. There are so many schools being impacted by the Eaton fire. The entire districts are closing campuses today, and that includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District, all schools in the Glendale Unified District, all schools in the Pasadena Unified District.
We are talking about thousands of people have had to evacuate, so many homes burned. Mark Liu is at the desk looking into just the latest of numbers and what's going on. Mark?
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the fire, the Eaton fire that Amanda is at. It's an incredibly painful and traumatic thing going on in that neighborhood around Hastings Ranch. And these homes that are burning that Amanda was showing us in her live shot, incredibly, these aren't homes that back up to a hillside. These are live pictures right now. Now, you would normally expect there is an inherent risk when buying homes in Southern California of living on the backside of a hillside or a mountain where your backyard extends into the hillside. You have to do brush clearance and know that there is always the likelihood that there could be a brush fire could come down the side of that hill and consume your home. But this area that she is in is not near a hillside. It is hundreds of feet, perhaps even more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest hillside, which just illustrates how far embers can go and be blown in this intense windstorm that we are experiencing this morning. And it is particularly tragic that the homeowners in this community probably never thought that they would be in danger of such a massive windstorm and fire event that would destroy their homes. You can see here, there is really know this is at least, I'm looking at the map, this is at least a good 500 to 1,000 feet, maybe more, from the fire of where it would be in the hills above Altadena in the Hastings Ranch area. So it's really an illustration of just how far these embers are blowing and the problems that elements of both the LA County Fire Department and the Pasadena Fire Department have when they're fighting this fire. Now, earlier we had heard from Margaret Scott from LA City Fire, and what they do with structure protection, all fire departments follow this general rule, is that it's kind of the reverse of what you would think about when you're dealing with, say, a mass casualty incident where many people are injured. You would want to triage or treat the most critically injured first in order to save their lives. In some ways, it's the reverse when doing structure protection for homes. If you see a building, a firefighting team sees a building that is critically damaged, that is burning almost beyond saving, they will abandon it and move to a building that possibly isn't damaged yet or has a likelihood of being saved. So earlier this morning, we had seen live shots with Amanda of fire trucks driving by burning homes, not stopping to fight them because they're beyond saving. And fire crews, they need to work on the structures that they can save that aren't being affected immediately by embers getting under the eaves and into the attic. Because once that happens, the damage to that home is so severe, it's unlikely that the family that lives there will be able to return, or possibly they'll lose that house completely. So the job of the LA County Fire and Pasadena Fire Department right now is to save the homes that they can, being that there is no aerial attack available right now due to the darkness and wind. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you how expansive the Eaton Fire evacuation warnings and orders are. What we're looking at here is the central ignition point of the Eaton fire. It started at about 6:30 last night. Now, we don't have that big orange footprint that we can see on the CAL fire map for the Palisades fire because the aircraft that does that intelligence gathering, it's codenamed Intel 12, it flies out of Sacramento. It hasn't been down here yet this morning to get a good look at where the Eaton fire is burning. Now, when it does arrive on station, it's going to circle like this and get that good fire footprint, but we believe that it is probably burning in this area. Now, if I zoom into the Hastings Ranch area where Amanda Starantino was, I'm going to illustrate what I was talking about. She was essentially in this neighborhood, and you can see how far and how many homes exist between the hillside and the homes that were burning where she was at. The only indication that we can imagine is that this fire was burning all along this area here into this vegetative area down here towards the Eaton Canyon golf course, and that embers have blown into this neighborhood, and an untold number of homes all along here are now destroyed. It's incredibly tragic for this community and certainly a problem for the rest of the areas that are being impacted by the Eaton fire. You can see how far these evacuation zones, we are looking at evacuation warnings all the way into the Montrose area and evacuation orders through La Cañada Flint Ridge, including a JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that's in La Cañada Flint Ridge. That's currently under an evacuation order as well. It's right there. So you can see that the Eaton fire has certainly become a priority for firefighters, as well as the Palisades fire. We can take a quick look at that one as well. You can see here as it burns. This one, we have the fire footprint. Hasn't been updated since about midnight, but I want to tell you about a live camera that I haven't been able to access until just now. It's right about here. You can see it's quite far from the last reported fire line, but I'm going to show you something from Helispot 69, which is a airborne refueling and water refueling center for LA County Fire. This is the south-facing camera for Helispot 69, and that is at least 5 to 6 miles from the last reported fire line for the Palisades fire. You can see the fire is here. It is in the hills up by Helispot 69 where I'd circled. These are, it's dark, but you can see these are called the pumpkins. We're going to see Chinooks, if they fly today, refuel using these tanks that are right there. They autofill and provide 8,000 gallons of water to water-dropping helicopters. And even to the west, we can see fire now burning. That's now towards where Luz Delia Caballero was. And let me just remind you where this is. What the camera that we were looking at is here. So we know that there is fire all along here down into this area. So I'll tell you, Rutabe and Jamie, when the Intel 12 Beechcraft Super King aircraft gets into the air and starts surveying this fire damage, we're going to see a significant expansion of this fire footprint here. And when that aircraft is overhead, we don't know. And also, when the water dropping aircraft are able to fly, we also don't know, hopefully after the sun comes up.
Yeah, we are so dependent normally with these wildfires on airdrops to assist firefighters. We saw in Amanda's live shot there, people as far as the Bay Area, crews coming down to help battle those flames, but they're going to get tired.
Well, the other thing is, I think, as you said, we have become so dependent. I think in many of these storms, we just initially, the planes get up and it's very scary for a short period of time. This just keeps going and going and going and going this morning.
And the winds, we're still in the heart of this windy period right now.
At least 3 hours until we get even just a little bit of relief.
Yeah, so we want to talk about that Jewish temple we were just talking about in Pasadena.
It was gutted by flames. It's been around since 1921. You think about the history in our area that's being lost right now, so many businesses, but this is, just so significant. This is, again, in the Eaton fire, 0% containment. You can see just went up in flames. It's about 2,200 acres have burned in this area. And you see this and the magnitude. I don't know that it's fully comprehensible at this point. We've seen so many things go up in the dark now. It's going to be until it's light where we see just how much is damaged. But when you see the flames just consuming these buildings and things like this, the Jewish temple that's been around since 1921, it's just really hard.
Yeah, and you think about the historical significance and also the cultural significance, right? This was an incubator for the Jewish community in the wider Pasadena area. You mentioned 1921. This was an old Mission Revival style building. This area around the San Gabriel Valley known for, that architecture, those old historic buildings, some of those mission buildings as well. This was an incubator for the conservative Jewish movement, and so many memories, so many significant moments in people's lives now up in flames.
Yeah, and we should talk about, Pasadena, it's a very large city. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of people in the surrounding area with livestock and horses, those types of things. I've never heard the Rose Bowl opening up for people to bring their horses and other animals there. That is very significant. Let's go ahead and get a check now of the current conditions and what we're looking at, because we do have so many fires burning in so many different places, Alex.
And you know what, Jamie and Rudabeh, winds not letting up. We talked about that time period where we were going to see the strongest gusts. We are in that time period right now. I think winds will let up somewhat as we head into mid-morning, but I want to zoom you in and show you exactly where the Palisades fire is burning right now. We're talking winds 50 miles per hour up through the I-5 corridor, areas like Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. Winds even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're feeling those very strong winds across the Inland Empire this morning, right along the 210 freeway, and then pushing all the way out toward areas like Chino into some parts of Orange County as well. It is going to be a blustery day, but again, those strongest winds really hyper-focused on this morning. I just updated this graphic. I put in Ventura. Take a look. The city of Ventura, 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That was a peak wind gust up through the San Bernardino County mountains, 92 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. This is like hurricane force wind gusts that we are seeing across Southern California. So fire weather today, again, is in the extreme category. So some areas under elevated, some areas near critical, but parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County in that highest extreme level. Temperatures 60s today. Winds are out of the north about, again, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. That's helping to push that fire southward. So again, winds out of the north pushing the fire south. The fire weather outlook today has changed again from yesterday. So areas under that extreme category, that includes Thousand Oaks, Santa Paula, Ojai, Piru, if you live in Calabasas, Agora Hills, Santa Clarita, all the way out into the San Gabriel Valley. So again, that's that highest level, extreme. So once we start to see those winds relax, it doesn't mean we are out of the woods at all. That fire weather outlook, critical, elevated to critical for parts of the Inland Empire and of course Orange County too. So again, winds really the big story and the driving force behind the extreme fire behavior. I want you to pick your city here or, wherever you are closest to. Santa Clarita next next few hours, blustery through around lunchtime today. Winds gusting as strong as about 50 miles per hour. San Bernardino, 30 to 45 miles per hour. It will be a lot calmer in areas like Long Beach today, downtown Los Angeles next few hours. Winds about 30 to 35. Lancaster, blustery, Glendale, Huntington Beach, all in that too. Let's just pick a city here. Calabasas, what you're going to notice over the next few hours. Again, winds out of the northeast. We've got gusts as strong as 45 miles per hour, and then winds back down to around 15 to 20 miles per hour as we head into this evening. So again, if we can get any takeaway here, it's that the winds will relax somewhat. We will still have gusty winds as we head through the end of the week, and high fire danger. And of course, poor air quality too because of the fires. We'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6:30, and we are keeping an eye on 3 fires burning across Southern California, fed by these damaging winds. Let's start with the Palisades fire. This started in the Pacific Palisades at 10:30 yesterday morning. It has now spread to the Malibu area and burned through at least 2,900 acres. More than 30,000 people have been evacuated so far, and we've seen the damage, these homes and buildings going up in flames, as well as businesses. 10,000 homes are threatened right now. We don't even know how many have burned so far. Pepperdine University is closed today. There is no immediate threat, we're told, by the campus because they have done such a good job at mitigating that risk with the brush clearance around there, especially following the last fire. The evacuation shelters have been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
We have that second fire, the Eaton fire, which started around 6:30 last night. I was watching as this sparked and couldn't believe, oh no, because you just have the resources then spread so thin across the area as we're seeing. It did spread into Pasadena. It burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. All of these fires, by the way, 0% contained. They are burning, raging with the winds. Caltech has canceled classes, as you can imagine, for today, and students have been asked to shelter in place there. Glendale Community College is also closed today. Also, the Glendale community being asked to closely watch as those potential evacuation warnings could turn into, you need to get out now. So please be paying attention, Glendale. The school's closed there today. A shelter has been put into place as well at Pasadena Convention Center. So if you need a place to go, that is a place to go. And of course, if you do have animals, so many equestrian communities in both Altadena and Silmar. If you need somewhere to go, the Rose Bowl has opened itself up.
Yeah, and it's been devastating to see those images of people trying to rescue their animals in the flames and the smoke there. We also have the Hurst fire. That is now burning in Silmar. That broke out at around 10:30 last night. This is images of that fire. It's burned through 500 acres with no containment so far. Evacuation orders are in place as well as those warnings. Evacuation shelters have been set up at the Richie Valens Recreation Center, also the Sepulveda Recreation Center and Northridge Park. So let's go to Luz Delia Caballero now. She is in Malibu following that Palisades fire, and you've just seen so much devastation there, so many businesses and so many homes as well.
So many businesses, so many homes, and before we show you all of that devastation, I just want to say, minutes ago we spoke to a man who walked out of his home. He did not evacuate. He told me that his wife, he sent her to Silmar, but he wanted to stay put to douse his home to make sure that his home didn't burn. He's trying to stick it out. Of course, fire officials are saying, if you are in an evacuation zone, go. He was trying to flag down first responders to see if they can put out a fire that's a couple of houses away from his. He is the only person that we've seen in what appears to be a ghost town here on PCH. I mean, behind us, you can see structures on fire. That building that you're seeing that Sparkle is showing you there seems like a multi-business building where there are several suites with different businesses. That is a total loss. And now it seems to be that the neighboring business is also now on fire. As we look down PCH, we can also see embers kind of going everywhere. And that building that you see on fire, not even an hour ago, it was completely intact. No flames on the building. An ember kind of went to a neighboring tree. That caught fire, and then pretty soon you see a part of that building on the roof on fire, and now roof has collapsed, and this is quite a big explosion of flames here on this property. Neighboring houses to the left completely gone. I mean, if you look down this way, you see that it's house after house after house. Only what appears to be the structure of the garages intact, but the homes and the foundations just like burned to the ground. And of course, this wind is relentless. It is going in every which direction, and it is hard to stand in one place. We're doing the best that we can. We want to cue some video showing you what we saw earlier as we were driving in. I mean, we are talking rubble, things reduced to ash, and these conditions, very smoky, very thick, dark smoke here in these areas. It is just completely devastating to see. We also spoke to a fire official, David Ortiz, who told us, hey, you know what, we are doing the best we can. We just don't have enough boots on the ground. We don't have enough firefighters to fight this fight right now, but we are doing the best we can, working around the clock with no breaks, just to try to find some sort of containment on this fire that has evacuated tens of thousands of people and has endangered at least 10,000 homes. We've seen dozens already damaged, if not burned to the ground. We want to go ahead and take a listen as to what he has to say about the firefight.
These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
You can see that building there. It appears to be a condo. Less than an hour ago, there were only flames on the right condominium building. Now it seems to be moving to the left, and part of the fire strategy at this time is to isolate the buildings that can be saved, and those that firefighters deem to be a total loss, those are overlooked because their strategy is to protect as many homes and save as many homes and structures as possible. So that is exactly what they're doing here. We, of course, are staying safe in these conditions, and firefighters at the end of the day are doing the best that they can to save these homes. Of course, a lot of people are going to come back to lots of devastation. It is extremely heartbreaking to see and live through. And for those who are watching for the first time and may have seen their homes, their friends' homes, their neighbors' homes on fire, burning, we are with you. We are all one in this community, and you know, natural disasters like this are very difficult to see and live through. So there's going to be a lot of recovery and processing in the next couple of days. But here at KCAL, we will continue to keep you updated on these fire conditions.
Yeah, Lucelia, I think you just said it. I've talked to so many people who said, you know, I'm fire prepared, I'm used to these types of things, but we've never seen anything like this. Even as you're talking, there's a wall that's falling down that's covered in flames. Just how quickly it's spreading with no air support has really been devastating to see.
And when you think about all these people who have to evacuate, Lucelia, you were talking about that man who sent his family to Silmar, which is another area that is on fire right now. So it's really hard to know even where to go, what to do. And when these things happen, you have to think so quickly. It's not easy to think clearly about where to go, what to do, how to check. A lot of people don't have power, they don't have internet access. And so it is very difficult to, even if you're lucky, maybe pack a suitcase, maybe get your important documents out, and what to do with your family and your pets and your animals.
Well, and I think if you're not in a place that's being impacted right now, it is really a gift and opportunity to go through. I know we did as a family last night, getting those important documents in one place, making sure that we knew where things were, having a flashlight out in case that power went out. People just need, you need to be prepared, because I think as we've now witnessed in this case, just how explosive these become, especially, it's like a blowtorch on so much vegetation that is left out there because we've had such little rain after 2 rainy seasons. It's something that's just going to impact you in seconds. So if you're not prepared to go, it's even that more devastating.
And we're not out of the woods with this wind either right now. So we are just continuing to watch all of Southern California as they continue to pop up all over the place, including the Pacific Palisades. This is where the original fire started. We want to get to our Rick Montanez, who is there covering that one. Rick, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, so much to talk about. We're still seeing fire burning through parts of the hillside here right along PCH. We want to show you behind us. It's difficult to see. You might be able to see some of those headlights coming as these emergency vehicles are coming in. It's so dark because of the heavy black smoke. And I'm going to ask my photographer here, Ernie Fuentes, to see if we could show the sky, because we were surprised to see daylight beyond the smoke, because it's just been so dark for so long through this area. I mean, such thick smoke. In the last few minutes, we saw more than a dozen fire trucks moving into the Pacific Palisades area, hopefully relieving the other crews that have been hard at work all day yesterday and overnight. We want to show you down this way. Again, hard to see because so much smoke has moved into the area. But if you were with us earlier this morning, there is a condo complex up there called One Coast, and we saw one of the buildings was burning. You may be able to see the glow there. We want to show you some video from, I would say this was about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, when we saw that 3-story building at least partially collapse. The flames had been burning through it so intensely, and that was just the edge of the building. That building takes kind of an L shape and goes off in another direction that is away from us, so hard to see. We only saw the corner of it, but it looks to be a 3-story building. This complex, as I was reading online, has about 58 units, luxury condos overlooking the ocean here at Pacific Palisades Beach, right here on Sunset and PCH. And all of those homes, at least in that one building in the corner, lost in this fire. The rest of the complex looks like it may not have any fire damage, but of course might have a lot of smoke damage. And as we look around live now, you can see there's a lot of first responders here at the intersection. This is where we saw a lot of those cars moving their way through. This is not an area you want to be in if you are not a first responder, because it is so, the conditions are so intense. I mean, we could try to look up at these trees and see just how much the wind is blowing still. I heard Amanda say she got a bit of a break out in Pasadena, but we have not had one here in the Palisades. And at times we feel water drops coming down, I'm assuming from the fire crews that are working on the other side of these buildings. This building, by the way, I want to point out, is Edgewater Towers. What we are seeing burning there in the distance, that appears to just be brush on the side of the building. So as far as we can tell, again, no fire damage to the building itself, to those 2 towers. But still, you've got to imagine all of these units are going to have smoke damage because the smoke is just so thick. And where we are standing right now, again, we're right by the parking lot for Pacific Palisades Beach, the ocean right here. We've watched all morning as embers have been just flying out here to the ocean. They've been coming toward us. They've been blowing around the street. Lots of people stopping on PCH still, surprising number of people who are out and about. Some people we saw stop to try to take in the sights of what was burning, but then the embers were coming right over their cars. So a good idea, watch this on TV. Do not try to come through this area and get your own video. It is just simply too dangerous. We're seeing more crews coming in. It looks like a truck bringing in a generator. We've seen some heavy equipment come in, more fire crews. Water tenders were arriving earlier. That condo complex I was showing you just a moment ago that collapsed, we saw them starting to put some water on it after seeing a round of probably 10 or so water tenders. Those are those big trucks with the water tanks on the back. Water pressure has to be an issue here for these firefighters as well. Likely having trouble getting water from those hydrants. And now we see the smoke's clearing a bit, and you can see more of that glow from where that building is burning. Again, that's One Coast condos, and that is here on PCH and Sunset. And then here you have some more firefighting personnel moving in. This looks like they might be from the U.S. Forest Service. The smoke's so thick and hazy out here that it's even hard to see what's on the side of these fire trucks to know where these crews are coming from. But lots of crews here doing the best they can. Really, though, just devastation here in Pacific Palisades. And the sun is starting to come up. We're starting to see daybreak, but still can't see much because of the thick, heavy smoke.
Well, I think that's what's so striking to me. I just looked at Rudabay and I said, the sun's supposed to be coming up in about 15 minutes. And you see how dark it is out there. That's extremely striking to me. The other thing you said is people being out trying to take videos. I understand people's curiosity if you live in that area wanting to see your home. Not a good time to go do that right now because they're still in the firefight. But if you're just being a curious person, please stay home. I think about even being on the roadway this morning. You get into an accident, you're taking resources away from people who desperately need them right now. So please think about people other than yourself.
And it goes the other way too. If you're told to evacuate, we see so many people in every fire who don't want to evacuate, and you can understand why. They want to keep an eye on their homes, but it is so fast moving, and it is so perilous out there. So just please listen to the warnings, pay attention to them, and the orders when they tell you to go, because they don't really have time to go house to house right now. They're trying to save lives. Mark, you have been looking at all of the maps and the information, the numbers, and the air support. What are you learning right now?
Well, unfortunately, I have to report we are now dealing with a fourth fire. This is absolutely the last thing that we wanted to see during this major windstorm. The fact that 3 major brush fires are tying up so many fire agencies, they now have to deal with a fourth. It's called the Woodley Fire. It's burning in the Sepulveda Dam Recreation Center in the heart of the San Fernando Valley, right where the 101 and the 405 meet. I'm going to show you on my map. CAL FIRE, our state firefighting agency, already has an icon for it. It's right here, approximately 75 acres, reported just about 40 minutes ago. This is an area that is going to be a very difficult firefight. Basically, it is the Sepulveda Dam wildlife area. It's all vegetation right here. We don't have any fire footprint yet, and we don't know how many structures are threatened or not, but anyone on the 405 or the 101 is going to be able to see this fire. There is an incident update on the CAL FIRE website. It says the fire has grown approximately to 75 acres and is being driven by strong south winds. Incident Command reports that it poses a threat of crossing Burbank Boulevard. Crews are actively working to contain the fire and protect structures in the affected area. Now, coming back out to where Burbank Boulevard is, let me show you on the map of what they are concerned about for this new fire. This is Burbank Boulevard as it passes here through. So we know that there is a threat that this fire is going to move down south through here and affect the area of Encino near the 101 and the 405. So they are actively working to fight that fire. Now, I did see on the Citizen app, there is a short clip here of what the fire looked like right when it broke out. You can see that's what the Sepulveda Dam recreation area kind of looks like. It's very dark. There's a lot of brush there. This is probably from someone who was either on Burbank Boulevard or at the 405. So the wind really causing a problem for firefighters. And I want to say the other thing that the wind is causing is power outages. We are dealing with a massive number of power outages right now. Southern California Edison says they've had to turn the power off to 83,000 customers due to the public safety power shutoffs. This is the map. I've been showing it to you for the last 48 hours. All of these orange areas are the warnings, but the black striped areas are places where the power has been turned off preventatively. It's basically across all of the counties of Southern California. You can see here, they're everywhere. They're everywhere in both the Inland Empire, Orange County, parts of Majeska Canyon, Silverado Canyon, Riverside, Temecula. All of these areas have power outages. This is where the power has been turned off purposely. There are also areas, approximately 54,000 people have their power turned off due to accidental problems, wind-related things. And then there's this. This is LADWP's power outage website. I personally have never seen anything like that before in my life. All of those orange dots are power outages that they have not even yet begun to repair. LADWP says each one of those orange circles, the big ones here that you see, that's between 500 and 2,500 customers without power. These purple and blue ones, the purple ones are areas where crews are actively working to restore power. You can see 3 here in the valley. The blue ones, like over here in Woodland Hills and in Sherman Oaks, that's where crews are on their way. But all of the rest of these orange dots, These are places in the city of LA where the power is out and crews have not yet even been able to respond. That's how damaging this wind event is for the power system in Southern California. Then let's move on to the city of Glendale. They have several power outages in their area, including about 7,400 customers affected here. And also Pasadena, they have problems as well. If I'm going to zoom out here, there are about 2,600 customers affected, including right here in the center of your screen, the Hastings Ranch area. That's where Amanda Starantino was. I'm sorry, the map is sort of not responding to me, but they've got 2,600 customers out as well due to high winds all across Southern California. So we're dealing with so many threats right now coming back out live here to me as people are waking up and possibly going to work. They may be waking up without their electricity on, and it could be hours even into the evening before it comes back because these repair crews are stretched so thin. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And of course, the wind is what is driving this fire. So we want to check in now with Alex. How long will these winds last? When will be out of the peak of these winds?
That is the big question, Rudabeh and Jamie. And you know what? We're looking at the peak wind gusts right now. It's been over the past few hours. I think, the strongest gusts through around 9 o'clock this morning. I want to start off, though, giving you a live look. We have a lot of sky cameras at our disposal. This is LAX. So LAX looking towards some of these fires. Take a look at this. I mean, you can see all the orange, the glows. You can see all the smoke up in the air. Of course, it is impacting air quality. Our Paul Dino just took a step outside from our studio, and the second he opened the door, the wind just gusted through. So we are feeling some of those strongest winds right now. And take a look. I'm going to kind of zoom you in here to get you hyper focused and show you the winds in Malibu, 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Burbank 36, all the way up towards Simi Valley, Santa Clarita. This is where winds anywhere from 50 to 60, 70 miles per hour. I've been watching the wind gusts over the past few hours, and it's been incredible. Some areas up in the mountains closer to 90 miles per hour. We're also feeling those very strong winds in areas like Claremont. It is filtering all the way through the Inland Empire and into some parts of Orange County. Take a look at this, Santa Ana. This is an area that was, of course, of concern from the National Weather Service. A particularly dangerous situation is what they call it. Wind gusts upwards of 49 to 50 miles per hour. So yes, we are looking at those strongest gusts over the next few hours. So it's still going to be windy today, and really the takeaway is that we still have the critical to extreme fire weather conditions with us today across many communities. And why is this all happening? Well, of course, it's the wind that's causing the extreme fire behavior, but we're so dry. I mean, we've had less than 1/10 of an inch of rain, and it has been the driest start to winter since 1964. So that is what is helping to kind of fuel all of this extreme fire weather. So here it is, that outlook showing you that for today, areas of Ventura, Los Angeles County under that extreme category, other areas under elevated to critical. That includes parts of the Inland Empire and into Orange County. So while the wind may die down, we still have the fire risk with us. Now, this is really important. This is over the next few hours. The wind futurecast, I want you to pick where you are. Maybe you're in the San Fernando Valley. Maybe you're in Santa Clarita. You're going to feel winds gusting as strong as 30 to 40 miles per hour. This is this afternoon about 2:30. You can see those winds still howling in areas like San Bernardino and Riverside. So yes, while we may, get past those peak winds, we will still have some very blustery areas. So as we head into tonight, really hyper-focused over our mountains. A lot of areas the winds will subside, but we do still have those offshore wind conditions with us as we head into Thursday and as we head into Friday, too. So we're not out of the woods. I'm going to give you a really quick look at the 7-day. I'm going to send it back to you in just a second. Inland Empire, I've got temperatures on the cooler side, 60s. Really, the big story is the wind, the dry conditions, and the fire weather as we head through the next few days.
Alex, before I let you go, you grew up in this area. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I covered the Thomas fire. I've been here in Los Angeles for 6 years. Covered some really intense fires, and I have to say this is really hard. Growing up here, I mean, this is my home. It's really hard to see. It's sad, and this is what happens when we have these very strong offshore winds impacting a broad area of Southern California. So sometimes it's like hyper-focused on Ventura County or other areas, and this is such a broad area. So, unfortunately, we're seeing such devastation from from what Mother Nature is providing us.
Yeah, widespread. Alex, thanks for the perspective.
I want to take a look at our Blue Ridge camera right now. We usually show you a beautiful sunrise every day. This is now showing the Eaton fire and the Irwindale fire, 2 of the 4 fires, and you can see the smoke just filling the sky there. You can also see the camera bouncing around because of the heavy winds. And we were just talking with Alex about this. It's basically everywhere you look in Los Angeles and around Southern California that these winds are impacting. And as people are asking, where should I go? Where do I evacuate? And in some cases, they're leaving, trying to get out of one area and going into a different fire zone. So it is a really perilous situation right now, but you can just look outside and see the devastation, even if it's not right next to where you are.
Well, and I know people see these plumes of smoke. They look very far away. It's so scary to think about who's being impacted, where it's being impacted. If you're in an area that's not, and you are just seeing a picture like this of the smoke, now's the time to get prepared and make sure you do have an escape plan, because we're not out of the woods just yet. We have wind, extreme wind for at least the next couple of hours. And as we've been talking about with the weather department, this is something that we're going to have to deal with the next couple of days. We have very low humidity. You're going to see wind gusts continue to pop up, and any little ember or spark that has moved through can just pop up another fire, as we're seeing this morning.
Right, and we've been talking about the lack of air support right now, which is usually a very critical tool in getting these fires out quickly. Let's go to our Mount Wilson camera right now. This is also showing the Eaton fire. Look at this. The impact of this smoke as the sun comes up, the sun just coming up, 6:55 right now, and just black smoke wafting into the air. Structures are burning right now.
And when you have this much smoke in so many different areas, I know that it can start creating its own kind of weather system. So we'll be checking in with the weather department to see, because you see how black and thick this is, and we are at sunrise this morning. So this should be a very different picture that we're looking at this morning. But just to recap, we have fires burning in Silmar, Altadena, Irwindale. We saw one pop up. There's one in the Sepulveda Basin called the Woodley fire that just popped up that Mark Lou was telling us about. And of course, the Pacific Palisades fire that we have been watching since 10:30 yesterday morning. Paul Diano is here now taking over in the weather department. And Paul, this is, you came out and said to us, this is the worst wind event we have likely ever seen.
We talked yesterday about this being, guys, the worst wind event since 2011, based on the severity of the fires, the number of the fires, and the wind speeds that we've seen all throughout Southern California. There's now a pretty strong argument to be made that this is the worst windstorm in modern history in Southern California, and it's not over yet. It is going to be windy throughout the day today. After 9 o'clock, it's not going to be as windy, but that's not really going to help much. It's so windy that we have all of these fires burning that we're going to show you on television throughout the morning. And we can't fly the choppers and we can't fly the planes because the weather is so bad and it is so windy. So these fires are literally all burning out of control, with ground crews doing whatever they can to try to minimize the damage. But we'll just keep showing you these fires. And I just built this map. If we can switch over to our weather maps, the peak wind gusts just since midnight. This is the stuff you heard outside your house while you were trying to sleep. Near Altadena, near that fire, 90-mile-per-hour winds within the past 7 hours. Near Silmar, the winds gusted to 75 miles per hour. Near Malibu and Pacific Palisades, the winds gusted to 74 miles per hour. Inland Empire, I know you might not have a big fire, but look at those winds. Riverside, 71 miles per hour in Riverside and Orange County. You have seen winds upwards of 60 miles per hour in Costa Mesa. The strongest winds will be here for another 2 hours or so. I wish there was some magic button that we could push at 9 o'clock and the wind would stop. It's not. So the strongest winds will be done by 9 o'clock. That's a bit of good news, but it's going to be windy all day long. Winds will be elevated well above average, which means we will have critical fire danger and rapid fire spread all day long. And here's the overarching theme. We'd love for this pattern to flip and to begin to get some rainfall in here and get back to what would be normal January weather. There is absolutely zero sign of that happening. There is not a drop of rain in the forecast from now until January 24th. Every single long-range computer model keeps that ridge of high pressure off to our west and keeps all the storms up to the north. So breezy to windy weather may come back again this Friday and may come back again next week. It's like we have two different keys, and both keys have to be turned in order to get an offshore Santa Ana wind event. Well, one of those keys is now stuck in place. It's the ridge of high pressure. So all we need is another storm to move out of the Pacific Northwest and head toward Arizona and Utah like happened this time, and you crank up the winds. Well, guess what? Later on this week might happen again. Next week it might happen again because this pattern is simply locked into place. Widespread wind gusts right now, not that much better than 2 or 3 hours ago. Simi Valley, Santa Clarita still gusting to 60, Malibu 54 miles per hour, and Chino 46. So guys, it's a huge problem right now, and the weather is not going to cooperate much over the next several hours. The winds will relax, but not enough to end this fire danger anytime soon. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, it's very concerning to see you talking about that this pattern could continue again on Friday and next week. Obviously, we are focusing this morning on the fires that are burning currently that you're looking at. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 7. If you're just tuning in, we do have multiple fires now burning across Southern California. I don't even want to quantify it right now because we're seeing some other fires starting to pop up this morning. But let's focus on what we know so far. Of course, the Palisades fire is the one that started yesterday in the Pacific Palisades at 10:30 in the morning. It quickly grew. Just spread throughout the area. It went to Malibu. I know that people in Santa Monica were also concerned overnight at one point of potentially having to evacuate. So you're talking about a huge area burning at least 2,900 acres. You have over 30,000 people evacuated so far. I think about that number. That's the number of
it's the size of some cities.
It's the size of some. It's the size of some counties in this country. You know, when you think about that, it's a huge number of people having to leave their homes. 10,000 homes threatened. So many structures have been damaged. We've been checking in with so many reporters in the area, and as you see these pictures, we're talking about historical landmarks, religious facilities, schools, homes, just so much devastation. Pepperdine University is in fact closed today. There's no immediate threat to campus. That campus also does such a good job protecting its campus and clearing out brush and vegetation there. There are evacuation shelters for people who need them at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter School in Woodland Hills.
Let's get to that second fire now. That is the Eaton fire. We saw some live pictures of that from our cameras just as the sun was coming up. And this is images of what it has done so far. This started around 6:30 last night. It spread into Pasadena. It has now burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. Caltech has canceled classes for today. Students have been asked to shelter in place. Glendale Community College is closed today. All of Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are also closed. And a shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center.
We are also closely following that Hurst fire that's burning in Silmar. That's quite an equestrian community, so you think about not only homes, but livestock, horses, people trying to get out there. This broke out at 10:30 last night as those winds were really starting to whip around. It's burned through more than 500 acres. All of these fires, we should point out, 0% contained. I don't even know if they're focusing on containment at this point, just trying to keep as many homes from being damaged and lives saved. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place. Please adhere to those because this is spreading so quickly. If you do have to get out, there are evacuation centers at Ritchie, Valens, and Sepulveda Recreation Centers, and also Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help fight the Hurst fire. We do know that several different fire departments from all across the area, including neighboring states like Arizona bringing in fire crews, Northern California bringing in fire crews. So that's what some of these federal funds can also get started as we kick those into high gear. We now want to get out to Amanda, who last we checked was in Sierra Madre in the Pasadena area. And Amanda, if people are just tuning in, I want them to know that you all day yesterday covered the Pacific Palisades fire. You have now moved into this area where you have just seen devastation throughout Southern California. I see what's behind you. This is just, it's so hard to watch. I can't imagine being you on the ground.
My heart hurts for Southern California this morning. For so many people, everywhere you drive around, it's just heartbreak and devastation. You don't think it's this bad until you actually see it in person. I don't even think the images show it enough on camera from what you see on TV. It's so sad, and as the sun has come up in the last about 30 minutes, with sunrise comes just more sadness of these images. So we're on Del Rey now. So I was in Sierra Madre this morning. We moved a little bit west, about 3 miles. I thought we moved away from a lot of it. We're hearing a lot of sirens. We're hearing fire alarms go off. I want to make sure where that fire truck is going, so we're out of the way. We're seeing firefighters do what they can, but then at the same time, there's just not enough crews to handle how many fires we're seeing. So as we drove that 3-mile stretch, you know, we went through some streets where it was not touched. No houses were damaged. It was incredible to see. It was like a fire wasn't even happening, and then you turn down the next, and this is what it looks like here. The building right behind this, right before we went live, just completely shattered in pieces to the ground, and we just watched it go. You can see the front door right here with the flames just burning inside. People's lives were inside this home, their memories, their keepsakes, just so many precious moments. It looks like most people in this neighborhood have left. We're not even seeing a lot of cars, so looks like everyone did leave and evacuate, but you can just see what's left here. And my photographer, Victor Anastasia, is actually walking by the fire hoses here, which is usually a sign. If you see fire hoses down like this and no crews, it means they were probably fighting this fire and it got too bad and they just had to drop it and go. And that's how intense that it got here. And by looking at just all the trees around here, this isn't just because of the fire. This is because of how intense the winds got. I mean, you can see just inside these homes right here, everything just burning inside. And on our drive here, we could see some homes that looked completely fine from the outside. But then when you look through the windows, it was bright orange and you just saw everything burning on the inside. It's just heartbreaking to see here in this area. Again, we are in Pasadena on Del Rey, on the corner of Del Rey and Woodland. There's Pasadena Preschool on Woodland. Most of Woodland, a lot of homes there are burned down to the ground. Every corner you walk around here, there's just devastation. Let's walk this way. Let's walk towards Woodland now. We have a gas line burning right here. And you know what's crazy, Jamie and Rudabeh? I'm trying to get my surroundings for this area right here. So I was looking on Google Maps and looking at the images just to understand what kind of buildings these were, because you can't even tell at this point. And just the stark contrast to what this neighborhood looked like on those Google images to what you see here. I mean, it's just sad. There's Victor's showing you guys inside what's left of this burned down home. We're not seeing too many flames here. A lot of homes we can't even get too close to because they're still just burning and there's no firefighters nearby, and it's not safe to get that close if there's no firefighters. So we're walking towards Woodland now. You can see the gas line going on this building here. To my left is this street that's just gone. There's some flames right here on this home. The fire alarm is going down on this way. And just trucks everywhere. And I think a lot of people, as they're starting to wake up this morning, they're just driving by to see what's left. I can't imagine the people that don't know if their home is still standing or not. But that's going to be the reality for so many people in Southern California that wake up this morning. This is a huge stretch of area. I'm actually pretty shocked. We're decent distance away from the ridge where the fire was. So it just shows you these embers are just blowing and you don't know where they are going to land. And so wind still calm here. It's been calm maybe for the last 2 hours now. I'm actually going to see. Do you guys live here? We have some people walking over here. We're going to follow them. These people just showed up here. I think they're trying to see what's left of their home here. But it's just house after house. 50,000 people evacuated here, and I don't want to invade their privacy because this could be a hard moment for them. But people are just coming back. I'm seeing a lot of people coming into this neighborhood, just trying to see what's going on. Jamie, Rudabeh?
You're seeing the insides of people's homes still burning as they're on fire, and you're actually there before the crews. And this is a different scene than what we've been seeing through the night when it was dark and those flames were lighting up the night sky. You can see now with the naked eye the scope of the damage there. The one fortunate thing, I think, is that these boulevards in Pasadena are wide boulevards. The access is a lot easier than some of those other mountain areas with the windy roads that are hard to access. Okay, so you have someone there.
On the big tree here.
What's your name?
My name is Bob.
Bobby?
Bob.
Bob?
Yes.
Okay, so did you just come back to see what's left?
Yeah, what's happened in my house? I'm like to take a look.
Let's walk. Let's go walk.
Okay, thank you.
Did you evacuate last night?
Yes. I have 3 family here, 3-unit building.
3-unit building?
Yes.
And everyone got out safely?
Yes.
Okay, is this your first time seeing it since it burned?
First time I'm here right now.
Oh, watch out, this building's going down. We're hearing a lot of crackling. Just be careful, Victor. So we're walking down Del Rey now, and was there a fire here when you left last night?
I don't know. Let's see what they say, because looks like my house is okay.
It looks like his house is okay.
Yeah, this big tree one.
This green one?
No, big tree.
The big tree. Oh, okay, the multi-unit.
Yeah, there are 2 units here, back 1 unit.
Okay. And does your family live there?
Yes.
Okay, his family lives there. He's just checking on it this morning. They left last night. I mean, this is what so many people are going to be doing this morning, is just coming up and seeing what's left. It looks like, this is a good story. It looks like his house made it. Actually, I don't know. Looking at the back. You guys, this is just the reality for so many people right now. It's so sad.
Amanda, having covered so many fires before, fires are so erratic, they're so unpredictable. You have, you go to these scenes and it's just unbelievable sometimes how it can take out one home, not another, one part of a building, not another. So I understand what he's going through and what you've seen so far this morning out there in Pasadena. The thing that's striking to me, Rudabeh, is that you talk about, we've seen some of these other fires that are in somewhat rural areas, and so homes are lost and it's devastating. But in these areas, we have 50,000 people, as Amanda said, evacuated there. You've got 30,000 people evacuated in Pacific Palisades. To see how this has just run through neighborhoods and ravaged them, this is going to fundamentally change Southern California.
Absolutely, and it looks so different. Amanda, thank you so much for that reporting. We want to go back to the original fire in the Pacific Palisades. We have Mrs. Kroll on the phone. Sue Kroll, and she has been evacuated. She's also the president of the Pacific Palisades community. Are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what you experienced, where you are right now, and what's going through your head.
Well, there's hope, I guess, going through my head, but it's pretty devastating. The entire town, as we've known it from decades, is gone. I mean, there's very few structures left there. Schools, churches, restaurants, stores. The fire, started way up in the hills, and that's where a lot of fires do start. And up until now, they've generally been able to focus on the fires up there with helicopters and firefighters and get them stopped before they move down. This fire was very, very different because of the severe winds. The embers blew everywhere, and even people who for a very long time have felt not as vulnerable, people like myself who live in the flats in the village, realized that, everybody was in the thick of it. So we had mandatory evacuation orders. Unlike the people in the far western part of town who had real trouble getting out and had to abandon cars and go on foot because of street closures at Sunset and PCH, where we live, we were able to get out on Sunset Boulevard going the opposite direction. So we were heading east to get on the freeway and get out of Dodge. And it took a long time, but at least we were able to stay in our car. And my family got out. We got kids, dogs, everything. And we got out at the beginning. I wasn't about to stay and see what happened. And I feel terrible about anyone who stayed in our town thinking they could hose down their house, because it's a very dangerous situation. And that just couldn't work. So I just pray everybody got out. A good number of us lost our homes, but I guess life goes on,
Well, it does, and you're right. I mean, obviously, getting people out is the most important thing. You are the president of the Pacific Palisades community, so I know you're likely in touch with so many people. As you were just talking about, I had a very close friend. His father has Parkinson's disease, and they were trying to get him out, where you said it's at Sunset and PCH, got stuck, had to get out. It was such a chaotic situation. What are you hearing? It seems that all of those people were able to get out, but their cars abandoned, had to be, pushed to the side with a dozer at one point. What are you hearing from people?
Well, I think in that area of town, residents that were more able and LAPD officers jumped in to get those people out and down to the beach. I mean, even, I saw on the news a lifeguard station on fire at the beach, but clearly being on the sand and near the water is going to be safer than being anywhere in town. So I think a lot of people went down there. And our council person for Council District 11, Tracy Park, was sending out a lot of text messages and instructions. We had a lot of alerts for 2 days, even before the fire, talking about winds, conditions coming, be prepared, and all of their worst nightmares came true. So I think, LAFD, LAPD, our council person, everybody jumped in and was as helpful as they possibly could be, but there's just not enough,
Can you tell us about those moments when you realized it was ravaging your neighborhood and you needed to get out right then? You think about those moments of having to choose what to take with you,
Right.
of not knowing if it's going to close in on you, of worrying about your
Right.
neighbors and loved ones and pets. Tell us what was going through your head at that moment.
Well, the first thing is the pets, obviously the dogs, the crates, all the family photo albums, medications, that sort of stuff. When I've evacuated before, and we have had to evacuate before, it's always been 24 hours. So I took all of that stuff. I didn't take any clothes because I thought, we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. So that's the only thing that's really sort of making me a little nervous right now, other than obviously I think we lost our home. You never know what to take. You're in sort of a bit of a panic mode. You try and take deep breaths and go room to room and look around and see what in this room do I need to take. And that's what we did for about an hour. But then, then at some point, you just have to get in the car and go. You can't take any more.
And is everyone accounted for, all of the people that you've been worried about in your community?
As far as I know, yes. I've heard from so many people through text messages, mostly, and everybody evacuated, everybody's safe. Nobody knows the status of their homes unless they've been able to see their homes literally burning on the news. But every neighborhood was hit, and nobody really has much hope of coming back to anything.
Well, and Sue, you said you're near the village. So many people, even if they don't live there, do know that area, that shopping district, the restaurants.
Yeah.
So many memories made there as well for a lot of people in Southern California. Thank you so much for sharing your story this morning, and just know that our hearts go out to you and your community.
Thank you so much. We all really appreciate it and need all the prayers you guys can send.
You bet.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, despite the sun being up, we want to take a live shot of the Altadena fire, and it looks like nighttime still right now. So dark because of all that smoke, but this is live. The sun is up at 7:17 right now if you're just joining us.
I hate to be, it looks like Armageddon. You look at these pictures, you see the thick black smoke, and you're right, the sun's been up for almost a half hour now, and it's just unbelievable to see this fire continuing to just be out of control, really. And we know the winds are supposed to somewhat calm down around 9 o'clock this morning. We have our photographer pointing at a oil change facility. You have to think of there's so much fuel inside of something like that. You see all of these cars just badly burned out at this point, so much fuel with inside those. And the problem with that is, as these types of places catch fire, which I hope our photographer is safe, you might want to move back from here. As these types of places catch fire, you have more embers, you have more flames, you have the potential for it to spread just to so many other businesses. You see a pet hospital there. You wonder if people were able, sometimes pets are left overnight after surgery and things like that, of what that looks like. The impact of this is almost surreal, and to see it this dark with that thick black smoke in Altadena this morning. There's always a hope that overnight those winds will calm down. That did not happen. They actually intensified at this point in time. And to see that continue to spread this fire, there's been zero relief You know, we've been saying that these fires are 0% contained. The firefighters can't try to contain when you have this much ablaze in a community.
It's just so out of control right now, and I just think about what's inside that animal hospital,
Yes.
and I really hope
know.
they got their animals out, and of course all these people losing their homes, their memories inside these homes. We want to talk about the problems firefighters are facing.
Oh yeah, it's been monumental this morning. Our news photographer Mike McGregor shot this just a little while ago in Altadena. This is heartbreaking. Streets with half a dozen homes in flames is what he was reporting to us. It's at Mendocino, visibility extremely limited, as you can imagine. You see stretchers here. Don't know how many people have been impacted. You know, this fire too, we should say, you know, started in the nighttime hour. So there are people who likely, you know, thought maybe their community wouldn't be impacted, potentially went to bed. Hopefully they've heard the sirens, they've been able to evacuate and get out. There's been very heavy equipment in the area, we're told by Mike McGregor, our photographer. He says it's difficult to breathe there. The heat is extreme. We luckily don't have any reports of injuries, but we do see these paramedics loading stretchers here just moments ago in case they have to go in and get people out very quickly. It's almost a mobilization in case they get to a house where someone does in fact need help. I having covered these, you know, the heat is real and it's intense. Sometimes that for people who have been asleep, you know, they smell the smoke, you feel the heat, and at that point it is time to go. If they did not have a plan or maybe pack the car last night, that's why those paramedics are on scene right now.
And we saw in nearby Pasadena that nursing home where some of the patients, one of them was as old as 102, having to be wheeled out there. So you really think about the compromised people in that situation. And we want to go now to Rick Montanez in the Pacific Palisades. This is the site of the original fire. The sun has now come up. Rick, what does it look like now?
Oh. Yeah, you know, we're just getting a really strong gust of wind that's blowing a lot of ash right toward us. So we are in an area known as Malibu Village, and look at this devastation here. This is just off of PCH. We are south of Sunset, and you take a driveway up here, and there are probably, I would say, at least 25, 30 homes up here. And from what we could tell, most of them are gone. Sorry, I'm still with you. It's just hard to see this destruction here. The flames just burned through here. When we got up here about 10 minutes, or I should say 20 minutes ago or so, the home right in front of us was still standing, and now it has just collapsed on itself. And you just see so much destruction. And then if we could show you up on the hillside, if Ernie Fuentes will point the camera up there. So I believe that is Marquez Drive, just off Sunset Boulevard, which Sunset, if we were to go up PCH and then turn right onto Sunset, it winds around, and then that's where you would get Marquez Place. We're seeing a couple of houses up here on the ridge that are burning as well. These homes overlooking the ocean. There is so much smoke in the air too. It feels like it's nighttime still. And you look at these cars, it's just the metal frames that are left. The homes, there are no walls. There is virtually nothing left but ash and fire still burning here. Again, this is Malibu Village that we're looking at here, and it's, you know, difficult for us to show this on TV when we know that some people will be seeing this and learning that their homes are gone just from these images. But important to show what is happening and where. We know a lot of people are relying on what we can show to see whether their homes are safe or not. We have not seen any firefighters up here since we've been here, but if you look down at the ground here, you can see it looks like ash and debris that is wet. So it appears that there might have been fire crews up here putting some water on these flames, trying to save these homes before they just went up completely. The devastation here is just shocking to see in person. I've covered so many wildfires in my decade here in Southern California on the air, and I've seen very few, if any, that have been this devastating. And for the time right now, as you guys have talked about, it being close to 7:30 in the morning, and it is still dark here because the sunlight is eclipsed by all of the smoke and debris. And look, there you get a break in the clouds, or in the smoke, I should say, to see that it is daytime right now. You know, we talked about wanting to see the devastation once the sun comes up to have a better idea of how destructive this fire was, but we're not even able to really get that just yet because of the all the smoke and all that in the air. I'm taking my goggles off because I'm facing away and it's difficult to see with them on, and really this is just so tragic to see everything like this. Good news is we haven't heard of any reports of anybody injured. We've seen some people out and about. Let's see if we can, let's turn around here, Ernie, to show them. You'll see our news van here. It's pointed in the direction that would be our quick exit if we have to get out of here. That's part of one of the things we learn when we do our training, but off in the distance, that's the ocean, which about 5 to 10 minutes ago you could see very clearly, and then all this smoke came over and you can't see any of that. But PCH is down that way, and that is, you know, eclipsed by all of this smoke and everything in this area, but just devastating for Malibu Village here. And then even again, look up at that home that we believe is Marquez Drive, just engulfed in intense flames. So hard to see this. Rudabeh and Jamie.
Yeah, Rick, it's hard to see. I also just want to point out there are so many embers flying around you. The wind's obviously very, very strong. I'm glad to see your truck pointed in the right direction, but please stay safe out there. If you need to leave, we appreciate the images and the reporting, but make sure you are safe first and foremost.
And it still looks like nighttime there as the fire and the flames light up the night sky. This is an intersection that so many people have driven past, right at the intersection of Sunset and PCH, and so ironic that it's right next to the Pacific Ocean, right across the street. We want to get to Paul. And Paul, you said this is the worst wind event we've had. You're confident in saying that now?
I am in the severity of the fires and also the severity of the winds that we've seen. We were comparing it to December of 2011. It seems by the numbers and just by the feel of things that we have eclipsed that. So this is the worst windstorm in recent memory in Southern California. We're going to take a tour of our cameras. Typically this time of morning, we'll show you the sunrise. We got some low clouds, this, that, or the other. Just every single one of our cameras is tracking a fire right now. This is Mount Wilson in the San Gabriel Mountains. That is a fire currently burning. This is the view from the Hollywood Hills. That is a fire that's currently burning. This is the view from our Santa Monica camera pointed toward Pacific Palisades. That is a different fire burning. This is the sunrise, the smoky sunrise at LAX right now. That is a fire burning. And this is the view from Blue Ridge Mountain, shaky because the winds are still 70 miles per hour. That is a fire burning. Almost every single one of our tower cams right now is tracking a major wildfire in Southern California. I want to show you the update quickly of the winds in two specific hotspots. One would be around Pacific Palisades. What I expect to see this morning is a spike in winds just after sunrise, that's right now, and then a gradual relaxing of the winds after 9 o'clock. So we're in that spike territory right now. What does that mean? It means the winds are back up to 51 miles per hour in Burbank, 45 miles per hour in Pacific Palisades, near 60 miles per hour in Simi Valley, and 54 miles per hour in Malibu. That's a huge problem. Flames are out of control and they're blowing at near highway speeds. Embers are pushing into different locations. Let's take you a little bit to the north, in and around Silmar and Santa Clarita. Near that fire, winds are between 50 and 60 miles per hour. And now the winds from Burbank along the 210 out toward Altadena, those winds are now up above 50 miles per hour. It's going to stay this way for another hour, hour and a half. The winds will very gradually relax throughout the day, but I would not be surprised if they stay 30 miles per hour or stronger even until this afternoon or this evening. So from the tower cams and from what we're seeing on the ground, this is a very tragic situation here in Southern California with multiple fires burning. And guys, the winds are so strong, we can't use the aerial attack that does help tamper down these flames. It's not possible right now because the winds, the weather is simply too bad. Guys, back to you.
I know that. I think that's really been the tragedy of this, is that usually we can get those up at some point, and we have not had them the entire time that these fires have been burning. Paul, thank you for the update there. We now want to get to some video out of Pasadena and that Jewish temple that has been here since 1921 has burned to the ground. This is new video that we've just gotten in this morning where it is daylight, even though you have so much thick smoke. It is still so dark out there. This is part of the Eaton fire that we've been talking about in the Pasadena area. Of course, 0% contained. You know, when we're reporting on these fires, Rudabeh, I went online and I just wanted to do a check and Googled the temple. And they have a Shabbat dinner coming up. They have all these joyous celebrations. They talk about their community. And you just think about how many lives are impacted just in this one building now being gone.
Absolutely, and how many people have made memories there. They've had significant religious and cultural and community experiences there. And this was a place that the community came together. It was an incubator for the Jewish community in the wider Pasadena area. Let's go now to daylight video of a damaged home from the Eaton fire. This looks very similar to the homes that Amanda was walking by in Pasadena. You see these old Spanish historic homes with the address still standing as it goes up in flames. This is near the Del Rey Avenue area and Woodland Road. And I think she actually walked by this and said it sounded like it was about to come down. She had heard crackling and the fire crews weren't there yet. They're so overwhelmed in so many different areas across Southern California. And that is where she was, just seeing that as the homes went up in flames in front of her.
Well, I know I've gotten a lot of questions from people. Well, where are the firefighters? Why aren't they tackling this? If they see it on, when a home is this badly damaged, they're going to move on to other structures that they may be able to save. This one obviously going to be uninhabitable. They're going to probably have to knock it down, start over, whoever this family is, and that is heartbreaking. To think about that's going to happen for thousands of people across Southern California. But, you know, in terms of the firefight, we haven't had that air support. You have thousands of ground crews also contending with those dangerous wind conditions. You think about, you know, trying to basically use a garden hose on a blowtorch of flames in many, many cases, and just how hard that would be for the firefighters and first responders out there getting to these scenes.
And no relief in sight right now. You think about any one of these at least 4 fires that we're following would be exhausting for crews. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 7:30. We are following at least 4 big fires burning across Southern California, fed by these damaging winds. Let's go through all of them and recap them for you right now. Starting with the Palisades fire, this began at 10:30 yesterday morning. It is still burning. It has now been spreading acre after acre. We've seen these homes go up in flames. It's now in the Malibu area. We just saw Rick Montanez in that Malibu Sunset PCH area in that incredible live report. It's burned through at least 2,900 acres now. More than 30,000 people so far have been evacuated, and the numbers are probably higher than that at this point. 10,000 homes threatened and an unknown number of structures damaged, but we've seen many of those with our own eyes. Pepperdine University, you may remember, was surrounded by walls of flames just a little while ago at the last fire, but it is closed today, but there is no immediate threat to campus right now. There are evacuation shelters in place at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
That other fire, the Eaton fire, started around 6:30 last night, spread into Pasadena, as we've been talking about this morning, and you see it has burned 2,200 acres so far. You talk about acreage, but really it is the homes, businesses, religious areas that have been lost. Caltech has canceled classes for today, and students have been asked to shelter in place. Glendale Community College also closed today. All Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. If you are in Glendale, please be paying close attention. I know firefighters concerned it could spread there, so be on alert, get that car packed. A shelter has been set up for those as well in the area at the Pasadena Convention Center.
Let's go now to the Hurst fire. That's burning in Silmar. This one broke out last night at around 10:30, and it has burned through 505 acres. No containment, still burning out of control at this hour. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place. There are evacuation shelters for this community as well at the Richie Valens Recreation Center and the Sepulveda Recreation Center, as well as Northridge Park. And FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help fight the Hurst fire.
You know, in this fire, I have a good friend who's been, their family of 4 has been up. One person's been up, staying up overnight, making sure that it hasn't spread. They have horses. They're not sure where exactly they're going to evacuate to. They said it's been an extremely scary situation, but they've got the cars packed. They're ready to go. And that's what fire crews need people to do. Keep a close watch. Make sure you're ready to go. She says they're going to leave before anybody comes and says they need to leave. They're watching it very, very closely. But that's the situation for so many people right now here in Southern Southern California.
And we've heard from some of our reporters, people who have evacuated have then fled to another area that's on fire because these winds are throughout Southern California. So it's a really perilous situation.
And we are now going to talk to some people who have been evacuated, Zibby and Kyle Owens. Thank you so much for being here. Can you tell us, first of all, where you had to evacuate from?
Well, to be clear, we live in New York City as well. So we happen to have left our house about 2 days ago and woke up to this news in New York and are absolutely devastated that our home, that our friends' homes, that the restaurants that we love to go to, that the stores that we go to, the town that we love so much, the Pacific Palisades, is just absolutely decimated. And, we're seeing the worst case scenario play out in front of our eyes here.
Absolutely. I mean, and it must feel, I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you're far away from the flames, but it must be such a helpless feeling.
It's a very helpless feeling, for sure. I think a lot of us have been just saying that we're glad we're here, but I really almost wish I was there so I could help out or be part of it. And it's such a tight community, and almost feel really guilty not being there right now, to be honest.
And that's understandable. I hear from people whose homes, don't end up becoming ablaze in some of these fires. They have survivor's guilt in some ways with their home, but it is one of those things. Fires are so unpredictable. Have you been talking to your neighbors? What do you know about your neighborhood right now?
Yeah, I mean, our neighborhood is completely evacuated. I'm not sure if you guys saw the footage from our Nest Cam or not, but that was really the last contact that we had with our home.
I think we do have that video. This is your backyard?
This is our backyard, and we basically lost contact with our house via the power right shortly after this video was taken from our security cameras in the backyard there. And that's a neighbor's house that you can see next to it with the chimneys there.
We did get word that our sprinkler system, our fire sprinkler system, had gone off, and then we had a heat warning at our front door, and that was the last we heard.
So devastating. And I don't know how long you've lived in the Palisades and owned property there, but you've likely seen fires before in this area, but nothing like this.
We have. It's been about 8 years or so, 9 years for us, and we've really gotten really immersed in the community, and really that's our happy place, and it is just soul crushing to us. And so many of our friends who live there, like I said, I mean, we're fortunate that we have both coasts, but so many people have lost everything, and it is devastating, and the animals and kids with schools, and it's just so sad.
Our hearts really go out to everyone. There was a small fire on New Year's Eve. We woke up to helicopters in our neighborhood sort of shining the lights right in our house, and that was a very small fire, and we evacuated then at 3 a.m. So having that happen just a couple days ago, and then having this on the heels of it, it's so rattling. I mean, we just did the whole pack a bag in 2 seconds, get out of there thing, and that fire was okay. And then because the winds were calm, but this fire, as soon as we heard that the winds were out of control, we were just like, oh no. I mean, it's just unthinkable.
This is hurricane force winds, and it's just too much. It's just too strong.
And we know it's all things. I know it's a house. It's possessions, it's things, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels so emotional, and for us, for so many people, and obviously we're very lucky, but we're just empathizing so much with everybody who's just going through the worst of it.
It's a really tight community, the Pacific Palisades, and so much love in that community, and it's just so sad.
Now we're just praying it doesn't spread. I have a bookstore in Santa Monica called Zibby's Bookshop, and you could see flames from there. And all of our friends in Santa Monica, we know so many people there. We just want it all to go. We're just praying for it to end.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And, we can say when our homes are not on fire, it's just things, but it's different. It hits differently when it's your community, and your community is going to look so different when you go back to it. So our hearts are with you. We're glad you're safe. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I want to check in now with Mark, and you've been following the resources deployed, Mark, and you've been watching more and more fires break out throughout the morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are 3 really ferocious fires burning in Southern California, and all morning I've been listening to the firefighters on the fire scanners. They sound weary. They have been suffering equal portions of fatigue and stress. Some of them have not had anything to eat or had any rest in 20 hours. And I did just hear a camp has been set up at Will Rogers State Beach where there is food. Several of those firefighters are just going to get a bite to eat and then immediately go back to the fire line to continue to work. We know LA City Fire has put out a call for any off-duty firefighters anywhere in Southern California. No matter what they're doing, they need to come into work to fight these fires, as this is one of the most significant and severe wind events that we have ever experienced. However, for these firefighters that are working so hard to protect homes, I can now report there is a glimmer of hope. If you come out to my screen, there is the first fire aircraft now in the air. What you're looking at on your screen here is Fire 4. An AW-139 took off out of Van Nuys Airport, and they came down and did a loop right here over the Sepulveda Basin recreation area. That's where the Woodley fire was reported just about 6:15 this morning. The good news is they flew right by it after doing one orbit. It's probably not that severe. Then they came down here to look at the Palisade fire, and you can see this was their last loop. They did a quick loop here to get some reconnaissance on it, and they very likely are now going to go check out other fires. They didn't do any water drops, probably because they are just doing reconnaissance to look and see how bad the air quality and the winds are right now. I called LA City Fire to see when we were going to get more up. They weren't even able to answer the phone. LA County said they are conferencing with their pilots to see when they can get in the air. The smoke, particulate matter, and winds are extremely high. So Fire 4 was able to get up, but I hope that this would mean that more fire attack helicopters, water dropping helicopters are going to be in the air shortly to help these beleaguered firefighters as they work to contain the Palisades, Hurst, Eaton fire, and hopefully the Woodley fire in the center of your screen, which is not that bad. The other thing that I want to show you is some of the time-lapse cameras from the Alert California system. This is the eastern end of the Palisades fire. We are looking across Santa Monica into the Palisades area, and you can see this is right now a live still shot, very smoky as it heads over, wind blowing out into the ocean, all of that smoke. This is the eastern end. We've also got some cameras up here from Topanga Peak that show the western end of the fire. This is a time lapse from the last hour. You can see those flames and homes there near the center of your screen that are very, very close. We don't know if there's any structure protection going on for those homes, but there's also another camera that shows a different angle. You can see here as well, there are homes here on the left side of your screen, very, very close to these flames as they're burning. An aerial attack is going to be necessary here to help stop this. And then as I go over here to the Eaton fire, we can see one of the cameras here. This one is in the last hour. You're going to see these flames still very active, burning in thick, heavy brush. This is just very close to, I believe, the name of this camera. This is the Arcadia camera here. And then there's also another one here from Mount Wilson that you're going to see time lapse of a lot of smoke, still a lot of very active flames in rough, rugged terrain that's not accessible by ground crews. So again, that aerial attack is going to be so important. Coming back out here live, we are expecting a news conference at 8 a.m. in just about 15 minutes down in downtown, where multiple fire agencies are going to give a briefing and update on the status of these fires. Hopefully we'll learn a lot more. When we get that information, we'll bring it to you. That's the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you for that. I want to point out on the left-hand side of the screen right now, there is that fire that we brought you from Mike McGregor, who's out in the Altadena area, and we were concerned about a veterinarian office, but you see, it looks like that fire is now potentially about to engulf that oil shop. And just talk about the dangers if that goes up.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, that is that we're looking, I think, now at the that's the Hurst fire. That's where Mike McGregor, or is this the Eaton fire? I can't remember exactly where this is, but this is the Eaton fire. Now you see how if we can bring that live and bring it full onto the screen, this is an extremely dangerous situation if that's an oil facility there. This is near Lake Alameda, as you can see. Our breaking news photographer, Mike McGregor. Okay, yeah, this is looks like it's a brake shop. There's probably a lot of synthetic materials there in this building, which is causing that thick black smoke, a lot of toxic air, big flames, a lot of material to burn there. And, you know, what we're seeing here is fire trucks going right by it. I discussed this a little bit earlier. There are so many things that firefighters have to respond to, and it sort of works in a reverse triage situation. When you have a mass casualty incident where you have people injured in some sort of an incident, you treat the most critically injured first because you want to save them. With fire situations, the most critically damaged buildings may not be savable, and there are buildings nearby that maybe are not yet entirely in danger yet, or they're not on fire yet, and that's where you want to do structure protection. It is very likely that the firefighters in this area are passing these buildings because they know they're a total loss. There is very likely no way to save either of the buildings on either side of this street, so they are going to burn, and firefighters are going to work on saving the buildings that are still going to be able to be occupied once this fire is done. Very likely both of these buildings are going to be a total loss here, and firefighters are not going to spend resources fighting a fire where the building is going to collapse anyway. So unfortunately for the business owner here, this business is going to be very severely damaged, and of course on the other side of the street it already looks like that building, most of the walls have already come down.
Mark, it's just unbelievable to continue to see this fire just really eating up parts of communities. Right now, we want to go to Luz Delia Caballero in Malibu. She was in the Palisades first. She's now west of Tuna Canyon on PCH, and we are getting just some devastating news as this fire has moved into Malibu. Luz Delia.
It has, and you know, right now that wind isn't as intense as it was even half an hour ago or an hour ago, but it is still going in every which direction. We were here about 3 hours ago, and just to give you an idea, there were still structures to my right. As of now, there are only a few standing, and that's further west down PCH. But what Sparkle is showing you is basically what's left of most of the foundations on this stretch of PCH. You see, you know, pockets where there are hot spots, and at this point, I mean, it's just so devastating to see because we are watching these structures burn in real time. And when we're talking about these dangerous conditions and the challenges that firefighters are facing, I mean, that wind, as we speak, is picking up, and that firefighting effort going on behind me. Now, there are two strategies here. There is a firefighter up on that ladder. What that firefighter is doing is soaking the roof of a neighboring building of what seems like a shell of a home to the left, and they're also soaking the roof of the structure that is two structures to the right of the one that's on fire. So this is doing two things. One, it is preventing further damage, obviously smoke damage to the neighboring building, but what they are trying to do is save as many structures as possible. So we have firefighting efforts up on the ladder. We also have several firefighters on the ground doing what they can to put out these flames, because as we've seen time and time again throughout the early hours of this morning, it only takes 1 or 2 embers to travel as far and as wide as those winds will allow them to, for brush to catch on fire and for neighboring structures to catch on fire. I also want to show you what we saw earlier. So here is where we are, where this blue dot is. You can definitely see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 structures. So within the last 2-3 hours, what Sparkle showed you earlier, if we go to our left, there is only 1, 2, maybe 3 structures to the left of that. That isn't even the stretch that we showed you. So starting from the stretch that we showed you, there is nothing. As we go to the right, you can see that there are only maybe 3 structures standing as Sparkle Day pans to the right, and you see that firefighting effort. So when we are talking dangerous conditions and we are talking how unpredictable Mother Nature is, this is the story that these images are showing. They're dangerous conditions, they change very quickly, And obviously, we are bearing witness to the power of Mother Nature and just how unpredictable these conditions can be. Earlier, we spoke to a public information officer with LA Fire. He told us, hey, you know what? We are doing the best we can, working around the clock, working with multiple agencies just to get a handle on this fire. We are talking tens of thousands of people already evacuating, at least 10,000 homes that are in danger of burning down. We've seen dozens already burned to the ground, to their foundation. Let's take a listen at what he has to say about this incredibly difficult firefight.
So these fires have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday. It's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating and they're bringing their crews down here. Sacramento crews all over the region have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
They are doing their very best, and we have seen it firsthand. They are trying to do everything they can to save any and every structure, any and every home that they can, but it's difficult. They just don't have enough boots on the ground, and given the reduced visibility, it's hard to get an aircraft up to drop retardant. What we do see, water tankers coming through and lots of engines with their sirens, without their sirens, just moving and mobilizing as they go from assessing one stretch of PCH to another with the intention and hopeful strategy of ultimately knocking this fire down, or at least containing it from spreading to several sections of PCH, as we've seen throughout the morning. So this firefight continues here as we move to look for other firefighting efforts. Our thoughts go out to all those affected, and of course the firefighters who are on the front lines, risking everything to help as many people and save as many homes as possible. And one more thing before I let you all go is that fire officials are asking people to be ready. You know, don't wait until that evacuation order. Have your important paperwork, your pet food, your pets, your family. Have those conversations to be ready to leave once that go order is in effect. And also, if you are thinking about sightseeing in terms of seeing areas that are on fire or have been on fire, just don't. Fire officials say, hey, this isn't a brush fire. These are homes and structures and businesses that are burning. So there are toxins that are up in the air. We're talking about toxic compounds that are burning within these homes. So very dangerous conditions out here. And all you're going to do, if you are thinking that that's a good idea, is prevent firefighting efforts from happening, block engines from coming in, and definitely potentially impede evacuees from getting out of evacuation zones. So if you're thinking about it, think twice and definitely do not do that. Guys?
It's good advice.
And Liz Delia, we're just watching these homes go up in flames behind you, an iconic area, a lot of celebrity homes, and an area that people drive by, whether or not they live there. It's such an iconic part of LA and LA history. It's just devastating to see that.
Well, and I just have to say, you know, for those of us who don't have the opportunity to live in this part, it is so striking to me that those houses are right on the ocean.
Right.
Those are a part of town that you would not ever think would burn to the ground, and to see it like that is, it's incredible in the worst way possible.
Absolutely. We do want to get to what Liz Delia was saying about packing a go bag, being prepared, because it can be such a panicked situation as we take a look at the Eaton fire right now and the smoke just emitting into the air. It's actually dark there right now, even though the sun has come up. So your go bag checklist should include a 3-day supply of non-perishable food, 3 gallons of water per person, a map with evacuation routes, necessary prescriptions or medications, a change of clothes, and extra eyeglasses or contact lenses. These are a lot of things we don't think about when we're just packing our bags in a split second. So maybe take a picture of the full screen on your television there. Extra car keys, credit cards, cash, or traveler's checks, a first aid kit, a flashlight and battery-powered radio with extra batteries, copies of important documents like your birth certificates, your passports, etc., pet food and water, and then just keep in mind to always have sturdy shoes and a flashlight near your bed ready for sudden evacuations. It's a little bit too late at this point for much of Southern California and Los Angeles County, but these are good reminders to have. And if you're in a panicked mode right now, you've gotten that warning or evacuation order, these are the things that you want to be reminded to take that you're going to need.
I've gotten advice in the past that if you are in such a panic, grab your laundry basket because it's all clothes that you've worn before. So that's something when you think of a change of clothes, you don't need to go digging through your closet trying to find things. But you know, this is a lot of things too with living here that you need to keep in mind if in case of an earthquake. So this is a good reminder for several different scenarios across our area as well. We now want to get to Alex Biston, who has an update on our traffic. And you know, people may not think of traffic if they're staying at home watching all of this right now, but you know, one issue on the roadway can really have an impact because you divert resources from the firefight.
Absolutely. If you can stay home today, probably best to do so because there are a lot of closures in and around the Palisades fire and, of course, you know, all of the fires that are burning. So I'm going to start off. This is our next traffic sky camera. You can see a live look. Palisades fire burning this morning. This is the other side of the 405 freeway. I want to break down exactly all of the closures for you. And again, you don't even want to try to get around this. Just avoid it all completely. So the Palisades fire closures, that's PCH between the 10 and Las Flores Topanga Canyon, between PCH and Mulholland, and then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Payuma. So again, no real way to get around this. I mean, you can, but again, the takeaway is just avoid it altogether. Now, I also want to talk about the Hurst fire closures east and westbound of the 210. This is between the 5 and Roxford, so that's closed north and southbound side of the 5, that truck route. So again, back up there. Really important to kind of understand all of these closures and how traffic is being impacted too. I know roads have been impacted, you know, since yesterday when the wind started to kick up. We see lots of debris on the roads, and you feel really those strong crosswinds. So again, just try to stay home if you can, if you don't have to go out. Eaton fire closures here too. Highland Oaks Drive, Santa Anita Avenue, Rodeo Drive, Claridge Street, Grandview Avenue. These are all closures again. So we will continue to kind of keep our eye on that. We're watching, of course, all of these closures and all of the impacts on the roads. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. We now have actor Steve Guttenberg, who's on the phone with us this morning. You're live with us. Thank you so much for being here. Steve, you know, you jumped into action yesterday with first responders. Can you tell us between yesterday and today the differences you're seeing?
Well, before I do, I really want to use this opportunity to tell people in a crisis, if you're going to abandon your car in the street, leave your keys in the car so guys like me can move it. And the second thing is, if you're able-bodied, try to help people. There are people in wheelchairs. There are older people. There are mothers having anxiety attacks and panic attacks about their kids. They can't find their kids. Try to help people. And also during the normal life, when this is over, try to be kinder and nicer and try to bring what you do in a crisis to the normal day. So to answer your question, yesterday morning at 9 a.m., it was an idyllic day. By 10 a.m., the sky was black. I mean, black as night. And there were small fires raging, little dancing devils of fire. And before you knew it, the wind was kicking up. This is wind I've never seen in my life. Well, the only time I've ever seen this is in South Africa. It's like a devil wind, which is a hot wind that just spreads this fire like crazy. And this morning, I thought I was going to wake up. I'm at my friend Andy and Laura's house, and I thought they have no electricity. I thought that I would wake up, and I thought the fires would be out, but they're still raging, and it's just terrible. This is the biggest fire I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's the biggest wind event, Paul Diano says, we've ever had here in Southern California, and it's just continuing to burn out of control. It's really great reminders about the community support and really stepping in for people. So what is your plan now? Are you just going to stay there and continue to help people?
Yeah, I'm going to just do what I can. You know, I'm going to get a pair of gloves and see how close I can get. And you know, everybody needs help right now. There are 10,000 people evacuated in the Highlands alone. And so many of them are infirm, and then there are people still in their homes that maybe don't have friends and don't have family, and aren't able to get out, and aren't able to use their their telephones or something to that effect. So I'm just going to see what I can do to help. And meanwhile, I'm going to check up on my wife, my family, check up on my friends, people I care about, and see what I can do to and help. But thank God, everybody is evacuated. Everybody in my life is evacuated, and they are all in safe places. So I'm going to see what I can do to help, especially move some more of those cars. I mean, look at these homes. Look at the fire. You can't believe how it spread. Last night, this is Southern California news, so you'll understand. I was on Sunset Boulevard. It was black. I couldn't see 3 feet in front of my car. And I was driving west, trying to get to the ocean. And big trees were falling down right in front of me, right in front of one of my temples I go to, Chabad, which Rabbi Zushi was on television today. And so I turned around and I went toward the east, and they stopped me right in front of Gelson's. Gelson's is on fire. The Palisades Theater is on fire. The Women's Club is on fire. And they told me to turn around. And so I went the wrong way on the right side of the street. And I was telling everybody, you got to turn around. There's no going that way anymore. So I found Temescal Canyon, and I went down Temescal Canyon. Temescal Canyon was on fire, on fire. The theater is on fire. All the homes on Temescal Canyon were on fire. Both sides of the hills were on fire. It looked like a volcano. I couldn't see 2 feet in front of me. There were no other cars. It felt like it took an hour to get to PCH. And now I never think I'm going to die. I never think anything's going to happen to me. But this is one of those times where I looked around and went, if it was going to happen, it could probably happen right now. So I just kept going really slow. I couldn't see the street. I couldn't see the yellow lines in the street. I couldn't see anything. And I had my mask on. But Temescal Canyon was literally on fire. And I just couldn't believe it. Then I got down to PCH, and there were parts of PCH on fire. And then the fire jumped the road, jumped PCH, and some of the, I saw some of the lifeguard towers and everything was on fire. Palm trees were on fire. Trees were on fire. Right in front of Gelson's, a tree was on fire. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then I was walking on Sunset Boulevard because a friend of mine gave me a ride so I can get close to my car, but it was too dangerous. So she drove away, and I walked, and I found a little dog, but it wouldn't come to me. And I felt so terrible. It was like a Pomeranian or something.
I so appreciate your account, and I think what you're telling people, it is so important to heed the evacuation. We do have a press conference starting to get the latest update on these wildfires, so we'd like to get to that right now.
This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hurst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hurst fire, has erupted in the Silmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these 2 major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these 2 major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircraft are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hurst fire, which is located in Silmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Silmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred Sheriff Department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff's Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center, located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in unified command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium, at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter, Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect, for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound closed from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles; Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there; 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena; and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank; large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills; large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena; small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center; and small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners in the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hurst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hurst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Silmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Silmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hurst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response, and I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. and so is a pro. From the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can, and we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus is in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area of the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight, and unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the...
All right, you've been listening to an update on these wildfires from so many different officials. One thing we do want to point out, Mayor Karen Bass is not there right now. She's been on a trip to Ghana in Africa and is not available. So we've seen many other agencies step up and talk about what their plans are and what has transpired. I think some of the things that stood out to me, obviously, that there are multiple injuries that have occurred in the Palisades. There are 2 fatalities in that Eaton fire, which is extremely concerning. And we do have Bob Goldberg, who is with us right now. And Bob, oh, I'm sorry. We want to check in with Joy Benedict now, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. And Joy, hearing about those 2 fatalities and the 100 structures that have been destroyed really puts things into perspective. We've seen the pictures, but now we're getting that information.
I mean, yeah, it's been hard to watch this since yesterday morning, first in the Palisades, then up here in this community. I want to show you where I am right now, as this is pretty devastating. We are just north of Woodley Avenue here in the Altadena community, and you can see the fire is just burning. This is Ella Molino Avenue. And we saw the fire first come down here from the block above us on Sacramento Street. And then just in the 30 minutes that we have been here, we have watched the fire spread behind all of the homes. And what you may also be noticing right now is there is not a fire truck in sight. We did have the police department up here earlier just telling people to evacuate who may not have heard or may not have realized that there was a fire that was moving down this street. But it is absolutely devastating. As you can see, the flames just continuing to come closer to El Molino Avenue, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can be done. These homes will burn unless they get some amazing resource that comes in the next 20 minutes or so. That is how fast this fire is moving, as it is spreading closer and closer to these homes, and that is just really hard for so many. Another obstacle that we've been seeing since we've been out here as we were driving in is there are no roadblocks. This is not the time to be a looky-loo up in Altadena. If you do not need to be in this community, do not come and check on your home. Do not block the roadways because the fire trucks simply cannot get through, and this is not a time to be coming and looking around. But they don't have the resources to be blocking off this community right now as they're trying to save lives. They are trying to stop whatever they can from this fire from spreading, and they're trying to make sure that people get out safely. So folks coming up and looking around and wanting to check on their homes, this is not the time to do it. It is very sad, and I am so sorry, and I feel my heart bleeds for so many here in this community who are going to lose their homes or who have already lost their homes. But you have to save your lives first. If you are out, stay out. Do not come back to this community. And as we've been talking about, as we've been watching these flames now for about 30 minutes, they are just inching closer and closer to this street. If you look up into the sky, it looks like it is night. This is ash. This is smoke. This is everything that is filling the sky, and it is absolutely terrifying because in all of that are little embers that are landing on the ground. And that's exactly the example of why this fire is spreading so quickly. All of these fires are spreading so quickly, and it's because of the winds. And in winds conditions like this, one ember, one little piece of burning ash can spread almost a mile and reach another home and another roof and another neighborhood. And that is how these fires are moving so very, very quickly. But again, take a look at these cars. I have no idea where these people think they are going, but this is not a safe place to be driving into because you are driving into a fire zone. And I don't mean to embarrass them, but this is not a smart decision. I need you to turn around and I need you to go back to somewhere safe. There is nothing inside your home that is worth risking your life for at this time. The fire is in those hills and it is continuing to move in this direction. So guys, I don't know what else I can say about that right now, except we are just simply watching this city burn, and it is absolutely devastating.
Seeing those cars, Joy, I do have to ask, is there any chance that they're trying to get evacuated, or is that really a cutoff?
I mean, this is a cutoff. There is not much in that direction. I mean, we can walk a little bit further up this way, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. But we have a fire over here on the corner that is burning. This is a home up here. This is like San Francisco Road, I believe, in East El Molino. And everybody's getting a little bit further, and they're turning around, which is the smart decision because the smoke is black. But look at this over there, another block away. I have another home that's burning. I have another home burning over there to the left as well. This entire area is coated with nothing but burning homes as these embers are really stretching down in this direction. So it's very hard to watch. And here, you see these little ash? I don't know if you can see this. The little glowing pieces on the ground. This is what I'm talking about. These are the embers. And I got to be telling you, I've been covering fires for almost 15 years. But this is tough. This is tough to watch, and it's tough to see. This is someone's livelihood right in front of us. Like, this isn't a joke. This isn't like, oh, I'm watching this on TV. These are people's communities. These are people's homes. And it's very, very difficult to see. And we've also been hearing a lot of popping, a lot of fireworks, a lot of explosions here in this community. If you are not familiar with how to handle yourself in a fire, you do not need to be up here. We have a car burning. And we saw that on the way in, and that's not even talking about the wind damage that we saw on our way here. There are signs down all over the place, billboards, those types of things, but all of that takes a back seat when your community is literally on fire. And it's just, this is not a place to be, and I'm sorry, and I have talked to friends who live in this community, and they're calling me, and they are in tears, saying, I don't know what's happening to my home, and I just keep saying, you're safe, stay safe. We'll try to get through. We'll try to get to all of these streets and show everyone what they want to know, which is simply, is my home still standing? But that is going to take time. And so what the best thing that you can do is stay where you are, and that is safe. And remember, you have yourself, your loved ones, your pets. You evacuated like you were supposed to last night. And if you have not evacuated yet, I highly suggest that you do it. But I mean, this is really tough to watch. Now, there is no power in this community, but there's also a lot of power lines up here. As we know, here in Southern California, a lot of our power lines are not buried, so that creates yet another problem. But yeah, it's just really hard to watch up here, and it's hard to watch in every community. I mean, you're just watching it live as that car is now gone, and that's just how fast these ashes spread. And if you look over to your left-hand side, we have another home that's burning right there, and then another one over there to the distance on the left-hand side as well, and just still people driving through. Just still driving through. If you are safe, stay out. And I don't know how else to make that any clearer. on a morning like today.
Joy, it just looks apocalyptic behind you and so dark there from all the smoke. Thank you so much. We want to get a little bit more context now from Mark Liu about exactly where Joy is. People see these flames, they see the smoke, but it's helpful to know exactly where these areas are.
Yeah, there is a really important component of what is happening at Joy's scene is that Joy is reporting from central Altadena. This is not near a hillside. The streets that she was on, El Marina and Woodbury, is almost 2 miles from the hillside that was burning, which is an indicator of how far these embers are being blown and how much danger there is to communities that are not used to worrying about wildfires. Now, let me take you out to my screen and show you what I'm talking about here. This is the CAL FIRE's map of the Eaton fire. We still don't have a footprint, but I'll tell you that we would normally expect the fire to be threatening homes in this area. And we saw Amanda Starantino reporting here where homes were burning about 2,000 feet from the fire. But Joy was in this area. This is nearly 2 miles from the fire. And if I zoom in, you can see that the destruction that was happening there, this is the community that she was in. She was at this intersection, Woodbury and El Molino. Look at how many homes that are here. The fire has somehow burned through. I mean, the embers have gone that far, almost 2 miles. This is quite startling to see a fire that deep in a populated area, which leads to the next point, which is these red areas. These mandatory evacuation zones that are normally quite far, and people that may be in them, if they're not near a hillside, may think they don't need to evacuate. But in this particular windstorm, I believe that all of these people that are a mile or two from the hillside, they need to get out because we can see the damage that is being done at Joy's location. This is something that I don't think that we have ever quite seen in Southern California, having homes being burned in central areas of communities not near a hillside because of these dangerous winds. We just heard in the news conference, coming back out live here to me, that there are more than 1,000 structures that were possibly damaged in the Palisades fire. I was looking back in the archives. 2 of the most damaging wildfires in Southern California history were the Thomas fire that was in December of 2017, where 1,063 structures were damaged, and the Cedar fire in San Diego of October of 2003, where 2,800 structures were damaged. We may be looking at one of the most damaging wildfires ever in Southern California, with the combination of these 3 fires burning right now. I do have one other bit of good news. If we go out here to my radar, we do see LA City Fire water dropping helicopters now in the air. Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 are currently in service over the Palisades fire. But as far as the Altadena fire, we really only see what looks like perhaps a reconnaissance aircraft in the area looking at that fire right now. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
In some ways, there's such relief seeing the aircraft in the air, but this has done so much damage already. It's hard to wrap your mind around what's going to be happening. We do have Bob Goldman with us, former fire captain with LA County. You've been watching all the coverage. You've been up with us for quite some time now, so thank you for sticking around with us to give your perspective.
Thanks for the invitation.
Can you talk a little bit about, you've never seen anything like this before?
Similar, but I'd have to say this is probably, the magnitude of this is going to be historical in nature. It's going to probably surpass anything that we've experienced in the past. I'm also seeing what has been the trend of fire behavior, intensity at the line, and then downwind spotting like never before, along with like I said, the velocity of the winds. Just unbelievable seeing the fire being blown sideways like a blowtorch. And as he was talking about evacuations, look, I think a really important point people need to understand, and I get it, people have had disaster fatigue over the years, being warned what to do, and, oh, I've been there before, I'm going to stick it out. This is not that time to be that way. This is the time to heed the advice, get out early, because you saw what happened when people wait till the last second. Everybody's trying to get to one space at the same time.
And we were talking earlier, obviously we see multiple fires raging through Los Angeles, but there are a lot of communities that are not yet under evacuation orders or warnings, that are in hillsides. Maybe they're hard to access, maybe there's a lot of brush around them. What is your advice to the people, even who are not in these areas?
Well, hopefully they have been diligent in their hazard reduction around their properties, and also they have a plan. And the Ready, Set, Go plan that all the agencies are using in California is excellent. It's only 15 pages long. It's easy to do, and it does provide the needed matrix for creating a plan for what to do. We were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
If you don't have a plan at all, you'll panic. If you have some kind of plan in your mind, your body will kind of kick into an automatic mode. At least you'll have an idea of a direction to go. Mom told me to do this. That's, you know, that's the first thing they're going to do. Without that plan, it's chaos.
Yeah, we were talking specifically about kids just watching this. It is very hard for kids to wrap their mind around it, thinking that this could end up in their neighborhood. But we put a plan together at our house that calmed everybody down and moved on. LADWP at 3 a.m. says that the Palisades fire hydrants actually went dry. So there's a boil water notice for those who are still there who haven't evacuated. But can you talk about just how challenging that would be for fire crews if the hydrants have gone dry?
Well, I've experienced it. Many of us have. The terrain that we live in, with the mountainous terrain, the hills, we depend on gravity tanks. So at the top of the hills, you see a big water tank. It's all done by gravity. What happens, unfortunately, is there's this urban myth that if you turn the sprinklers on in your yard, that this is somehow going to protect your home.
Yeah.
You'll come home and find a green lawn, but a burned down house. It'll have no effect whatsoever. What it does do, though, is it depletes the pressure and the volume. Then in the panic to leave during smoky conditions, people have backed over fire hydrants.
Oh.
Now it's flowing 3,000 gallons a minute, and in no time at all, the tank at the top of the hill is bone dry. You pull up, you've got 500 gallons on your engine, you use that, you're done. You have no other means, unless you can access a pool or something and draft out of it. We're dead in the water at that point, and there's nothing we can do. So again, we're doing the best we can, but people also have to do their part.
We saw that very scenario happen in Lahaina with the Maui wildfires. What is your concern now? You have a lot of experience in this area. You know this community really well. You grew up here. What are you concerned about now?
I'm concerned about people trying to get back too soon. Again, people still remaining at home thinking that the danger has passed. These things are very unpredictable. I guess they're predicting the winds are going to die down, but what I'm seeing is just unbelievable. And people just need to, at any other time, they need to heed the advice of the officials. This is really serious this time. We can never really know. We can anticipate. This shows that everything pointed in the direction of having a fire like this of this magnitude. The Weather Service warned us. I think a lot of us in the business kind of, had that funny feeling on the back of our neck that this could be the big one, the really big one, and it seems it's playing out that way now.
We thank the National Weather Service for warning us. Many people did get themselves in an order, but yeah, as you're saying, it's just playing out. Bob, thank you for being with us. We hope you can stick around a little bit longer. We do need to reset a little bit here and get people the latest information. It is 9 o'clock right now, and it is Wednesday, January 8th, and as people are waking up, this is just the tragedy of Southern California right now, what people are waking up to.
Yeah, thank you for joining us this morning. Jamie's here with me, and I'm Rudabeh Shabazi. Paul Diano and Alex Biston are also here looking at traffic conditions, which are important today as people try to get out and evacuate. And of course, the weather conditions, very important. Let's bring you the latest information, though, on the wildfires raging out of control throughout LA County. Here's what's happening with the Eaton fire. More than 2,000 acres have been burned. It is burning out of control with 0% containment. There are 2 deaths now reported and more than 100 structures destroyed. Let's go to the Palisades fire now. More than 5,000 acres have burned. It is also at 0% containment. An estimated 1,000 structures have been destroyed now. The images are just devastating. And there are a large number of residents and first responders who have been injured in this fire.
We do also want to talk about that Hurst fire in Silmar that has been burning out of control as well. There's no containment there. It did break out after 10:30 last night, and it burned through more than 500 acres. Again, 0% containment. I don't believe officials are worried about containment at this point. They are worried about lives, and as we've seen in so many live shots, homes and structures burning right now. Evacuation orders are in place. If you have not left yet, it is a good idea to continue to get your preparations together and think about doing so. Evacuation shelters are at Ritchie Valens Recreation Center, Sepulveda Recreation Center, Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funds to help with the Hurst fire, which is good news. That means we can bring in not only financial resources, but resources from other states, which we know from the press conference. We now have crews from Nevada, Oregon, Washington, as well as Northern California. We did have a new fire break out this morning. The Woodley fire was burning near the 101 and 405 intersection at the Sepulveda Basin. It did start just after 6 o'clock this morning. Right now, 75 acres have burned. We did hear from fire crews just a short time ago as we're watching some of this that they do believe that they've gotten this fire under control. But it was a very scary situation for people in that area for quite some time as we watch these winds and flames move towards structures.
Yeah, these relentless winds are continuing to blow, and you can see it from these images. This is elevating the fire risk to dangerous levels, of course. We know that, and the powerful gusts are making the firefight extremely difficult. These windstorms can be life-threatening. They have been life-threatening. 2 people so far have died this morning, and very highly destructive. So let's get to the timeline on when these winds will ease up. That is very important information to know. Paul Diano has our next weather forecast. Paul.
Well, there's 2 different timelines that we need to talk about. One is when the worst of the winds will be finished. And the answer to that is right about now. The peak winds are now behind us. There's a second timeline, though. When will the winds get low enough that we can actually begin to surround these fires and begin to get containment? And the answer to that is likely not until tonight. So these numbers here, the wind gust in and around Altadena and Silmar and Santa Clarita, they're below 50 miles per hour. And although that sounds really strong, and it is, they were 70, 80, or 90 miles per hour about 5 hours ago. So this is an improvement, but it's still not good enough that we're going to get containment on these fires. Silmar, 47 mile per hour wind gust. Altadena, 40 mile per hour wind gust. Similar situation in and around Malibu, Pacific Palisades, and Santa Monica. The winds are improving, but they are still very gusty, and these are in specific spots. If you get near the heat of a fire, it makes its own weather and exacerbates the wind. So in Pacific Palisades, the wind is now down to 39 miles per hour, Malibu 51 miles per hour. That's still really windy, and that is still almost pushing embers at highway speeds. So we still have a critically dangerous situation, but the winds now have hit their peak, are past their peak, and are beginning to work their way down. So what was the peak? Well, since midnight, about 9 hours ago, near Altadena, 90 mile per hour winds. In the Malibu Hills, they were 87 miles per hour. Near Silmar, 75 miles per hour. Inland Empire, no fires, thankfully for you, but Riverside had a 71 mile per hour wind gust, and in Orange County, Costa Mesa, 59 mile per hour wind gust. So we're seeing winds begin to relax in Metro Orange County and Metro LA County, but Simi Valley still 53 miles per hour. Chino still 51 miles per hour. Santa Ana, 46 miles per hour, and Santa Clarita, 47 miles per hour. The strongest winds done by 9 o'clock. It's 9:05, so we're past that, but it's still going to be windy all day long, which means rapid fire spread is still possible. Critical fire danger is still there. And this may not be the only Santa Ana wind event that we deal with over the next several days. The ridge to our west that's been blocking all the storms, that's not moving. So all we need is another storm to move over Arizona or Utah to kind of unlock the keys and unlock the door for another offshore wind event. That may happen as soon as this Friday. The overarching problem is that winter rains haven't started yet. As of today, it's officially the driest start to a winter, basically December 1st onwards. So we're talking about a month and a week. It's the driest start to winter in 61 years. Since 1964, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall since the 1st of December. We should have about 3.5 inches of rain. And talk about a contrast, guys, as I send things back to you. We know how wet it was the past 2 water years. 28 inches of rain in 2022-23, 25 inches of rain in 2023-24. So far this water year, 16/100ths of 1 inch. What a difference from way too much rain to now virtually nothing. And guys, 0% containment, I expect that to continue for a while because the winds are still far too strong to get surrounding any of these fires because they're spreading so rapidly. Back to you.
Paul, the other thing I notice about those numbers that is just striking to me is you think about the amount of vegetation that grew after those 2 very wet winters. So we have plenty of fuel now on the ground with those dry conditions and low humidity. We now want to get out to the Eaton fire. And this one is devastating. 2 people have now died in this fire. At least 100 structures have burned in that area of Pasadena.
And we saw some of them live on camera, and some of the residents who evacuated last night have now come back to assess the damage after the sun came up this morning. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino joins us live in a neighborhood that's still being threatened by the flames, and we've seen homes go up behind you, Amanda.
We've been seeing it all morning long, starting yesterday at 6:30 when this fire first erupted, and these neighborhoods have been so impacted. I'm just going to get straight to it. Dale and Michelle, Dale was in this home for 60 years behind us. You've seen it all morning. I've seen you looking at it all morning, but you said it just really hit you.
Yeah, I don't hear very well, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were telling me that the emotions just hit you.
Oh, they just hit me about 5 minutes ago. And when we came up, I couldn't believe it. But 5 minutes ago, I was sitting in the car by myself, and tears just came over my face. So,
and
my entire history is in the house.
Yeah, Dale, he raised his family here. He's been in this home right behind me. It's still, parts of it have flames still burning here. It's been going all morning long. He's been here for 60 years, raised his kids in this house. I mean, what are you feeling when you see your house like this now?
What'd you say?
How do you feel looking at this morning?
I'm going to break down again. That's what I feel. It's my whole life.
Everything was in there.
So
we lost everything.
You shape up. You're supposed to be a support. Anyway, I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm tough, and we'll start over. Even though I'm 91 years old, I'll start over again.
Okay, Dale. And what is your message to your neighbors that are going to be coming back just like you?
I would say that whatever happens to their property, we're just glad that they're safe and they've survived this along with us. And
thank you for all the personnel that are here that are fighting the fire. It's just amazing, and thank you to all of them and to you.
No.
We're spreading the news, even though it's bad.
They said that this little area right here just erupted all at once, and it was the hottest area up here, and it just went so fast. And then they thought they put it out, and then they went down the road and they came back, and they couldn't do anything about it.
Flames.
Yeah.
Well.
But they tried. Well. We give them a lot of credit for that. And
well, thank you for sharing with us, and we're praying for you guys. And I know your daughter's on the way.
Yeah.
Your daughter's on the way.
I think so.
Okay,
they went to Phoenix, and from Phoenix to Prescott, and then went to Las Vegas, where she said she won $600. And then I called her this morning, and they both hit the road, so they're on their way.
The support system's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys so much. We're gonna keep walking. You guys do what you need to do. Thank you, Dale and Michelle. Thank you. You guys, these are just the stories that are going to be coming out this morning as people start to return home to these neighborhoods. We're on Denair, and we showed you images of this house earlier this morning, and it was just completely up in flames. And you see moments like that, and it just breaks your heart, because this is what everyone's going to be experiencing this morning. So many families. This woman here, we watched her come over just about 15 minutes ago and see what was left of her home. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking what people are now experiencing and seeing what's left. You know, you have all these properties here, house after house after house, just in flames. If you look up there, there's firefighters with another woman looking out at the destruction right here. And it just breaks your heart, and it's just the reality for so many people. This is Michael. He lives just down the street. He came in this morning. Your house, thankfully, was spared, but you know, what do you think when you see your neighborhood like this now?
Well, I keep going from not crying to now starting to cry again, because I know a lot of these people, and they've lost everything. So it's pretty surreal to see all this. I mean, I left around midnight last night, and the house just above me was burning. So I got out as quick as I could. I came back at 4 in the morning, and I did not know these were burning, these houses. That completely caught me off guard.
What finally hit you? Because we've been talking for the last like 45 minutes, and now something just...
Well, I mean, so much goes through your head because you hear about these things. And when you see it, and you see it jump from house to house, and your house is spared and others are not, and you wonder why, it's kind of rough. A lot of people are praying for us, but I know there's people that other people are praying for, and they weren't so lucky. So it's really hits you hard.
Michael, tell me a little bit about what you saw this morning when you came back to the neighborhood and what it looked like, because it was unbelievable.
Yeah, so I was at my mom's house in Monrovia, and when I left, I saw fires in the foothill at 4 in the morning. When I came back here, I took back streets because I knew Michelinda was pretty much a parking lot. So when I came back here, there was multiple fire trucks. There's Glendale Police. I think Costa Mesa's out here. So a lot of resources were here. I think our house was spared because the water power is in our backyard, and Don Benito School they're trying to protect. But I had no idea that the houses just down the street from me had been destroyed. And that was pretty much a gut shot to see that. I expected my house to be gone. We have ring chime, so I looked on the ring chime and it was all offline, so I figured that's it. So when I went to bed last night, I figured I'd come home to ashes.
It was a different situation for you. How would you describe the Hastings Ranch community of people? I mean, I've already seen so many people just gathering together.
Well, I mean, this is where everybody goes to see the Christmas lights and everything, so everybody pretty knows everybody. If they don't know them by name, they certainly recognize them. A lot of us exchange phone numbers. So that really was helpful, because those that didn't have eyes and couldn't hear, I would call them and tell them your house is fine. I'll let you know when the water and power's back on. So it's I guess calamity brings people together, right? So when that happens, everybody raises up and do what they can to help one another.
There's going to be a lot of rebuilding from here. Michael, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with moving forward from this. I'll leave you with these images right here, you guys. This is, again, we're on Denair in Pasadena and the Hastings Ranch community here, and a lot of homes are looking like this morning, and that fire really did something to this neighborhood, and the winds are starting to pick up again, so hopefully they calm down before we see this once again in this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys.
You know, I don't know about you, but you have one person who's lost their home, 91 years old. You think of the generations and the family gatherings and the Christmases and all the memories that were made gone. And then you have someone like Michael who, even though he still has his home, his community is now gone. And this is just going to reverberate throughout Southern California for so long.
Absolutely. And they were the lucky ones, right? There are so many people who have a hard time evacuating, getting out, and need help. We want to go to Joy Benedict now, who is following the fire in the Eaton Canyon area, in the Eaton fire in Altadena in that area. And Joy, we've seen homes go up in flames behind you as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we're dealing with right now, I mean, first of all, it was just so hard to hear those folks talking to Amanda a short time ago. Our heart just bleeds for so many who has lost so much already in this fire. But the truth is the fire is still burning, and it is burning here. We are live right now on Lake Avenue in Altadena. This is a very busy business corridor. What you're looking at right now is motion lit. It is some sort of a business on here. If you look over to the left-hand side, this used to be a cleaner. This was Poppy Cleaners. As we continue to move down this block, we have Lifetime Brakes also destroyed by this fire. Across the street, yet another business that has completely been hollowed out because of these flames that continue to burn right now and smolder. And if you look down the road, we have another, I don't know if this is some sort of a business or an apartment complex that is on fire. Also a total loss. And we are moving down the street right now, and you can see all of the cars that have also been damaged, gutted because of the flames that ripped through here and continue to tear through here right now. Over behind us is a home, and we are going to make a right-hand turn right here. This is Alameda Street where we do have fire crews that have been trying really hard to stop a couple of homes that have been burning from spreading to other homes. And as you turn down this residential street, you just see that darkness completely takes over because of the smoke and the ash in this community as these things continue to burn. As I talked about the lifetime breaks over there, it is very hot as that one is still burning. And then just since we were here maybe 20 minutes or so ago, you can really see the black smoke that's taking over as we have a home over here behind us that has caught fire. You have these cars that are still parked on this roadway, and unfortunately they are also going to go up in flames. Over here to the left-hand side, there were 2 homes that they were working on trying to put out the fire, obviously trying to prevent that fire from spreading to the homes that continue in this direction. And that is really what firefighters are working on and have been working on throughout the night. At this point, is not necessarily trying to save the one home that's already on fire, but trying to prevent this from spreading into the neighborhoods. The neighborhood that we were in just a few moments ago, where unfortunately you could see those flames coming towards those homes. And there's unfortunately not really much that can be done. And look at the devastation over there across the street. 1, 2, 3, 4 homes that I can see just from where I am right now in this vantage point. And to be honest, you just can't see a lot right now with the smoke that is billowing through here. That was likely a gas tank that just exploded over there behind me. But this is an active fire. It is still burning. It is not under control, and it is downright scary. So if you do not need to be in this community, if you are safe somewhere, as I said before, please do not try and come back. Just be thankful that you have and that you are okay, and be thankful for what you have, and let the firefighters do their best to try and protect many of these other fires from burning. We're going to head back out to the street where it's a little less smoky. But before we do, I mean, just turn around. I mean, 360 degrees. Yeah. There's fire burning in all 360 degrees of where we are right now. And some very exhausted firefighters who have been working all night. Right, Captain? Oh, so sorry, sir.
That's Joy. Joy,
as we continue to walk back out to Lake Avenue, you can see the fires that are burning over on the other side. I should mention I'm about a block away from Elliott Middle School. That we were at when we started our live shot. They do have a crew there. I could not see. It did not appear that the school had caught fire, but there was a lot of smoke there in the distance as we continue to just have smoke and flames in every direction up here on what is a very busy business corridor. But there is just not much that can be done as things are just falling and crashing all around us because this fire is literally consuming everything in its sight. So far, they are listing the acreage burned as just over 2,000 acres, but just by looking around, I can pretty much guess that it is much larger than that. I'll send it back to you guys.
Joy, it looks like a war zone out there, and you and I have known each other a long time. I know you've covered a lot of fires. The intensity in your voice is something that is it's striking me to see the 360 of the fire and what's happening out there. Do you feel safe where you're at?
I mean, I think, you know, as you said, I've known you a long time, Jamie, and you know I've covered a lot of fires. So my safety level may be different than someone else's safety level, as I have covered a lot of fires. I would not be standing here if I did not feel safe, if my photographer Barry did not feel safe. But we have obviously covered a lot of fires over the years, so my safety level is a little bit more than what other people may feel. But if you are not familiar with fires, if you do not know their direction, if you're not comfortable with embers flying at you, then no, you would not feel safe. And so I do not suggest, just because you see me standing out here on a very busy and burning street, that you think because I'm okay to be here, that you're okay to be here. I'll also mention, you know, and a lot of fire crews do this, our car is running. The keys are in the ignition simply because we need to be able to run at any moment's notice, and that's what you do when you cover a fire. It's little tricks like that that you pick up along the way to make sure that you can simply get out. And that's also why I picked this area. I mean, this is a very wide street, so it gives us a space to go into if we need to. I did not walk further into that road because I lost the visibility. We had intended to move a little bit further down that block, but I did not feel it was safe, so we did the 360 and we came out here to Lake Avenue. And we'll try and get you down that road and show you some of the destruction a little bit later on when the winds aren't so strong that I can actually see where I am, because the last thing I want to do is walk me or my crew into a car that may likely explode, because we have a lot of Like, look at this. Turn around, Barry. We were watching this Chevrolet right here. There was a log that was burning right next to it. I mean, it is a foot away from a gas tank, a tank that we could smell when we first came out here 30 minutes ago. And I was standing there a second ago just because the firefighters were able to put out some of those flames that were right next to that car. But those are the dangers that you see on the road. It's not just the homes. It's the things that you don't realize could catch fire or explode, like that explosion that you heard while we were live just a few moments ago. That was likely a gas tank. Was it at a car or was it a gas tank in a barbecue behind someone's house? I don't know, because we can't see and I couldn't see where it was coming from, but it's a very familiar sound when you're dealing with a scene like this.
Well, and I wanted you to explain to people, because I'm getting a lot of text messages asking why our reporters are so close to some of these flames and are you safe? So thank you for describing the measures you have in place, and please continue to stay safe out there, Joy.
Absolutely. We'll get you some more views here in just a few minutes.
And I hope those animals in that animal hospital are safe too, Joy. Thank you so much. We want to go now to Mark, and we've been seeing some of the images of what these communities look like before and after, and they are unrecognizable, changed forever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The fire behavior that we're seeing with these fires, both in the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, seem to be something that are just unique. We haven't seen spotting of embers so far from the fire line where Joy was. I had mentioned right there, that was almost 2 miles from the nearest hillside in Altadena. She was in central Altadena. So the Eaton fire is certainly burning homes much further away from hillsides than we've ever seen in brush fires in Southern California before, all on account of these very high winds. The Palisades fire is experiencing the same kind of fire behavior. Now, taking a look at my map, I want to zoom in right here on the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Swarthmore. Our CBS national correspondent, Jonathan Vigliotti, passed through here a short time ago, heading southbound on Swarthmore. And I want to actually go into the street view and show you exactly the building that he passed by. I want you to pay attention to this building. As you can see, this is in central Palisades. This is downtown, and there's a building with very unique architecture right here. He passed right by this building. Pay attention right here. Do you see this unique archway and the small window right there? I want to show you what he just posted, an image of what it looks like now. This building is absolutely destroyed. You can see the damage to central Palisades is remarkable. This, again, is also more than 3,000 or 4,000 feet from where we thought the fire line was, according to the last footprint. And you can see the damage here. This is not near a hillside. So the winds have carried embers so far through these communities into areas that are not normally considered to be threatened by hillside wildfires. But you can see this building here in central Palisades absolutely destroyed. And then, of course, going back to the area where this is happening, it's here you can see the structures that were involved. They're basically in this area down here. And so the fire is really spotting quite far and has moved in directions so much further than the last footprint. And also, if we look at where Joy is, she was in this area here. I'll zoom in the map and show you in central Altadena. She was in this area, and you can see how far from the hillside this is. So again, when we talk about mandatory evacuations, these areas in red, central parts of the city, everyone needs to know that they are in danger because of these embers that are blowing from these just once in a decade winds that are coming through our area, and they're still blowing. And the aerial attack is only just beginning here in the Palisades area. We have Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 doing water drops there, but as I look over again in the Altadena area, really no activity in the air yet.
Which, Mark, I have to say, I think that's been the worst part of this, is that usually we look to the aircraft to really come in and have these heroic moves and dump that fire retardant and water, and then we get a little bit of lull and firefighters can get things under the control, and we still are just not seeing any of that right now.
And that's with just maybe one fire burning, not multiple fires across the county at this point. Let's go now to Alex Biston, who is checking the road conditions, especially the streets surrounding these fires. So urgent to keep these clear. clear.
Yes, we have a lot of closures to tell you about. And really the takeaway is you want to try to avoid all of these areas altogether. Stay off the roads too. I mean, we're seeing a lot of debris flying, of course, from the winds on to a lot of the roadways. So here's what you need to know for the Palisades fire closure. So PCH between the 10 and Las Flores, that is closed. Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland also closed. And then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma. So again, that's all closed. You want to avoid this area altogether. Let's go up into the Hurst fire closures, westbound 210 from Roxford to the 5, northbound 5 truck route, that's closed, and Foothill Boulevard between the 210 and Sierra Highway. Okay, let's go into the San Gabriel Valley, Altadena, and Pasadena. Eaton fire closures, the Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Drive, and Altadena Drive. Again, the takeaway is just try to avoid all of these areas altogether. Let firefighters do their job, get in and try to stop some of this from happening.
All right, very important information as people are making those plans potentially to evacuate. Alex, thank you for that. We are looking at heading toward 9:30 right now with our continuing coverage. It is 9:27, and you can see there are just so many fires burning across our areas with those strong winds fueling the fires. We still have fires burning in the Palisades that have moved into Malibu. We just saw the destruction and how things have changed there. We have the Eaton fire where we learned just a short time ago the first 2 fatalities have been reported in that fire with more than 100 structures destroyed, as well as the Hurst fire that has also seen so many structures. You know, you think about just the Palisades fire alone, the first one that started, more than 30,000 people evacuated. That's the size of Manhattan Beach. That's the size of the population of Dana Point. There's tens of thousands of people in just one community. You now multiply it throughout the area with multiple injuries being reported and 2 deaths. This is just a tragic morning, to say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. And we've seen these homes go up in flames. Let's get to some facts now. With the Eaton fire, more than 2,000 acres burned, 0% contained, so it is still completely out of control. 2 deaths, tragically, and as you mentioned, more than 100 structures destroyed.
And that Palisades fire, we did get an update a short time ago in that press conference we were listening to. 5,000 acres now burned. You know, we keep saying 0% contained. I don't think anyone's surprised. There's just no handle on this at all. I wouldn't expect containment for quite some time. Seeing some of these landmarks in the Palisades gone, getting reports of just so many places people gather, even the village, you know, the shopping center and restaurants and things like that. It's been devastating. 1,000 structures, as a matter of fact, destroyed, and a large number of not only residents in the area who were injured, you know, both trying to flee, potentially evacuated, but also first responder injuries being reported.
And the Hurst fire is still burning in Silmar. No containment there either. It broke out at around 10:30 last night. It burned through more than 500 acres. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place right now, and there are shelters set up at the Ritchie Valens Recreation Center, at the Sepulveda Recreation Center, and the Northridge Park. FEMA has also authorized the use of federal funding to help in the Hurst fire. We heard from officials earlier on the continuing to fight to put out multiple wind-driven flames, and here's a recap of what they said just moments ago.
I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California.
We are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property.
All right, we do have LA County Sheriff Robert Luna on the phone with us right now. I know you've been very busy, so thank you so much for joining us today. I know all hands are on deck right now. You lost a patrol car, you said earlier before, and you also talked about looting. You had a message for anyone, which is unbelievable at this point, that people would try to steal things from people.
Yeah, so unfortunately this morning I reported, because as we were just getting here, I found out that we had 2 fatalities out in the fire, out at the Eaton fire, as we're calling it. And then at the same time, I was finding out that we had made 2 arrests for looting out in that same general area. And it's unbelievable and sad that I have to report that people are being arrested for looting. So the clear message is, don't do it. We have extra patrols out there. We're even requesting more units in both fire areas or any impacted areas, and we're going to catch you. We're going to get you prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I can't believe somebody would take advantage of these poor people who are losing their own homes.
I don't think we can believe it either. It's a frustration, I think, to many, especially as we're watching just so many people lose so much, that people would do that. I do want to ask you a little bit about, you talked about, you know, your own staff and just being in the way of fire in Altadena at the sheriff's station there. Some employees had to evacuate while also having residents come running up to the station looking for help. Can you just talk about the stories you're hearing, the chaos your people have been through, and also the added layer that a lot of, you know, your officers live in these areas?
Yeah, so this morning as I'm driving here to this press conference, I'm finding out that as our station captain at the Altadena station and the deputies that work with him are close to the Altadena station, and it was under threat. And at one point they thought that there was some fire there. I've got to get an update when I get out of here, but as they're focused on trying to get some critical equipment out of there, they're having residents run up and just right around that same neighbors. And we live with these folks, right? We're down the street with them, with our community members, our partners, and they're asking for help because several structures were catching on fire there. So if you can just imagine the chaos, but you know what our people, as they normally do, they drop what they were doing and they fully engaged, and they have been saving lives since last night. There are more and more stories coming out. I'm looking forward to sharing more of those with you. And yes, we did lose a black and white police car. Thank God the deputy's okay. But there's one other factor. As I was coming here, I know of now at least 2 of my employees who have lost their homes, who live in the impacted area. And so as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to check on them. I'm going to make sure from a department perspective that we're wrapping our arms around our own employees as we are not stopping and assisting all of the residents that are heavily impacted by this tragic fire.
This really is a day where everyone in Los Angeles County is impacted in one way or another, maybe some more directly than others. Obviously, there's a lot of chaos. These fires have been breaking out quickly in multiple locations. So what is your message for people in terms of the evacuation process and in terms of helping maybe people who can't really fend for themselves? Maybe they're older, maybe they're compromised.
Yeah, you know what? Stay informed, number one. And if you get an evacuation order, you're probably getting a warning before then. Be prepared to evacuate. But as you're worried about yourself, we would like our community to really pay attention to neighbors who may not be able to do the same things they're able to do. So if we can assist each other, or at least get a hold of us so we know who to pay more attention to, because we want to make sure that everybody who needs help gets the help they need, that we can get them out of there as safely as possible. And so far, and I know we talked about the looting and some of these other stories, but I'm hearing for every one bad story we hear, like the looting story, we're hearing 9 or 10 great stories of just people, communities coming together, heroic work by our deputy sheriffs and police officers and firefighters. So in these tragedies, we got to remember to look for the positive, and there's a lot of positive, and we're going to get through this together, but we have a long ways to go. There's a lot of challenges out there.
Well, I just want to even ask you, Sheriff, you know, in these types of situations, obviously you're now in a 24/7 cycle. Is your family okay in these types of situations? You know, can you share what your plan is for these types of things that might help other people?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. And we always tell our employees, make sure your families are okay. And yeah, last night I was checking in with my wife, with my kids, just to make sure, giving them direction that if, whether preparing people if the electricity goes out, to make sure all your devices are charged. It's those typical things, but they've been around me. I've been in this business for almost 40 years. We know how to operate. They know I have a job to do, and they're going to do their thing. And yeah, I'm talking about myself. That's what all of our employees do. It's interesting when we're evacuating people and people are in a hurry to leave. Who's going the other way? The black and whites, the firemen. Everybody's going that way. We do not hesitate when people need help. And I'm very proud of all of our first responders, specifically our deputy sheriffs, and the work they've done in the last 24 hours in the middle of this tragedy.
Absolutely. We know PCH was gridlocked yesterday. Some people just panicked and left their cars in the middle of the road. Bulldozers were brought in some instances. Are you seeing a lot of gridlock? Are you seeing people abandon maybe their vehicles? And should people leave their keys in their cars?
If for some reason they decide that their safety is at risk and they have to, yeah, leave the keys in the car. But honestly, if we can get cars out of the roadway and parked over to the side, because the priority is to get emergency vehicles in and out so we can get the people who are well trained to the people who need the majority of the help. In regards to traffic conditions and other issues, I'm looking forward, as soon as I get done here, to go back and get my latest update to find out if the other fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area, what kind of challenges we're having there, and just get updates all the way across on the damage assessment now that the sun's out. And I think it was well stated in this press conference, if you do not need to go out today, stay indoors, stay off the roads, and I think that's better for all of us, as we've got to help each other through this this event.
Well, it's not just about staying home, right? It's so you don't have to divert resources other places if someone's in an accident or something like that. I think sometimes people hear and they go, oh, I'm going to go out and look and see what's happening, or, you know, I want to check on my house or my neighbor's house. But there can be real impacts.
It really can, and I think what you heard in the earlier press conference from our partners at Public Works is because the wind consistently blew overnight and through the morning hours, there is a lot of debris out on the roads, and depending on the area you live in. And I know I was up in those foothills by Altadena last night. I saw not only trees, I saw signals that were down. It was pitch black. I saw pieces of roofs that were on the street. So it's going to take a while for Public Works to clear out the trees and all the other debris, but it does make it a little bit more dangerous, not to mention that I'm hearing from different folks that depending where you live, visibility is extremely low.
You know, a lot of people have been asking, can I go back to my house right now? I was evacuated, or I've heard that my house burned, or I don't know if my house is still standing. When can they go back, and how do they find out?
Go to our website with the Sheriff's Department and the County of Los Angeles, either through our Office of Emergency Management or through the Sheriff's Department. We'll make sure that you have that. Actually, let me just read that to you. It's lacounty.gov/emergency. Go to there, and then we should have updated information on individuals. Are the warnings still warnings? Have we reduced those? Or the evacuation orders, are they still in place? Right now, I know some people want to go back home. All the decisions that are made at our unified command with fire are all predicated on individual safety. If it is not safe, we're not going to let you back in. We apologize for the inconvenience, but our top priority is life safety. So we ask our residents, and I know it's tough, a great inconvenience, but check these websites to make sure. And then others, I've been getting calls from family members who say they haven't heard from their family members. You can also check these websites or call the local station where you're at to see if we can get more information. I was able to help somebody just to say, hey, family members were in an evacuation order area. They were evacuated from here and then given that shelter in that location. And those are the kind of questions that we're getting and will continue to get because we're still fighting these fires. This is a very fluid scenario that we're involved in right now.
What a relief you were able to give somebody there. I can only imagine just the panic a lot of people have not being able to connect. You have power outages happening. One thing I do wonder, having covered a lot of fires, Ruta Bay has covered a lot of fires, this is day one. How do you keep your officers motivated, through day 2, 3? This is going to go on for some time. This isn't one of those fires where we've had air support come in and we've quickly gotten it under control. We've been able to get the dozers in to do those containment lines. How do you keep your staff motivated in a situation like this that's going to go on for quite some time?
We hire amazing people. We recruit and hire and train some of the most amazing people I've ever been around in my life. They look forward to helping people. And yes, our staff will be tired, fatigued, a lot of them with very little sleep. And this is actually the second day that we're engaged in this. We're going to make sure that we bring in enough people to get them fed, hydrated, rested. We want them to get some rest, but again, if we've got this fluid situation, our priority is to save lives. And a lot of our deputies have done that in the last 24 hours, and they will continue to do that. That kind of work, this is why we raise our right hand and say we want to do this job. So trust me, the people I've talked to, the deputies I've encountered over the last 24 hours out here, I could say ever since I've joined this great department, they're all extremely amazing people, and they're here to help others. And by the way, we're recruiting for those out there that have ever thought about doing this work.
It is, good pitch.
All right, how do you prioritize when there are multiple fires burning? They are in residential neighborhoods, they're 0% contained, the winds continue to blow. How are you prioritizing your staff?
It's very strategic, and it is prioritized. Life safety is number one. So for example, in LA County, when these wildfires start, some of it are in open areas. So we are in unified command with our fire department. They are prioritizing based on the weather conditions, wind direction, houses, structures that are going to be impacted. So for example, if we're told, hey, the wind's blowing the fire this direction, and there are 100 houses that need to be evacuated like right now, that's where we're going to send people. We're going to send them there, lights and siren, and we're going to try and get people out as quickly as we possibly can. But at the same time, our Department Operations Center is prioritizing throughout the county, and not only do we have to pay attention to what we're dealing with the multiple fires, but we also got to think about what's going to happen next. How many outages do we have? How many people may want to take advantage of businesses who, their electricity's out? All these other things that we're thinking about. Our staff at the Sheriff's Department does top-notch work in this area.
Well, Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you so much, and thank you to all of the men and women under you for doing what they do, and we'll continue to check in with you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on. And you guys are doing a great job of keeping the community informed, and we'll continue to pass on the most updated information to you. And thank you, guys.
We appreciate that.
All right, let's go to Luz Delia Caballero. She is live in Malibu at the Palisades fire.
Yeah, she's on Rambla, Vista, and PCH right now. And oh my goodness, Luz Delia, every time we check in with you, it looks like a war zone.
Absolutely, it gets more and more devastating. And I want to preface this with, right now, people are watching this live, many people seeing the conditions of their homes for the first time. And we understand how delicate this is, how painful this is for homeowners, friends, family, all of those affected. And what we're about to show you right now is extremely heartbreaking. We just drove up Rambla Vista. As Sparkle gets closer here and we look down, we are seeing fire, little hot spots, and this is what used to be a home. As Sparkle moves to the right, there's another home that's currently on fire. Right now, you can't even see PCH, or you can hardly see PCH. But as we look further in, if you look closely, though this does look apocalyptic, that is the ocean. This is Malibu after all. This is a beach paradise, but right now it is an inferno that has been created by this storm of wind due to the Santa Ana winds. And the result is this. You see homes like this burned to the ground, more hot spots here. I mean, look, we are on the road, and this is a mailbox to the home. And this is one of many mailboxes that we've seen as we move up the road. You can see more homes on the hillside burned to the ground, some saved, like as you can see here. There's a home that is intact, but to the right, the home is gone. To the left, the home is gone. And you can also see down here, there is a car that has been charred. So obviously the heat here, I mean, we can feel it, and these homes aren't engulfed at this time to our left. But as Sparkle goes to the left, you can see what was once a home now almost near down to its foundation. But take a look at this. You have to understand the heat that these structures that are on fire are bringing.
All right, having a little bit of transmission issues, which you can imagine from Liz Delia as you look at just that devastation.
Thousands of people.
We got it back.
It's charred more than 29.
Okay, she's broken up again, so we'll move on to our next person who's on the line. Greg Champion is with us now, joining us, and he is an evacuee, had to leave the Palisades area, has many businesses there. Greg, thank you for being with us this morning. I also understand that your son goes to Pali High. Can you just talk about the impact that you're hearing this morning?
Sure. Thank you for having me on today. I just want to say that yesterday was horrible. I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, 3 different schools no less, and my business is in the Palisades. And yesterday at 10:30, I looked to the right as I was driving down PCH, and I see this brown cloud, and I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And the next thing you know, within minutes, that cloud had become a major fire in the Highlands, and then it jumped Palisades Drive to hit the Paseo Miramar area. And so what I'll tell you is that my daughter, a freshman at Pali High, she lost her school. I have a 12-year-old at Calvary Christian School, and they lost their field. And then I have a little toddler down at the Jewish preschool at the bottom of the hill, and part of their school got burnt. And yesterday was scary. I run a business where I help people get sober. It's called Startup Recovery. And we have these 3 beautiful houses up on Paseo Miramar. And my staff did a fantastic job of getting our clients and the rest of the staff out yesterday. And then as we were going up the hill or going down the hill, we realized that we left a dog up there. And one of my staff members, Steve Ulisowitz, and myself went back up there, made it 2/3 up, pulled our car over, ran up the hill, and we were almost at the house, and the fire department came up to us and physically moved us, said, if you guys go any farther, you're going to die. And my lungs filled up with smoke. I went back down. But you got to think of my chaos. I had to get 2 kids out of school. I had to get my clients down the hill for my business. And then I had to go evacuate my own house, all in a matter of 2.5 hours. And so what I can tell you, ladies, is that many of my friends in the Palisades, I've been there since 2009, have lost their houses. A lot of the churches and stores we go to are gone. I can't think of anything more devastating that I've seen LA witness in decades. And, my family's safe, my wife is safe, my 3 beautiful daughters are safe. But my business that I built from the ground up with my partners, Jeffrey Van and Patricia Myers, is gone. And we did really good work helping people get sober, get their lives back. And what I will tell you is that we will rebuild, and we will be back. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. and I'll answer any more questions you may have.
Yeah, Greg, it's unbelievable, and obviously this is a very shocking time for everyone involved. I know you're grateful for your lives, and you know that's the most important thing. But are you already looking forward now to tomorrow? Obviously, your business is gone, and you know your kids' school is gone. What are you thinking about in terms of tomorrow?
You know. It's going to be sad if I have to walk through those buildings and they're just skeletons. I really tried to hold on to my emotions, but when you put me there tomorrow or whenever they let us back into the neighborhood, I don't know. I mean, it is truly starting over. And, I'm an optimist by nature. I am just so happy that no one was killed in the Palisades. I know there were some injuries. I'm so grateful that my staff, my clients, my family are safe. But I can tell you right now, the emotions will overtake me walking into that darkness that is what was once one of the most beautiful cities in the country, Pacific Palisades.
I think that's going to be true for a lot of people. I don't think people can even comprehend right now as we're still in kind of the thick of the fire burning and seeing the devastation play out. You just touched on it. Can you talk about the community of the Palisades? There's so many of us that get the opportunity to go up and be a part of the businesses or eat at the restaurants or drive just the beautiful Pacific Coast Highway. Can you talk about, though, when you live there, just how tight-knit it is and how important of a community it is to one another?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. It is a very special place on the planet. You have multi-generational families that live there. Grandparents are living right down the street from their kids, then those children are right down the street to see their grandmother and grandfather. The team sports, the soccer leagues, the baseball leagues, very competitive but very friendly, And like you said, the restaurants and the shops, those are all pretty much locally owned by people. And your neighbors. And I'll just give you something maybe to lighten the moment. My 12-year-old daughter charges me $1 for every time I say hi to someone in the Palisades. The less money she's made ever is $3. It's one of those neighborhoods that everybody as you walk down Via de la Paz or Sunset or any of the other streets. So, and not to mention, we have hiking trails in the beautiful Pacific Ocean. It's a real special spot to raise kids, and it's a great loss that will be for decades. I don't know how you get back in any semblance of time the enchanted way of the Palisades.
It is definitely a special place, and it will be very different. It is very different already. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best. We wish you a speedy recovery and rebuilding your businesses, and we're glad you're all safe. Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies, thank you for having me on today, and you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been watching all morning and all last night, and keep just doing what you guys are doing. It really helps everybody know what's out there. Thank you.
Well, we want to continue to do that, and thank you for saying that. We appreciate having you on, but we do want to get to meteorologist Paul Diano because you are such an important piece of this. People wondering how this is going to play out. You see how windy it still is out there, Paul, in that picture behind you.
Yeah, excuse me. When we say the worst of the winds is behind us, that's a good thing. We have to kind of climb that peak and work our way down. The working the way down part is going to be the rest of today. And when you have 3 very large fires burning with 0% containment, that's not a good thing because we're looking at least 6 or 7 more hours before sunset where the winds are going to stay elevated. This is the Hollywood Hills. A couple things to point out. 1, it is still extremely windy. We're looking at wind gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour in many locations. 2, this is not cloud cover. This is smoke covering the LA basin emanating from 3 different large wildfires. And 3, we're looking at significant winds continuing. So yes, we are off of the peak. We are past that, still 53 miles per hour in Malibu, still 56 miles per hour in Simi Valley, in and around Pacific Palisades, 43 miles per hour. And we'll head to the north It's still 50 miles per hour in and around Silmar and near 40 miles per hour in and around Altadena. So wind will still be a concern, even though the peak of the winds is gone. Since midnight, here is a list of the peak of the winds. Near Altadena, the winds hit 90 miles per hour. Before midnight, they were close to 100 miles per hour, literally rolling off the mountains like a wave at the beach, rolling off the mountains and then crashing down into the neighborhoods that are currently burning. Malibu Hills hit a peak wind gust since midnight of 87 miles per hour. Near Silmar earlier today, it was 75 miles per hour, Riverside 71, and Costa Mesa 59. So it's windy everywhere, whether you have a fire or not. Strongest winds wrapped up around 9 this morning. That said, it will still be windy all day long, very high fire danger. Any new fires, and that could happen, any new fires would spread rapidly like what we saw yesterday, and breezy to windy weather could possibly return on Friday and also next week. We need this number to change. Since December 1st, it's the driest start to a winter in Southern California since 1964. That's the big problem. We would have a high fire danger, but if it rained, it would be much lower than where we are right now. It hasn't rained in Los Angeles. We haven't had a rainfall of 1/10 of 1 inch since the 5th of May. That's more than 8 months ago. So the driest start to winter in 60 years. High wind warning will wrap up this evening. After sunset tonight at 6 o'clock, the winds will relax significantly, like down to maybe even 10 or 20 miles per hour. Between now and then, we're still looking at some wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. And the red flag warning actually goes 1 day longer and may get extended until Friday, because even though the winds are lower, the source of our wind will still be coming from the deserts. So strong winds, very low relative humidity will keep the fire danger high through at least Thursday. And all this stuff in the air will eventually settle down to the air that we're breathing. And there is an air quality alert for Metro LA County and some of our inland valleys through Wednesday. Air quality right now, this is the last graphic I'll show you, is very bad. Hazardous in some of our inland valleys. That would be that dark shade of purple you see just to the north of Los Angeles. Otherwise, it's good to moderate in most locations. The Inland Empire west of San Bernardino, closer to Riverside, that is unhealthy right now. So a number of issues to deal with. The biggest problem is that the winds are staying elevated, even though the worst of the winds are now behind us. It's going to be windy all day long. Guys, back to you.
I think that's the point. You still have to stay diligent with those winds. Thank you so much, Paul.
I want to go to Mark now, who's been looking at the overall tactical. Okay.
Apparently, we want to get to this news now. President Biden has addressed the rapidly spreading wildfires and promises to help with federal aid. He was, in fact, in Southern California to designate new national monuments, but will now reschedule that announcement. Here's part of the statement on the firefighting effort. It says, quote, I am being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I have offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. My administration will do everything it can to support the response. A lot of people had been questioning with him in Southern California if an announcement like this would be made. Other people wondering where Mayor Karen Bass has been. She has been on a presidential delegation to Ghana in Africa, apparently on her way back. So we'll see what happens when she does get on the ground here as well.
And now we want to go to Mark Liu, and you have been looking at the tactical response overall as this unified command fights these multiple fires. Mark?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I want to reference something about President Joe Biden as he is here in Southern California. Normally, when an American president is in Southern California, there is something called a temporary flight restriction. That means no general aviation like media airships like SkyCal can fly anywhere within a 30-mile radius of the president. This is for Secret Service safety and for the safety of the president. However, because of these wildfires, the White House has modified that temporary flight restraining order. We are currently working through that, and we may be able to see SkyCal come up in the near future if the winds allow it, which means we may actually be able to get an aerial look at this firefight, which normally we would not be able to do if the president was in town. But I want you to come out to my screen and show you the current status of the aerial firefight right now. There are a lot more aircraft in the air now that the sun has come up, and in particular, we are seeing firefighting aircraft here like Fire 2 and a Lead 78. This is a Beech 200 Super King. You can see how often it's been flying over the Palisades fire. These aircraft are doing water drops here. You can see Fire 3. They appear to be landing somewhere here near Berkeley Hall School. in the Mission Canyon open space. I see Fire 1 is actually on the ground there. There might be a refueling or a station where they can get water, and they're going down here into the eastern end of the Palisades fire. That is where we know that there has been an intense firefight as this fire creeps into the Santa Monica and Brentwood area. There are certainly large portions of Pacific Palisades in the downtown area that have been damaged or destroyed. We also know that on the western end of the fire in this area as well, we have been seeing fire activity over here, but we don't see any sort of water dropping activity over there either. And then, of course, over here in the Eaton fire, we still see actually the first of an LA County Sikorsky Firehawk. That's an 1,000-gallon water dropping Sikorsky now here floating through right over JPL. It looks like was the last reported location on the radar. So we should be seeing some fire activity there that's getting water drops on it. And so this is good news as we see that as the sun comes up and perhaps there is some change in the winds, we are seeing the fight for air superiority over these three fires continue to be a struggle for firefighters on the ground. They have been really stressed and fatigued, as some firefighters now will have been fighting these fires for about 24 hours. And I want to send it now on over to Amy Johnson for more on this coverage as we continue here at the desk to track all of the developments of these three major fires in Southern California. Amy?
All right, Mark, thank you. Good morning, everyone. You are watching KCAL News Mornings today, Wednesday, January 8th. I'm Amy Johnson here with Christine Lazar. We want to thank you for joining us. Paul Diano is here to bring you your next weather. But first, let's bring you the latest information on the wildfires raging out of control throughout Los Angeles County. The Eaton fire is still raging in the Eaton Canyon area today near Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. It is currently burning more than 2,000 acres and more than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders. 2 people have died. This fire has destroyed more than 100 structures. It started burning yesterday evening, but expanded quickly during the night and early morning hours. The Palisades fire has burned more than 5,000 acres through the Pacific Palisades area. It is being driven by strong Santa Ana winds. Officials say the flames have destroyed more than 1,000 homes and structures. More than 30,000 people have had to evacuate, and fire officials have reported a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. Now, there is still no reported containment. Then there is the Hurst fire. It is burning 500 acres in Silmar, also with no containment. It prompted evacuation orders for the areas north of the Foothill Freeway, from Roxford Street to the Golden State and Antelope Valley Freeway split. Evacuation centers have been set up in Pacoima, Northridge, and Panorama City. Now, let's check in with our Joy Benedict, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. Joy?
Yeah, guys, I mean, this has just been tough. We've been out here for several hours now, and a large portion of this city is unfortunately on fire, and they do not have the resources to try and prevent this fire from spreading, at least in some of the communities that we are. So we are on East Calavera Street. I am right across the street from the Arts Magnet School for folks who live up here in Altadena and know this area. But if you look over to the right, at issue, of course, are all of the homes that are on the south side of East Calavera Street, and they are simply all on fire. I don't know how else to say that. There is no nice way to say that, but as we walk down, you will see all of these homes to the left-hand side are simply burning. Some of them have been burning for hours, some of them are starting to burn, and then miraculously some things are not burning, like the American flag that is flying above this home, as everything on this property is already charred, just embers and ashes flying in the air. It literally looks like a war zone, as we have been saying all morning long. But I want to walk further down this street, because something else that you're seeing in all of these communities, unfortunately, it's not just the homes that are burning, it's the utility poles, it's the infrastructure, it's things that are going to make stuff even more difficult for those who can return home to be able to do so. I mean, look over here to the left-hand side. You could see what's left of this home, and it's not much. I mean, it is the chimney that's standing. It's the flames that are still burning, and the trees, the palm trees, the embers, everything is just spreading like ash in the air as these strong winds have whipped things around. Over here to the left-hand side, we're going to move a little further away from this home, because what we have is a car that is on fire in the driveway. And I've watched just in the last 45 minutes that we have been here, and you have seen what has been done. Since we got here is when the ember first landed on that roof, and the flames came onto the roof first, as they do in these homes and these types of situations. They then spread down into the home and then come out into the garage. Barry, did you get a shot over there to the left-hand side of the car that is now burning in the driveway over there? I believe the gas tank already exploded while we've been out here, but it is very hard to watch. And then if we keep going, this is what we see a lot of. So we have that home that's on fire, and then just a few minutes ago, when I was out here 10 minutes ago, this home right here behind this shrubbery is not on fire. At least it wasn't 10 minutes ago. But since there's no firefighters to defend it or anyone out here, I have now seen one of those embers that has landed in the attic. And unfortunately, the window just busted. Barry, if you move over a little bit further to the right-hand side, you can see that. But in the last 10 minutes, I have watched an ember land on the roof, and then everything in the roof then catches fire. You can see the smoke billowing out of that roof. And if you look now, that it was so hot inside as that fire has now spread into the living room. And you can see through the window now that just shattered while we were live on TV, the flames that are now pouring out of that living room window. And this is exactly how these homes burn to the ground. The embers start on the roof, they catch fire, they then move down, and then a few minutes later, they look like this. We have another car that is still sitting here in the driveway. I see the active fire burning there in the garage, in the living room. These are people's things. This is their livelihoods. It is very hard to not realize what is burning right now. It is not just simply a home. It is family mementos. It is photo albums. It is things that are simply irreplaceable, and they are burning on every single home here on East Calaveras and Altadena. So again, for those who live in this community, who they know, if you are watching this for the first time and you are seeing that your home is burning, my heart, my prayers go out to you and your family. This is 630 East Calaveras right now. In the last 30 minutes that we've been here, unfortunately, it had just caught fire then, and now it is almost to the ground. And then the last one a little bit further down has not caught fire yet, but unfortunately, the palm tree right in front of it is burning. And so we know with not any fire protection anywhere around, there are not enough resources to stop this street from collapsing because of this fire. And that is exactly what is going to happen as these hours tick on.
Does he know that?
Devastating to see happening in real life and in real time. And I guess I'll send it back to you guys as we have now reached the end of the street. But this isn't the only street that is on fire, as we have seen over the last few hours that we've been out here. Numerous things on fire, businesses, homes, things burning. And there is not a lot of structure protection around here because of this fire here in the Eaton fire. So it is just something we're going to have to continue to watch, and hoping that they can get some support from the air up at some point to try and put out these flames and stop them from spreading to homes that are still standing. Because if you look just across the street right now, all the homes across the street are still there. At least they have been for the last hour. But with these embers spreading in the air, it only takes one ash, one ember. And in these strong winds, as I have mentioned, those things can fly up to a mile and still be burning and land on someone's roof. And then in a few minutes, that home will also be gone. But certainly a very, very tough day out here in Altadena, guys. And it's just going to get worse as we continue to go.
Yeah, Joy, it's so hard to watch and to know that there are likely residents watching our air and watching you show their street, and you hear the alarm on that car go off, and you realize that's the fire spreading to the car, and you know now they're losing their home, their car, all of their belongings. It's just so tragic. Thank you so much for such a insightful and sympathetic report. We appreciate it. We're going to go over now to Mark Liu. He is live at the desk to talk more about, I think, some more destruction we're seeing.
Well, actually, I have to tell you, Christine and Amy, unfortunately, the home that Joy was just in front of belongs to two very good friends of mine. I've known them for many, many years. Mm-hmm. They are a wonderful husband and wife, and they own 3 cats, and they were able to evacuate safely. But just now on KCAL, they were watching and learning that the home that they have lived in for more than 10 years right there on East Calaveras Street is destroyed. I have many good memories of being in that home with my friends. They are a wonderful, warm and loving couple. And it is very difficult to see a home that they had built so lovingly and carefully over the last decade going up in flames. It is just incredibly hard to see and know that someone's life, everything that they have built and all of their wonderful memories and happiness are now destroyed. The only silver lining is that I have recently been talking to both of them over text, and they are both safe there with their parents, and their 3 cats are with them as well. And they are going to eventually have to start over their life. But this destruction is so intense here in central Altadena, and it is such extremely dangerous fire behavior, as this is not near the foothills. Normally, when we think of fires and brush fires in Southern California, those homes most at risk are at the bases of hills and mountains. And we ask people that live there to do brush clearance so that they can clear away enough space so that firefighters can make a defensible operation outside their home. But this home is nearly 1.5 miles to 2 miles from the base of the foothill. There is not usually an expectation of danger this far away, but because of this incredible wind event that we are having, the embers are being carried so far that homes that are nearly 2 miles from the hillside are being destroyed. Basically, all of the homes on the south side of Calaveras are experiencing this, and it is just an incredible tragedy. But at least I can tell you that the people that live in this home, as I said, they've been dear friends of mine for many, many years, are safe. They are with their family, and they did heed the evacuation order to get out with the important things, their keepsakes, and of course their 3 cats that they consider very dear family members. All of them are safe. They're with their parents. And they are going to have to process what they are seeing here on KCAL this morning, as are many, many other people in the Altadena area and also in the Pacific Palisades area, as we are seeing this play out over and over again. Hundreds, possibly thousands of homes in Southern California being devastated by this fire. It is just really unimaginable when we sit here and we see home after home after home up in flames. And you know, I'm so sorry for your friends, Mark, and for all the other families who are losing their homes. We have many of our own colleagues that are evacuated right now, waiting on word for their own homes. And, you know, when you can imagine the memories in there and you think about the faces, the families, the pets that are losing their homes, it's not just a structure, it is a home, and it is just devastating to see so much devastation.
Yeah, and we bring the important documents, we bring the things that they say you need to have, the medication, but you know, I even think in my own home that the outfits that I've saved from my kids' baby clothes and photo albums that maybe I wouldn't be able to reach, or even, you know, I saved the dress I wore to, you know, a baby shower.
Our wedding dresses.
Yes, and people have all these things, and so, you know, especially we were talking about this earlier, Amy, that sometimes you can look, especially in the Palisades, at some of these big homes burning, and you think, oh, people have money, but money can never get you back those memories. It can never get you back those sentimental things. And you can hear in Mark's voice, you know, we create such amazing memories inside those 4 walls, and it is so devastating to see something like this. And our heart goes out to Mark, and our heart goes out to the people who are watching on our air, their neighborhoods, their blocks, their homes going up in flames. And we want to go now to Luzdelia Caballero. She is live in Malibu for the Palisades fire. She's on Rambla Vista and PCH. And Luzdelia, you have been out there all morning. You have seen so much devastation, and now that, you know, the sun's coming up, it looks like the winds are lying down a little bit there. What are you able to see?
Well, you know, the winds just died down for a couple of minutes here and then there, and then they just ramped back up. We just saw a bunch of engines going to our right, and that's the theme of the day. Down PCH, up PCH, and what you're looking at now that the sun is up is the aftermath. So much devastation. What you're looking at is where homes once stood tall and proud, and they are just reduced to rubble to their foundation. You can see a staircase just hanging out by itself there, and this is extremely heartbreaking. When we got here hours ago this morning, just after 2 o'clock, there were some homes still standing here, and now several hours later, that is definitely not the case. We have heard several explosions, seen transformers on the road, several down power lines, which we want to show you. Take a look at that. Down the road, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, and that doesn't even put a dent in what we've seen today in terms of down power lines, power poles that have been toppled over, that have caught fire and just reduced. And this is just extremely devastating. And a lot of our colleagues have said this all morning long. Heed these warnings, because this wind is no joke. It's very, very difficult to predict where this is going. Earlier we spoke to a man who said, hey, you know what, I chose to hang out, I chose to not evacuate because I wanted to douse my home with water to make sure it didn't burn to the ground. We recently checked in on his home. His home is still there, he's still here, but this is a very, very dangerous situation. And you know what, hey, material things are replaceable, but guess what isn't? You and your family members. And just so you understand the dangers of this fire and how quickly things can turn, behind us, this is a garage door, at least part of it. And this is well across the way from where it used to stand, which is by this home likely. But again, we've witnessed and seen and heard so many explosions as these fires rip through this area. We are on PCH in Malibu. Gosh, this is such a beautiful community. We're talking about a beach community. And when you look out, you see burned rubble and waves. I mean, this is almost apocalyptic when we're talking about something that we sometimes take for granted. Driving down PCH, seeing beautiful properties, a beautiful view, and right now we see thick smoke. We see lots of engines just coming up and down, water tankers trying to do their best to minimize the damage of this fire that they just cannot get a hold of. Tens of thousands of people evacuated. We hear sirens going up and down. We went up Rambla Vista, where we saw such a devastating scene there, where houses left and right as we were going up the street were completely reduced to rubble. We met Judith. She was coming down with her 6 dogs in her car. She was fleeing the fire, and she said she wanted to go up to her home to get essential medication, but she just couldn't get there because the smoke was so thick. This is what she had to say about how she described what she saw going up Rambla Vista.
Devastated, because I burned in '93. I just lost my husband in August. I'm 75 years old, and I did a reverse mortgage on my house, so I don't even know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm kind of, I mean, I'm not destitute. I'm sure I'll go and I'm going to go to the Malibu Country Inn right now and try to find a room, and there's somebody that's a rescue going to meet me there so they can help me get these dogs out and walk them one at a time. I can't do it. And they only let me take 2 dogs in last night to a hotel room that had no power. It was completely dark, and the guy, but at least I got to lay down, for a couple hours and just regroup.
And she described this as a war zone, as would we, because we saw homes burning at the top of the hill, homes reduced to rubble at the bottom, and everything in between. The smoke thickens up, thickens up, and this has just been the theme of the day. Firefighters tell us that they're doing the best they can. They just don't have enough resources, enough boots on the ground, and of course, reduced visibility makes it hard for aircraft to come up and drop retardant and help in the firefighting effort. As of now, here on PCH, we've seen so much devastation. It is heartbreaking, it is painful, and for those who are watching as their homes burn on live TV and have been all morning long, our hearts go out to you. Our entire team, Sparkle and I, have been witnessing everything that has happened. And again, I just want to show you the juxtaposition here. We are looking at what should be a beautiful view, a beautiful beach community with the waves crashing, and that should be what we're hearing at this time. Just a serene, amazing experience. And right now, it's quite the opposite. This quietness, the calm before the storm, again, just, almost makes it more worrisome, because we know the winds are here. We know they die down and they ramp back up, and the embers go from one structure to the other to the other. There's no telling how many miles they're going to travel and how many buildings and homes and livelihoods they're going to burn to the ground. And we're talking about communities that are on fire, communities that are hurting. And we are doing our best to, of course, stay safe and keep you all informed during this very difficult and heartbreaking time. Guys?
Thank you so much, Luz Delia. And we know it is hard to look at this devastation and keep your composure and to give us the information. And when you see those, I mean, oceanfront homes, you don't even think that the fire is going to get to those homes on the other side.
Because you have PCH, you think to yourself, okay, PCH, a big chunk of defensible space. And then on the other side, you have the water. So, you know, I would be interested to see, I would bet that a lot of those homes weren't even considered high fire danger as far as insurance goes. And now to see that, and we heard that from Joy too, saying this neighborhood that's up in flames right now isn't even close to the hillside. So that's why what you were saying is so important. Even if you feel like I don't live in a fire zone, if you are anywhere near a warning, it's better to just, you know, go to a friend's house, wait it out, get your pets, especially if you have cats and dogs. If they get scared, it can be hard to get them out, or an elderly family member. And Luz Delia, you've been doing just such a great job out there, and we know the conditions are just so tough.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing us the information. Be sure to stay safe. Think about yourself also while you're out there, and not just everyone else. We'll be checking back in with you in just a little bit. Now, the relentless winds continue to blow, elevating the fire risk to dangerous levels, and those powerful gusts are really making the firefight extremely difficult. This windstorm can be life-threatening, and it's proven to be highly destructive. For more on the timeline of when the winds will ease up, let's go to our meteorologist, Alex Biston, for your next weather forecast. Alex.
And Amy, Christine, you know, that is the big question, is when will these winds let up? And you know, you saw that fire jump over PCH onto the side of the ocean. These are these offshore winds, the winds blowing inland all the way out toward the water. So we've been talking about these strongest gusts over the last few hours, and we're still going to be windy as we head into this afternoon. But the good news is the winds will let up some as we head into this afternoon and this evening. So here's 125. This is the wind futurecast. This is going to show us kind of what's going to happen as we head into the afternoon. So again, still talking winds 20, 30 miles per hour across Ventura County, across portions of Los Angeles County, Malibu, all the way out into areas like Santa Clarita. I mean, it's been very windy in the Inland Empire this morning and into Orange County too. Once we head into tonight, about 7:30 tonight, maybe dinner time, we're looking at most of the wind focused over our mountain communities. We've got another surge of wind as we head into tomorrow. So the high wind warnings for many areas will expire, but with still some offshore winds in the mix as we head into tomorrow, we still have the fire weather warning with us too, the red flag warning. I want to take you outside, show you just a few views because we do have our sky cameras. This is Mount Wilson Observatory. You can see just all of the smoke out there. It is gray, it is ashy. Of course, you can see it from a lot of our live shots. Wow, look at this. This is LAX. This is our LAX sky camera. This is looking out toward Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades. You can see all of the smoke in the gray ash in the air. So air quality definitely being impacted because of this. I want to show you what's happening right now, and we are seeing still some very impressive wind gusts. So it ebbs and flows, right? I mean, so we see sometimes it gets a little bit calmer and then you'll get a really strong gust. So some areas still talking gusts 50 miles per hour, areas like Malibu, Simi Valley, Pacific Palisades, and all the way out toward areas like Port Hueneme and Oxnard too, just getting hammered with the wind. Up through Santa Clarita. If you live in the Santa Clarita Valley, you're definitely feeling those winds howling outside your doorstep. Claremont, all the way down into Orange County, Chino, Santa Ana. Wow, some parts of Orange County really feeling those stronger wind gusts. Again, we've got the extreme, we are in the extreme category as far as the fire weather outlook. This is today, okay? So parts of Ventura County, Los Angeles County, of course, we are seeing extreme fire behavior across Los Angeles. We'll continue to monitor our forecast for you as we head through the next few days. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. And just into our newsroom, the Eaton fire has now exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and the fire is burning homes. Jasmine Veal is in Pasadena in front of one of the homes that is now up in flames. Hi, Jasmine.
You guys, this situation is horrific. It is still a very dynamic situation. We have homes, a mansion behind my photographer, John, on fire. About to go up in flames, and she has chickens and ducks that she hasn't been able to get out. She's been trying to wave down firefighters, but we know they are stretched so thin.
I have not seen a fire truck. Maybe I see two down the street, but they've been trying to put out those fires.
Yeah, they just passed by.
They passed by, and she is just crying here because she doesn't know what's going to happen to her pets. I mean, look at this mansion. I'm also with Michael, some residents. Michael just found out his home of 40 years has burned to the ground. He had sold the house. He was in escrow, and it's all gone. Michael, tell me, you don't know who this woman lives right next door. This was just remodeled.
That was was originally a ranch house and rebuilt to what today. And
unfortunately, the service in the area is
the
very
Spanish
spotty.
home across the street here.
Okay. Spotty. I'm going to try. We're going to try to go closer.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is just, it's spotty reception. I have homes burning on either side of the street. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go try to check if we can get any closer to her house to check on her pets. Michael, I know. It just, you showed up and you see your neighbor's homes. This street on Altadena Drive, gone.
Not all the other ones I passed by down the street, the big, beautiful houses. Some they were rebuilding, remodeling. They're all gone. The history of Altadena is Altadena Drive. It is gone.
What was the church you said burned?
St. Mark's. It's here at the corner of Lake and Altadena Drive, or Maiden Lane and Altadena Drive.
That burned.
That burned, and so the list I had was Altadena Hardware burned, the sheriff's station burned, the fire station burned, all the little buildings on Mariposa, historic Altadena Hardware burned.
This fire is making a run west. I mean, the winds still are very gusty right now. Be called in, but I'm not sure anything can fly in this. I saw one helicopter with John, my photographer, but look at that. As the gusts pick up, it just, as we've seen, it throws embers, it catches trees on fire. It's so selective. The embers catch one home on fire, and next home is left standing.
I'm just going to be honest with you. If they can fly planes in the Palisades, they can fly something here. And there's nothing, no drops. I'm just at a loss, disappointed that we're not getting the attention that we deserve as well as everybody else. And I know there's a lot of fires, and I understand there's a lot of resources, and it's very, very thin. You can't be everywhere, but at least something should be going on in this neighborhood as well.
We were talking about, you saw the fire in the Palisades break out, and you said to yourself, thank God that hasn't happened here, and hours later it did.
Yes, that's correct. I said, by the grace of God, that's not us. And here we are.
Here we are. History's gone.
History's gone. All these houses had history.
I was in the Palisades last night. Homes were going up to Mescal Canyon. It was a firestorm on either side of the road. Then I live just about a mile south of here, and I hear my homes being under the evacuation warning, had to get the kids out. So it just hits so many people so close to home. And my heart breaks as everyone has had to, they don't even know where to begin, but you're going to have to start over. I mean, you look at this home going up in flames still, and we're not out of the woods. I mean, these firefighters are trying to stop the spread into Glendale and La Cañada.
I know. And I live in the foothills in Glendora at the moment, and I can see the fire heading that way.
Yeah. Michael, thank you for being so gracious and letting me talk to you. And I'm
very much.
It is.
It is so, we lose Jasmine because of the wind, and also because, as you can imagine, this is a really fluid situation. And you see Jasmine comforting that homeowner there, you know, and I want to say that a lot of times when you and I have been out there covering these fires for many years, residents will often come up to us because they're cut off from information and they just want to know, can we drive past their house? What can we find? What have we heard? And so it's a really tough situation to be out there, and, you know, we're not trying to be invasive. We're just trying to show people what's going on. And unfortunately, there are fires everywhere. I know he mentioned where are our helicopters, but I don't think I've ever seen something like this in the terms of scope in Southern California.
Absolutely, just so devastating. We do want to bring you the latest on the destructive and very dangerous wildfires burning right now. The Eaton fire is burning out of control. It started last night in Eaton Canyon and has now spread to more than 10,600 acres across Altadena, Pasadena, and the Angeles National Forest. 2 people have died and more than 100 structures have been destroyed. Right now, more than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders.
And further west in LA County, the Palisades fire is burning out of control still at more than 5,000 acres. That is through Pacific Palisades and now into Malibu. It is being driven by those strong Santa Ana winds. Officials say the flames have destroyed more than 1,000 homes and structures. Fire officials have reported a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. And then a third fire, the Hurst fire, has burned through more than 500 acres in Silmar. It prompted evacuation orders for the areas north of Foothill Freeway, from Roxford Street to the Golden State and Antelope Valley Freeway split. Evacuation centers have been set up in Pacoima, Northridge, and Panorama City. No containment on those flames either.
Okay. Well, of course, we know the winds are really a huge problem in this firefight, and we want to get back to our meteorologist, Alex Biston. Alex, so many people are just wondering, when will the winds die down to hopefully see some progress being made in the fires?
Absolutely. Gosh, my heart just goes out to all of the people that are being impacted by this. And yes, I mean, the wind is really the big story, and it is the driving force of the extreme fire behavior that we are seeing across Southern California. I'm going to start off, I want to give you a complete tour of all of these fires, but first, we're going to start off near the Pacific Palisades, where we're still seeing those really strong offshore winds. I mean, Pacific Palisades right now, 43-mile-an-hour winds, still gusting, 53 in Malibu. Across the San Fernando Valley, Simi Valley, 56-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, this is extreme. In some of our mountain communities, we saw gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour earlier today. I also want to take you to Silmar. This is where we are seeing those winds sustained about 28, gusting up to 51. So it is windy across the San Fernando Valley. I want to go to Altadena too, where the Eaton fire is burning. I've got winds about 38 miles per hour. And, you know, we've been seeing it in a lot of our live shots with the reporters. The winds will die down just a bit, and they will report that. They'll say right now it's a little calm, and then we'll see them come up in just about a half an hour, and it is gusting. So that is the conditions. Those are some of the conditions that, you know, firefighters, of course, our reporters, our crews have been dealing with over the past 24 hours. What's happening? I mean, we're talking, of course, these very dry offshore winds, but there's also a very big issue, and that is the fact that we have not seen pretty much any rain. I mean, less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. So it is one of the driest starts to winter since 1964. Typically, we should be closer to over 3 inches and a quarter. So we're not, of course, nowhere near that. It's bone dry. We've got these very drying winds coming from the desert, pushing all the way out to the coastline. And of course, we forecasted all of this, and it's just very unfortunate to see it play out. Our hourly wind gusts, you're going to see the good news is a lot of people wondering, hey, what's going to happen as we head into this afternoon, this evening? We've got winds dying down. High wind warnings will be expiring. But the takeaway is we still have high fire danger with us, not just tomorrow, but possibly even into Friday, too. So pick where you live. If you live in the Santa Clarita Valley, San Bernardino, or possibly Glendale, you'll see that those stronger winds will subside as we head into this evening. So again, good news if we can pick out something here. It's that the winds will relax somewhat, but we still will have some areas of wind, and then another burst too as we head into tomorrow. But really strongest winds hyper focused on earlier this morning, and you know, over the next hour or so. Then winds die down this evening. Back to you.
All right, Alex, I guess that is the good news that we can look forward to. We want to get to Amanda Starantino. She is in Hastings Ranch in Pasadena. Amanda?
Hey, Amy, I mean, just looking at this neighborhood, good morning, looking at this street, we are on Valley Lights. This is right off of Hastings Ranch. And just look around, there's not one home left standing in this stretch of this street right here. And this morning we saw them all burning. and it's just absolutely heartbreaking to see here. And that's so many different streets here in this small community of Hastings Ranch. And I've been talking to people that are now coming back this morning. Jerry right here is one of them. He was just coming down the street. His house is actually one street up, and it's not here anymore.
On Startouch Drive, 3850 Startouch Drive, it's completely burnt. I bought that house in 2018. Took me 4.5 years to rebuild it, to remodel it through the COVID. I just moved there 2 years ago, and I didn't even enjoy it.
You didn't get time.
I didn't have time, and this is my home that I was gonna retire. Finally, me and my wife, after my kids were, gone from Glendale, where we lived before. This is surreal. I can't even believe this. This is like a movie that you've seen it, but you don't believe that it is existing. But it is. It's surreal, but it is real. Yeah. And I can't get over it. How this happened. I'm evacuated at 9 last night at 9:21, and in less than 8 hours, everything is gone. I just left with my pictures, family pictures, and no clothing. Just it. This is it. Family pictures and my medication. That's all.
And now everything's gone.
I didn't even believe that it's gonna be burned. I couldn't conceive it in my mind. But I said, let's evacuate. Yeah. But I'm gonna come back. I'm coming back. That's why I left everything there, and it's gone. Unfortunately.
And now you're walking down the other streets. How are you feeling seeing all of this around us? And Victor, why don't you show a little bit of what's going on here?
This is, I don't know, there's no words in the dictionary that could describe what the picture, Mm-hmm. I don't know, I can't say it's a disaster. It's more than a disaster. It's a I don't know. But again, I can't find the right words, but it's something unrealistically done. I don't know. I can't believe this. I can't believe this happened to our neighbor, all. Again, it's a calamity. I should think that it's a calamity. I don't know how much God still loves us or not. I don't know. But this shouldn't have happened. It happened.
And it happened so quickly, too.
So quickly, in a split moment. I just left at 9:21. My alarm system told me that there is smoke in your house at around 11:20, and I knew that the fire was there inside within 2 hours after I left. 9:21, 11:40, 2 hours and few minutes. Smoke was there. My alarm company was sending me the notices that smoke alarm is on. That's it, gone.
So what's next for you and your wife?
I don't know. This is the tough thing. The day after, I don't know. I don't know if I have the strength to go through this again. Another 2-3 years of rebuilding details over details, the kitchen, the roof, everything. I don't know if I'm gonna have the energy and the strength to do it again. I don't know. It's too soon for me, but I don't know. At this level, at this moment, I can't think. Going through the whole thing, the claims, the insurance, this and that, the paperwork. I mean, I can't take this. It's too much.
It's a lot, and it's very heavy right now, Jerry. The reality right now for so many people. Jerry's story is just like so many. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're going to keep walking. I want to show you a little bit more of what we're seeing here, guys. Jerry, thank you. These homes just gone in pieces, and it's so heartbreaking. Just a few houses down is one of my girlfriend's houses, and just knowing the memories that home held with her and her family and the pieces of their heart that's in it. It's just, this is for so many people, and it's so heavy, and it hurts so bad, the heartbreak that so many people are facing this morning. We say it's just a physical thing, but it holds so much more for so many people, and thank God these families got out of here safely, but it's just so sad. And I do want to show you guys this before we go. If we keep coming down, I mean, this would be a beautiful view of the valley right here, and this is what you're looking at, and it just tears at your heart. A lot of tears have been shed this morning, and we have the Christmas decor still up. So every street has a different wooden piece. There was a polar bear ice skating, I think I saw some candy canes. And this one, Valley Lights, has this angel that I've seen here all morning long. And we just came across this one, and this one really broke my heart seeing it. The next one down, actually, Victor, by our truck. This one just, I feel like, paints a pretty good picture of what is left of this neighborhood and what people are coming back to this morning. So, Amy, this is a very tough and a very, very sad situation. And I will say the winds are starting to pick back up again, and it's just, I don't know what's next for them. And that's what makes this really sad.
Amanda, hearing Jerry's story and so many other stories that are sadly so similar, and so many people thinking that their homes were safe last night, that they weren't in the foothills, that they weren't in what is typically considered a fire-prone area, right next to the water's edge, and yet their fires were burned.
I think a lot of them thought they'd be back in their homes this morning. It would be another false alarm, like many of us have dealt with over time. And, you know, Amanda, as you know, a lot of times when we cover these fires, we all descend on the same street because there's just one or two streets that have been impacted. But what I find so alarming with this is that there is no shortage of streets to go through, whether it's in Palisades or Pasadena or Altadena. There are just so many homes destroyed. And Jerry, our heart just goes out to him. You can just see the pain on his face. You know, it's not just things to people, it's their memories. And it's a lot of work to go through, even just the insurance claims. It's going to be a lot of work for people, especially if they're senior citizens or, you know, they have jobs and they have things that they need to do to continue to make money.
Yes, exactly. That's where Jerry went to retire. And the fact that is gone is just really tough to hear. All right, Amanda, thank you. For bringing us really difficult stories to share. So thank you. We want to check back in with our Joy Benedict, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. Joy, what are you seeing now?
I mean, I see a lot of devastation, and unfortunately, it's what we have seen all morning and all night. And like Amanda was talking about, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Usually when we see a fire coming, it'll take out a street, and then a next street, and then a next street. And that's not what we're seeing because of these strong winds. We're seeing a couple of homes on one street and a couple of homes on another block. And then, of course, they all merge together. But look around here behind me. We are right now on El Sereno and Figueroa. We are just west of Fair Oaks. You see we have a couple of homes burning there, and then right next to it, to the right, two homes that have not caught fire yet, and I'm sure those homeowners are hoping that it doesn't. But then if you look across the street, and we just got a really big dark plume of smoke because of something that's burning over there on the other side of Figueroa on the north side. But really all of these homes over to the right-hand side are also on fire. Do you live around here, sir? Okay. And what we're seeing is a lot of people coming and trying to take a look. That is not a smart decision. And look how this street is impassable. So you cannot drive down this road as you're looking right here because of these power lines that are right in front of you. So it's important. This is why you should not be driving down this roadway. Barry's moving very quickly right now. But if you look over to the left-hand side, what you're going to see is just more homes that are simply on fire. And there was one over here on the corner that was still standing just 5 minutes ago, but unfortunately it looks like it has also caught fire over here on the corner as we are walking towards what is Fair Oaks Avenue, a business district here in this community. And that's where you can also see the businesses that have burned in what is a very populated area. But certainly this is a fire that's been burning for some time. We will continue to be here in as many neighborhoods as we can to give you a look to see of exactly what's going on. But certainly just a lot of devastation, guys.
All right, Joy, please be careful out there. Those power lines down. I know that you're thinking there is no power out there, but please be careful. Stay close to your photographer, and you know, we know you want to share the stories, but please, safety first while you're out there.
And we want to check in now with Jasmine Veal back in Pasadena. She mentioned that homeowner was trying to get to her chickens and some ducks. She had to leave her home, and it appears that Jasmine has found her home, and they're trying to save those animals.
Yeah. You guys, we're here with just, I think, another photographer or neighbor. We're just trying to save some chickens in the backyard from the lady who was sobbing outside because we know the home right next to this is on fire, and she was very concerned. She has ducks back here. She has some other pets, and so right now we're just at the chicken coop. We have the camera on the ground because we're grabbing the last of the chickens, putting them into a big bin, a trash bin, and carrying them out to her waiting SUV. And this is the situation. It is so still hectic. I cannot believe when I left and went to bed last night, trying to get a few hours of sleep, to wake up to home still on fire, gusty wind conditions, the smoke and the embers are still flying around Altadena Drive. And homes on either side of the street here. We're right near, I'm trying to think of the cross street. It was Mariposa, and we're not far from Lake. So we're a few blocks east of Lake, which I know, talking to some of the homeowners here who are returning to the devastation, that they've said some churches have burned up, some businesses that have been here for years. One man, he had just sold his home. It was in escrow. That is now gone, burned to the ground. He had lived there 40 years. My photographer, John, has grabbed the last of the chickens here. So it's just one thing we can do. This lady was just crumpled up on the ground. Doesn't know if her house will, because there's no firefighters. Hey, John, the tree's on fire, so we're going to get out of here pretty quickly. She doesn't know if her home will be here tomorrow because there are no firefighters on the street. I saw one engine fly past. She tried to wave them down, and they just had to get to the next call. And the wind, wow, it's gusting again. A huge gust just came through. I don't know if you guys can hear it at times, and then it just billows up this black smoke. So some of the trees over here, I'm going to have John grab the camera if you bear with me. He just got one last chicken. The last one. Okay. Last one. And he's going to pick up the camera and show you guys what we're talking about here.
That
when I say the home
there
next
is our photographer, John Schreiber, who is in what appears to be, like a firefighter outfit. And that is not a firefighter. That is John Schreiber, one of our photographers, who is helping this woman because there are no firefighters in the area. Okay.
Yeah, we have this protective gear on for a reason. We are trained. We have our masks on. He has an oxygen mask on. We're going to carry this somehow down slowly, these stairs. But look how tall. Massive and old historic homes.
All right, we're having some trouble here, but Jasmine and her photographer, John Schreiber, have been helping this woman who you could hear her wailing. It was just so sad because she knew her chickens and her ducks were there, but Jasmine and her photographer have gone in and helped rescue those chickens. We could see them. I believe they got the last one. John was saying that last chicken. So we certainly appreciate it. And we all remember you helping people rescue horses when there was another fire.
Back in 2018 or 19.
Is that the Woolsey or Thomas fire?
Sun Valley, Woolsey. Okay. And in this case, some people might be like, oh, chickens, but they're her pets.
Exactly.
And also when you're faced with thinking that you might lose your entire home, your livelihood, you're gonna cling on to anything you can get. And that's a little piece of home that Jasmine and John are able to deliver to this woman who we heard her wailing, and it just really makes you catch your breath.
It really does.
To hear something like that. We want to go now to KCAL News reporter Rena Nakano. She is live in Malibu.
Yeah, she's on PCH and Temescal Canyon Road. Rena, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. This is usually just a parking lot for people to enjoy the beach. Unfortunately, right now, it's kind of a staging area for some of the media as well as some people who just want to get out of here. Right behind, you see the ocean, but behind me, this is the Tahitian Village terrace, terrace entrance, and you could see that the neighborhood has been devastated. As you see, you could pan up and see how quickly the black smoke is moving. Of course, right above that, you see beautiful blue sky, but unfortunately, right now, the situation is just darkness coming out of the neighborhood. We did drive through Sunset Boulevard before getting here. Unfortunately, many parts of that neighborhood completely devastated, as you've been seeing. Another kind of like a secondary and maybe a tertiary problem that's coming out of this is actually the flooding. You could take a look down here. There's so much water coming from the top of the Malibu Hills coming down towards the ocean right now. So we actually had to go through a little bit of flooding to get over here. We saw the worst at around Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. We did see a couple of other structures in that area that were saved. However, it's kind of hit or miss at this time. As you saw in all of our reporters' live shots, the wind is just going so quickly and changing directions actually pretty quickly as well. And as Paul was saying, these fires create their own weather conditions, which is why it's so tricky, not just for us to get around, but for firefighters to be here. We have been seeing a lot of police officers escorting people out of the neighborhoods, firefighters into the neighborhoods. We even saw a crew of inmate fire crews that just arrived in this area to give their assistance to fire crews from all over the place. I mean, we even just saw somebody from San Bernardino County and Santa Barbara who helped out with the fire extinguishing efforts. But what I do want to tell you is that pretty soon my photographer Assad is escorted in off of Temescal Canyon Road to go up to Palisades Charter High School. We are going to take a quick look to see the devastation, if any, at the school. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of homes in that area as well as the school. We want to bring on how everything is going over there, but we hope to bring you that as soon as possible. But again, we will be escorted into that area, which is kind of a no-go zone right now, but we will bring you more information as we get that. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Rena, I've been getting a lot of text messages from parents who have kids who are in that school district, and they all want to know where are their kids going to go to school when they start repopulating these areas. So I think a lot of people are wondering about Pali High and also at least 2 elementaries and a middle school. So thank you for gathering that information. I know people are really waiting with bated breath to see how their schools are doing.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Rena. And we want to check back in with our Mark Liu at the Breaking News Desk. And Mark, a little earlier when we were with you, unfortunately, your friend's home was burning on live TV, and it was certainly a touching time.
It was, and I have been in contact with my friends who did watch their home of many, many years burn on KCAL. The good news is they are safe. They had lived on that home on Calaveras Lane in Altadena for many, many years, but they were able to evacuate. They heeded the evacuation orders when they came down, gathered their important documents, some keepsakes, memories, clothes, and their 3 cats, which they consider to be some of their most important family members, and evacuated to their parents' home. So they are safe, but unfortunately the home that they lived in for many years has been destroyed. And we are seeing that over and over again in multiple locations in Southern California, like where Rena Nakano was in Pacific Palisades, and the multiple locations where Joy and Jasmine and Amanda Starantino are reporting on that incredibly devastating Eaton fire. Now, Rena in the Pacific Palisades area is about to go into an area that has been of great concern. It is Temescal Canyon north of PCH, where Pali High is located. And just a few hours ago, Superintendent Alberto Cavallo for the LAUSD spoke at a news conference and said they understand the high school is damaged, but they don't know how severely. So when Rena goes up there to get eyes on that high school, we may be finding out for the first time just how severe the damage to Palisades Charter High School is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you a tactical view of what firefighters are dealing with first. This is the CAL FIRE map of the Palisades fire, and you can see here how large the fire footprint is. That hasn't been updated since midnight. We know it is much larger than that now. And this gray area here, that's the Franklin fire from last month. And these evacuation areas, these are some of the same evacuation areas from last month, including this area of Malibu. All of the people that live there are going through this again as this fire continues to move in a westbound direction. Now, if we zoom in a little bit closer, this right here at the base of Temescal Canyon Park is where Rena Nakano was. And she's going to move north right to here where Pali High is located. Hopefully she will get some eyes on how badly damaged that high school is. But we know that we are seeing damage in this area as well here. And so we know that the fire behavior has really progressed beyond these fire lines, because we know also that we've had reporters here also earlier in the morning Embers and the fire line have gone at least 3 miles to the west. So we're going to keep monitoring this and let you know how it goes in Palisades, as well as the situation in Eaton Canyon. That is it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Mark. And we want to go back now to Jasmine Veal in Pasadena for an update on that chicken rescue. Her helping, she and photographer John Schreiber helping a woman whose chickens and ducks were stuck along the side of her house.
Well, Christine, anything we can do, right? I mean, these people have lost everything. And so that mansion went up in flames. We're here on Altadena Drive. Avita lives right next door, and her trees were catching fire. So we went in to the backyard. She told us just open the doors to the coop. And my photographer, John, is like the chicken wrangler, and he just started scooping up the chickens and putting them into the trash bin. And here's Avita right now holding them. I know you still have ducks back there. It just got a little too dicey to keep going back, but we're just hoping some firefighters show up. You're trying to wave them down to save your home.
Yes.
I know. I know it's tough, and I mean, you've been crying here, hoping at least some of your chickens got out. Avita, what was it like last night when this fire started?
I didn't think it was anything serious, actually. So I was still working, and I got home at 8 p.m. last night.
Come on.
And then everyone was evacuating. My friends started calling, and I didn't think much of it. And we thought that the fire was going, the wind was going eastward. But this morning when we came here, the whole row in Altadena Drive was burned.
You got out when flames were just burning and the wind was gusting.
Yeah, we were at my mom's house last night. So
you didn't have time, obviously, to grab much.
No.
I know. Avita, I'm glad. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much.
No, I'm so sorry. Anything we can do. Again, I mean, we're able to go back there and do what we can to help. I've just seen so many residents.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, okay? I know she's going to load up. They're all in the back of her car here. If you walk down, look, there's a home that just caught fire down the street as well, down Altadena Drive, and there's just black smoke billowing up on either side. This home is still burning as well. Like I said, fire trucks have passed on their way to other emergencies. But then, you know, they know that these homes are just a total loss. And so they keep going. Down the street, a man told me a church burned. Some historic businesses have burned. And so I know Avita, like so many, just in shock at how quickly this fire overtook her neighborhood. Christine, I'll send it back to you. Avita, where do you go from here?
To my mom's house, Arcadia.
Okay, going back to Arcadia. I'll send it back to you guys. We're going to go check out where we've heard more homes that are beginning to catch fire. Just about a mile south of here, I would say southwest. So we're very close to that. And you can see, I mean, the weather, the gusts have, I guess, not as strong. They were blowing me over last night. But when a gust comes through here, it is still very powerful. And it just picks up these embers and throws them.
So much devastation, Jasmine. Thank you. We know that this is day 2 for you covering the fires, and anytime we can help. Of course, we want to give people information. That's what our main job is. But you know, we're human out there, and we want to help in any way that we can. And
you could see that calmed her down to be able to hold her chicken. You know, she was no longer wailing, and you know, just something small like that. You know, she loves those chickens. And now she has them. And we want to go out now to meteorologist Alex Biston to talk about the winds that we're dealing with, because of course, without these winds, we would not have so much devastation.
I know, it's just so hard to believe it, but you know, we're really, really happy to see that, you know, Jasmine was able to help in some way there. Wow. You know, I want to start off, show you this live look, Mount Wilson Observatory. You can see just all of the smoke from the fire. This is just where Jasmine was. We can see the smoke from the Palisades fire that is impacting air quality today. I know I've been talking a lot about the winds. Just want to take a second to talk about air quality. Wear a mask. Try to stay inside as much as you can. We've got very unhealthy air quality where the Palisades fire is burning. Of course, where the fire is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. So we, of course, are watching that. We are watching the wind, and the worst of the winds have been this morning. We'll continue to see the winds die down as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. Those high wind warnings will expire, but we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, we still have these offshore winds as we head into tomorrow, and we have the red flag warning with us still. So high fire danger continues. Back to you.